Chapter 1. Wuxia suddenly woke up. He didn't even wait to open his eyes. He subconsciously slapped the ground with his right hand and was about to jump up. This was a dangerous place. Life and death were at stake. He couldn't stay here for long. This was his first thought when he woke up. This was the instinct of an excellent killer. His body jumped into the air. Suddenly his arms went limp. He couldn't support his body weight at all. With a bang he fell back down heavily. For a moment, Wuxia was horrified. What was going on? Then he suddenly realized that there was a soft bed beneath him. Looking around, it turned out that he was in a rather lavishly decorated room. However, it was empty. Other than a square table, there was only him lying on a giant bed. It was really a giant bed. This bed could sleep at least 7 or 8 people, and it didn't even feel crowded. What was going on? Am I not in the middle of a battle? How did I end up on a bed? Wuxia's thoughts were still stuck at the time before he fell asleep. Or it should be said, it was temporarily stuck at the last thought of his previous life. Wuxia was an assassin. He was a particularly excellent gold medal assassin. Since his debut he had been successful in his 5 years. His success rate was 100%. Therefore he became the #1 assassin on the list. The name Evil Prince was also ranked at the top of the world's underworld list. He also had another honor of being #1, and that was his bounty, which had firmly occupied the #1 spot on the world's bounty list for 3 years. It wasn't that no one dared to take it, but no one could. No one had the ability to kill this almost legendary miracle assassin. There were many first-class assassins who took this mission. However, they all died, but the Evil Prince was still alive. A tycoon in Country Y offered a bounty of $100 million to buy the life of the Evil Prince. However, the 2 assassins who accepted the bounty, 2 world-class assassins who were as famous as the Evil Prince, died a violent death 3 days later. After that, no one was willing to accept the death mission. Everyone stayed away from it. Although the bounty was increased many times, no one dared to take it. No matter how wonderful money was, it was meaningless if there was no life to enjoy it. The name Evil Monarch had become a taboo on the underworld's bounty list. And the name Evil Monarch was a deterrent to the underworld of the various countries. Many people knew who the Evil Prince was, but no one knew what this Evil Prince, the King of Assassins, looked like and what kind of person he was. Wuxia's character was just like his name, 1 word, evil. 2 words, very evil. These 3 words were extremely evil. He had always acted on his own, never joined hands with anyone, and never had any friends. Moreover, when he accepted a business, not only did he have to look at the buyer, but he also had to pick his target. No matter how much money the client he disliked offered him to kill a defenseless beggar, he would not hesitate to refuse the offer. But when he saw someone who deserved to be killed, he would automatically do it. Then he would go to the person's opponent's house and ask for a reward. And more often than not, this family had never hired him or even heard of him. Rumor had it that, once he killed a human trafficker who was full of evil deeds, but he could not find the victim. Left with no choice, he asked a little girl who had been abducted and sold for a dime coin. He even said with conviction, "I have never done a business without asking for a reward, and I will never be an exception." His character made his master and fellow apprentices, who knew him well, speechless to the extreme. Rumor had it that, once, he cleared the toilet paper before going to the toilet. When his master went to the toilet, there was no toilet paper left, so he asked him to send some toilet paper over. In the end, he took the opportunity to ask for a service fee of $500,000, and his master gave in. As for why his master gave in, it was because that day he called all his fellow apprentices to the toilet door, and even invited a few beautiful women to visit. But he believed that his biggest weakness was that he was too loving. As an assassin, and a top assassin whose hands were stained with blood, this sentence had made countless people scoff at it. But this guy claimed to be loving, and there was some truth to it. At home, he could not bear to see the rich oppressing the poor, especially those officials oppressing the commoners. Abroad, he could not bear to see people oppressing their own people. Because of this patriotic character of his, who knew how many terrible disasters he had caused. But it was precisely such a person that people still flocked to hire him like a flock of ducks. This was because not only was his marksmanship outstanding, and his shots never missed, he also had a body of unpredictable martial arts. Whether it was his fists, palms, or swords, he had a good cultivation. However, the biggest reason was that his mission completion rate was 100%. Although this result might not be the last, it was definitely unprecedented. He was fully deserving of being the ultimate assassin in the assassin world. He was also the only assassin in the world who had never had a record of failure. But deep down, this gold medal assassin was actually a typical nationalistic youth. And this time he volunteered again. He heard that the secret agents from the M Nation had unearthed a valuable secret treasure in the Kunlun Mountains of the Z Nation, and had already smuggled it back before the National Security Bureau received the news. So, this typical nationalistic youth, Junxia, was furious. How could the magnificent treasure of China fall into the hands of the M Nation in this peaceful era? Junxia single-handedly killed his way over. He arrogantly challenged nearly 100 secret agents of the M Nation, from assassination to direct confrontation. After killing more than 70 people, he finally managed to snatch the secret treasure. At that time, the secret agents of the M Nation had been scared witless by him. If he wanted to leave, he would definitely be able to do so easily. And Junxia had absolute confidence in his heart. But when his hand came into contact with the secret treasure, an exquisite pagoda that was only the size of a palm, an extremely unexpected supernatural event occurred. His injured hand grabbed the small pagoda, and suddenly he felt his whole body go numb. He could not even blink his eyes. He did not notice that the blood flowing out of his wound was constantly flowing into the small pagoda, that very delicate, exquisite, and also very strange little pagoda. In his last memory, he only saw no less than 50 miniature grenades flying toward him, and more than 20 different types of guns spitting out tongues of flame at him. He had the ability and the strength to kill all these people in one fell swoop, but he couldn't move at all. This feeling was driving him crazy. I, Junxia, have never had a match in my entire life, and I actually died here in such an unjust manner. But it's not a loss for me. The number of corrupt officials, tyrants, and agents from various countries who died in my hands adds up to more than 1,000. It's worth it. Worth it. Other people go to the underworld with a smile, but I go to hell with a smile. In this life, I live a vigorous life. I live a free and unrestrained life. I have a clear conscience. Although I have killed many people, none of them did not deserve to be killed. Since that's the case, I have no regrets after killing them. So what if I go to hell for this? Kill, 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 kill. Kill, 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 kill. Purge all evil. Even if I am a despicable killer, so what? In this long world, who can live as freely as I do? How could he live so happily? Ha ha ha. Junxia thought of this and could not help but laugh out loud. Young master, what's wrong with you? A timid voice came from the side as if frightened by his actions, and there was already a hint of wanting to cry. Then a cold little hand touched his forehead. Young master? I'm not dreaming right now, am I? Am I not in hell? Junxia was startled and he suddenly opened his eyes. Then, a strange memory suddenly rushed out from the bottom of his heart. Pieces of strange information rushed into his mind like a tide. Junxia felt as if he was struck by lightning and was stunned. I am in another body? Have I reincarnated again? But why is the memory of my previous life still vivid in my mind? Could it be that I did not drink Mengpo's soup? Or is it reincarnation in another body? First, I have transmigrated? Second, I have reincarnated in another body? Junxia stared blankly, and for a long time he did not understand what was happening in front of him, and did not move for a long time. Just as the little hand next to him was waving in front of his eyes in panic, Junxia suddenly shouted in ecstasy, "Damn it! Good people are indeed rewarded. No matter what is going on, I am not dead, and there is such a good thing. It seems that I have accumulated countless merits in my previous life, and it is probably immeasurable merits." Wah! With a scream, a little girl around 10 years old shivered and hid to the side. Her beautiful big eyes blinked in panic, and stared at the nightmarish young master in front of her. Her petite body trembled and her face became paler, like a frightened little quail. Another cry rang out, this time it was a mournful cry. However, this cry came from Junxia's own mouth. Because he suddenly realized that his voice was sharp and shrill, just like a girl's. Could it be that his thing was not there? No. I was scared to death just now, I thought I had transmigrated into a girl's body. Junxia wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. After calming himself down, Junxia began to check his body. Blocked meridians, loose muscles, stiff joints. How did this guy get along? His body is really weak. This is really bad. Junxia secretly muttered, but it doesn't matter, as long as my meridians are not broken, in 3 to 7 years, I will stand on top of the world again. After making up his mind, Junxia then realized that he was in a completely strange world. This was not like the earth that he was familiar with. He was truly alone here. He didn't know anything and he didn't know anything. What were the rules of this world? What was in this world? After thinking about all these, even with the psychological quality of this cold-blooded killer and evil prince, He actually became a little confused. Looking at the antique furniture and bed, the special clothes that did not belong to his era, and the joy of not dying and transmigrating slowly calmed down, followed by a wave of confusion. So, I really can live again. As soon as this exciting thought came up, a lot of disappointment and pain surged from the bottom of his heart. It was a subtle feeling of rootless duckweed, making his nose a little sour, his eyes a little sore, and his heart a little stuffy. Junxia curled the corner of his mouth in a self-deprecating way. He, who had almost never had tears in his life, almost shed a tear. It's hard to give up my country and it's hard to leave my homeland. I thought I could be very free and easy and I thought I could let it go easily. Who would have thought that when things came to a head, everything became real and I suddenly realized that I can't let it go, I really can't let it go. I thought I had nothing to worry about in this world, but now I realize that I actually have countless things to worry about. Most importantly, in this strange land, I can no longer find my own sense of belonging. Sense of belonging? I'm still an outsider in my bones. Junxia quietly closed his eyes and gently tilted his head to the side. When no one noticed, a teardrop silently slid down his face. This was the first tear of a man in 2 lives. A man doesn't cry easily because it's not the time to be sad. He stared blankly at the young, almost childish face in the bronze mirror in front of him. The face was slightly thin lips and long eyebrows slanted to the temples, making a pair of eyes a little slender and sharp. Junxia smiled bitterly and murmured, I have to say this guy is quite good looking. He's quite handsome, but isn't he a little too much of a gigolo and a little too effeminate? Thinking back to his previous life, how awe-inspiring was that? How fierce was that? Although he wasn't particularly attractive, his eyes were a little small, a little thin, and the bridge of his nose was a little low. Overall, his image seemed a little too common, but he was a standard man. As for those gigolos, although they also had what a real man had, they just looked down on them. Never would they have thought that after transmigrating, they would end up wearing the body of a standard gigolo, especially when this gigolo was quite pretty. Buddy, did you bring me here? His right hand gently rubbed the small pagoda-shaped pattern on his left wrist. The pagoda-shaped pattern looked like a tattoo. A trace of pride appeared on Junxia's face. Even though I've transmigrated, this thing is still in the hands of the Chinese. I didn't let it fall into the hands of the foreign devils. This pagoda-shaped pattern was exactly the same as the exquisite pagoda that Junxia was desperately fighting for. Although it had turned into a small pattern on his hand, Junxia was very sure that this was that small pagoda. He himself couldn't explain why, but he had this kind of feeling in his heart. It was very real and very mysterious. Looking at the only pattern that could bring him comfort from his previous life, Junxia's heart was in turmoil. He didn't know what kind of feeling it was. However, he had always been calm, so he didn't show anything on his face. He was still indifferent. Calm. Suddenly, the small pagoda pattern that he was gently rubbing suddenly emitted a blurry yellow light. Then Junxia suddenly felt his head become heavy. Then he felt that there seemed to be something extra in his mind, and the pattern on his hand suddenly disappeared. Strange. Shaking his head, Junxia was amazed. This thing was really strange. First, it turned from a palm-sized pagoda into a tattoo on his body, and then it disappeared miraculously. Could it be that this thing was actually a legendary treasure of the gods? Young master, the old master invites you over. Just as Junxia was about to check if there was something extra in his mind, a voice suddenly rang out. Invites me over? Junxia raised his eyebrows. What for? Why should I go over just because the old man asks me to? Does he think I'm his grandson? He swallowed this sentence before he could ask it out. Only then did he remember that it seemed that the old man was really his grandfather, at least the grandfather of this body. I don't know. The little girl looked at him in horror and lowered her head. Her long eyelashes blinked in panic. Her 2 legs were in front and 1 behind, and her little body slightly turned sideways, as if she was ready to run away at any time. Chapter 2. Jun Moxie, 16 years old, the only direct descendant of the Jun family of the Tianxiang Empire. He was an idle, easygoing and hated work. He was a super foppish playboy who was just waiting to die. To put it simply, he was a parasite that had no value even if he lived. This was the general information of Junxia's new identity. No wonder you were transmigrated by me. My nickname is Junxia, but you are Mo-Xia. Isn't this a natural contradiction? You are not wronged. In his mind, he briefly recalled Jun Dashao's past actions. Junxia sighed. This kind of scum, if it was in his previous life, he would definitely be a target for me to kill. Of all the people I could have slept with, I ended up in the body of such a trash. Could be said that this was the will of the heavens. People often say that if you kill too many pigs in this life, you will be reborn as a pig in the next life. These words seem to make sense. In his previous life he had killed many hedonistic young masters. The hedonistic young master's grandfather, Jun Tian, was the Grand Duke of the Blood Orchid Kingdom. He was also the most powerful person in the military. His father, Jun Hui, was a great general of the empire. He died 10 years ago. His mother died 9 years ago. His two older brothers, Jun Mou and Jun Mo Cho, died in a war 3 years ago. There was also an uncle, Jun Wui, who was also seriously injured in a war 10 years ago. Although he survived, he was paralyzed from the waist down. Such a huge family, it could be said that it was full of loyal warriors. Unfortunately, it had fallen to the point where it was about to be cut off. Only Jun Moxie was left, and he was transmigrated by Jun Xie. Fortunately, his body still belonged to the Jun family. If Jun Xie had a son in the future, he would still be the Jun family's bloodline. It could be considered as a gift from the heavens to the Jun family. Since the heavens are like this, and seeing that we are both surnamed Jun, this assassin will reluctantly live for another life for you. Jun Xie grinned and shrugged. Actually, I really don't want to. This is just a broken body, a broken reputation. How much scolding will I have to endure? Pushing open the door, Jun Xie stepped out. The ground was bathed in sunlight. Jun Xie sighed as he stared at the bright sunlight. The sun is still the same sun, but I am no longer me. Jun Moxie was never Jun Xie. But my heart is still the heart of the evil prince. So what if it was another world? 2 female servants stood at the door. They bowed and said, "Greetings, young master." Jun Xie nodded indifferently. He looked at the 4 other female servants who were busy with something not far away, then looked at the people around him and couldn't help but shake his head. Looking at the people around him, other young masters were served by charming beauties, but the ones around him were all aunties. The only bright one was an 11 or 12-year-old Lolita. In his impression, this seemed to be the arrangement of his powerful grandfather. These female servants all had one characteristic, which was that they were very healthy and strong. Looking at their legs, they were all like poles. What are they doing? Raising his head, Jun Xie pointed at the female servants in the distance with his chin and asked. "They are helping young master feed the birds and dogs as well as those fighting beasts." The older female servant lowered her head and replied in a somewhat timid manner. "Oh." Jun Xie strolled over. Well, it was really a dazzling lineup. There were 7 or 8 neatly hung bird cages on the flower rack, and several birds of different colors were jumping around in them, very lively. Not far away there were a few big dogs lying there with their tongues out. Each of them was full of fat. Further away there were a few small bamboo tubes, and the sound of crickets was rather clear and melodious. It seemed like they were very valuable and good at fighting. Well, this young master really had a wide range of hobbies. In a cage at the side, there were actually 2 colorful poisonous snakes hissing. Looking at all this in disgust, Jun Xie frowned and said, "In a while, find someone to sell these things that can be sold, and throw out the ones that can't be sold. Otherwise, kill them and eat their meat. Don't leave them here, it's disgusting. This is a place for people to live, not a zoo." Hearing this, the 6 female servants and the little Lolita behind Jun Xie immediately widened their eyes. They raised their heads and looked at their young master. At this moment, the 7 of them had the same thought in their minds. What is wrong with this young master today? These are things that you spent a lot of money to buy, and you have always treated them like treasures. Throw them away today? Buy them tomorrow? Don't sell those 2 snakes. Wait for me to come back and stew them. After taking 2 steps, Jun Xie said without turning his head. Everyone was speechless. After passing through a garden, a few pavilions, a playground, and a large fish pond, they walked along a path lined with 2 rows of trees for almost half an hour before arriving at Grandpa Jun's residence. Only then did Jun Xie realize that his residence and Grandpa Jun's residence were located on the south and north sides. If one were to calculate the distance in a straight line, it would be at least 5 to 6 li away. It seems that this family of mine is really big. If I am not mistaken, this should be the capital of this country. Aside from the imperial palace, there are probably only a few families that can own a huge mansion with a radius of tens of mu in the capital. Grandpa Jun was seated behind his desk. Although he was already over 60 years of age, his hair and beard were still black and glossy, giving him the appearance of a man in his 40s. His dignified face was filled with helplessness. Looking at his grandson lazily and weakly entering the room, Grandpa Jun almost couldn't control his temper anymore. Grandpa Jun Tian came from a poor background and became a general at a young age. He moved unhindered throughout the world, causing the enemies of various countries to tremble in fear. Not only was he outstanding in both literature and martial arts, he was also one of the few Tianxian-level experts in the Tianxiang Empire. His character was calm and resolute, and he never showed his emotions. Just from the phrase, born from a poor background, becoming a general at a young age, it can be seen that how many children from poor families could reach the position of a general? What's more, becoming a general at a young age. Jun Tian used less than 40 years to go from a lowly commoner to the current Grand Duke of the Blood Orchid District. Although it is said that heroes are created by the times, but looking at the entire history of the continent, there are only a few like this. This experience is enough to be proud of. But when he saw his only surviving grandson, he felt a belly full of helplessness and resentment towards iron for not becoming steel. Grandpa Jun really could not figure out how his family's bloodline and high-pressure management could give birth to such a vile child. This kid was neither good at literature nor martial arts. Whenever he picked up a book he would feel dizzy. Whenever he heard about cultivation he would run away faster than a rabbit. Other people's children and nephews were already talented and famous. Or their Shen-Chi cultivation was already on the right track, at least level 5 or above. But this precious grandson of his had already defeated 5 teachers, and his Shen-Chi cultivation was only at the pitiful level 3. Such a disappointing thing, but he learned how to indulge in sensual pleasures, eating, drinking, whoring and gambling without a teacher. He could even be called a genius in these aspects. To think that a hero like him would have such a grandson. Sighing weakly, Grandpa Jun could not help but think, if his son and his other 2 grandsons were still alive. Thinking of this, he laughed at himself. If they were still alive, would they be able to spoil this only child to this extent? When he received the news of his son Wu Hui's death, he forced himself not to cry, boasting that he was a famous general and a hero. When his 2 grandsons Mo Yu and Mo Cho died on the battlefield, he also held back his sad tears. His son was a hero and then Wu Hui was crippled for life. Finally, for the first time in his life he shed tears. But there was still a trace of luck in his heart. He still had a grandson and the Jun family's lineage could continue. But now, it seems that the last grandson was a little bastard, a useless bastard. What can I do? I heard that you fell out of bed last night? And you even fainted? Is that so? Jun Tian asked lightly, putting away the emotions in his heart. Huh? Jun Xie raised his head, feeling somewhat puzzled but also somewhat relieved. If he were to ask about other things, Jun Xie would have been able to dodge the question by relying on the memories left in his mind. But he did not know about this matter. Furthermore, this matter was also one of the biggest doubts in Jun Xie's heart. When he woke up this morning he found that there was nothing unusual about this body. Then how did he cross over? At this moment, from Grandpa Jun's question he vaguely guessed that this guy had fallen out of bed while sleeping and died. What a powerful debauchee and idol. To fall out of bed while sleeping and die. Jun Xie expressed his heartfelt admiration in his heart. Such an expert really needed to be looked up to. Ha. Grandpa Jun slammed the table, blowing his beard and glaring at him. Looking at his son's mischievous appearance, he could not help but become angry. Bastard, you didn't even know that you were secretly attacked by someone? If this old man had not taken precautions, you would have already gone to meet the king of hell. Look at you, can't you be a little more promising? It turns out that the kid was secretly attacked by someone. Jun Xie secretly curled his lips, thinking to himself, your so-called taking precautions is nothing more than this. Under your precautions, that grandson of yours has already been reincarnated. Seeing that he did not speak, Grandpa Jun was somewhat surprised. With this idiot's idiotic temperament, how could he be so quiet? If it was in the past, hearing that someone had secretly attacked him, he would have already jumped up. But now, his expression was indifferent, as if he did not care. Moreover, there was a faint sense of coldness. Am I seeing things? Grandpa Jun found it hard to believe that such a cold attitude would appear on this disappointing grandson of his. Chapter 3. Forget it. Although we are in the same house, you deliberately moved to the southernmost part of the mansion in order to avoid me. Sigh, you will move back here tomorrow? Jun Tian looked deeply at Jun Xie and said regretfully. No matter how much of a debauchee he was still his grandson. Moreover, he was also the only bloodline of the Jun family. At present, although the external affairs were peaceful, the princes were slowly growing up. It was the time when the internal tides were surging. As the number 1 person in the military, he was like a towering tree that everyone wanted to lean on or wait for him to lean on. And it was the best way to frame his only bloodline. If Jun Xie did not move back, he was afraid that such things would continue to happen in the future. I am living there. It is quite good. There is no need to move. Xie flatly refused. What a joke. He wanted to see what the assassins of this world were like. If he moved back, wouldn't he lose this opportunity? When Grandpa Jun mentioned this matter, Xie's heart was filled with a faint excitement. Assassins, that was a very distant thing. But it was also the most intimate memory. You bastard. Grandpa Jun was furious. He raised his hand and was about to slap Xie. But just as his palm was about to hit Xie, he stopped and sighed. His eyes were complicated. Yuego. Is this the first time this kid has refused me? He actually dared to refuse me today? And he even refused me so bluntly? Xie bowed, straightened his body, turned around and left. Oh, there is one more thing. In the future, you are not allowed to pester Princess Ling Meng anymore. There is no room for discussion in this matter. Forget it. Grandpa Jun's voice was filled with an indescribable sense of dejection and discouragement. For the past few years, the Jun family seemed to be the most powerful family in the country. However, they had a fatal weakness. They lacked a successor. The only descendant of the third generation was the debauchee Jun Moxie. Although Grandpa Jun looked like a man in his 40s, his mentality was not the same. He had a clear understanding of the ways of the world. He knew that if he were to pass away one day, the Jun family would be erased from this world in a very short amount of time. Judging from Jun Moxie's current situation, this was already an inevitable outcome. In fact, it could even be seen as the final outcome. Thus, Jun Tian had once put on a brave face and proposed to the emperor that Jun Moxie should marry His Majesty's most beloved Princess Ling Meng. If this matter were to succeed, then even if he were to die, Xie would still have the protection of his prestige. Moreover, Xie would also be the husband of the princess and a relative of the emperor. As long as he did not overstep his bounds, he would be able to preserve the Jun family's lineage. The princess's husband seemed to be a grand position, but it was actually the most awkward position in the court. As long as the family was not too powerful, they would be afraid of the emperor's son to marry the princess. And the father-in-law would have to kneel to greet their daughter-in-law. Especially with the princess's special permission, the prince's son-in-law was absolutely forbidden from taking concubines. If the princess was eccentric and jealous, it would be very difficult for the family to live a good life. However, for a debauchee like Jun Moxie, this was a great guarantee. At least for the Jun family, this was the best plan. Therefore, Jun Tian proposed this marriage because he had no other choice. His Majesty the Emperor naturally understood the feelings of his old comrade in arms. He was tempted by Jun Moxie's words. However, after carefully understanding Jun Moxie's actions, coupled with the fact that Princess Ling Meng would rather die than comply, he finally decided to refuse. Big brother Jun, it is not that I do not want to give you face, but I am also a father. Ling Meng is my most beloved daughter. How can I give my daughter to Sai? His Majesty the Emperor lowered his stance and did not finish his sentence. Jun Tian felt as if he could not catch his breath. As a father? For the sake of his daughter? If this was 10 years ago when the Jun family was at its peak, even if Moxie was 10 times more debauchee, as long as this old man proposed this marriage, wouldn't you go wild with joy? The fickleness of human nature is like drinking water. This was the resentment in Grandpa Jun's heart. Oh, I understand. Xie stood at the door and said indifferently. There was no surprise or joy in his tone, it was as calm as a bowl of plain water. He then took a step forward. Ever since Grandpa Jun revealed his intentions, Jun Moxie had always considered himself as Princess Raimu's husband. He had been pestering Princess Raimu, causing her to be extremely annoyed. However, when Grandpa Jun saw his grandson's indifferent expression, he was somewhat surprised and surprised. Whether Xie was seething with anger or hysterical, or even a shrew cursing in the streets, Grandpa Jun would not be surprised. However, his indifference was beyond Jun Tian's expectations. How did his temperament change after a fall? Grandpa Jun stroked his beard and looked at Xie's back with a profound gaze. After a long time, Jun Tian clapped his hands and said, "Send a few more experts to protect the young master day and night. Do not let anything happen to him. If there are any who do not open their eyes, kill them on the spot. There is no need to have any misgivings. This kind of thing can only happen once. How can I, Jun Tian, allow you to harm my grandson?" A cold light flashed in Grandpa Jun's eyes. In the empty hall, Grandpa Jun seemed to be talking to the air. However, an indistinct voice suddenly came out of nowhere. "Yes." Xie walked out facing the rising sun. The warm sunlight shone on his slightly pale face as he strolled towards the small courtyard where he lived. Along the way, there was a constant stream of servants bowing to him in fear and trepidation. Wuxia ignored them all and continued to think about his own matters. No one knew that in the heart of this third young Master Jun, a sentence was echoing, "What is an assassin?" As the name suggests, an assassin is a hand that kills. A black hand that kills. You must remember this word, black. An assassin has always been illusory. It is faintly discernible and vanishes into nothingness. What is considered a successful assassin? If no one knows that an assassin's hands are stained with blood until the day he dies, then he is a successful assassin. Then what is considered a qualified super assassin? A qualified assassin is able to conceal himself under any circumstances. When he is with a scholar, he is a literary man. When he is with a painter, he is an artist. When he is with a gangster, he is a scoundrel. When he is with a lady, he is a nobleman, a gentleman. When he is with a pervert, he is a lecher. When he is with a hero, he is a role model. In the desert, he is a lizard. When he is on the prairie, he is the king of wolves. When he is in the mountains, he is the king of beasts, the fierce tiger. When he is floating in the sea, he is the dragon that stirs up the winds and waves. Only in this way can he be a qualified and successful assassin. If he only knows how to kill, at best, he is just a butcher. If he only kills for the sake of his goal, even if he succeeds every time, he can only be considered as an excellent assassin. Killing. That itself is a kind of art. As an assassin, you must never taint the elegance of this art. This was a conversation between Wuxia and his master in his previous life. As he thought about it, the corners of Wuxia's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He murmured, "Let me add one more point. Being born in this kind of family, I am just a useless second generation." Suddenly a cold voice said, "Wrong. You are not a second generation. I am the second generation and you are the third generation." Chapter 4. My new book is in a difficult situation. I am calling for my brothers and sisters to return. Feng Ling needs your help and support. Suddenly a cold voice sounded, "Wrong. You are not a second-generation ancestor. I am the second-generation ancestor and you are the third-generation ancestor." A wheelchair appeared before Wuxia's eyes. A thin middle-aged man in his 30s reclined upon the wheelchair. Both his legs were covered with a thick satin cloth. His pair of turbid yet clear eyes stared at Wuxia with a playful expression. His eyebrows were like swords, slanting to his temples. Naturally, there was an inexplicable coldness and killing intent emanating from him. His eyes were like those of an eagle, and there was a hint of disdain in the depth of his eyes. Although it wasn't much, it was very obvious. If this person wasn't crippled, he would be a handsome man. He was a true hero with an iron backbone. From the aura of power that remained in his eyebrows, he must have been a decisive general who commanded thousands of troops. Third uncle? Wuxia stopped walking. Jun Moxie looked at his third uncle Jun Wui, who was seated in a wheelchair. In his original memories, this third uncle of his was a wheelchair-bound person who could not do anything, a cripple who could only eat and await his death, completely useless. However, at this moment, Wuxia could sense a familiar aura coming from this third uncle who had been seated in a wheelchair all year round. This aura caused one's hair to stand on end. Murderous aura. It was a murderous aura that could even move Wuxia. Only an iron-blooded soldier who had been through hundreds of battles and killed his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood could have such a unique sharpness. It was like a peerless sword that would never be buried by the dust even if it was broken. It was emitting an aggressive light. However, this peerless sword was hidden in its sheath. Throughout Wuxia's life, he had only seen 2 or 3 people like this, and any one of them was an important person who controlled a large army. In fact, these iron-blooded generals were the people that Wuxia admired the most in his previous life. As a matter of fact, Grandpa Jun was also a first-rate character. However, as he grew older, his self-cultivation had reached the point of returning to the simple and unadorned state. Thus, Wuxia had only interacted with Grandpa Jun for a short period of time, causing him to overlook this. However, Jun Wui had not reached the stage of concealing his strength and biding his time. His whole person was like a sharp sword in a sheath. Although the sharpness was hidden, the awe-inspiring sword aura was still leaking out. Of course, only Wuxia's eyesight could distinguish it. Ordinary people like Jun Moxie would not be able to distinguish it even if they were beaten to death. Although the peerless treasured sword was lying idle in the case and hanging empty on the wall, the deep roar of a dragon could still be heard in the silent night. This was a kind of bloodthirst in their bones. "It's rare for you to call me third uncle." Jun Wui raised his head and looked at his only nephew with a hint of ridicule in his deep eyes. "Mo Xia, are you interested in becoming a second-generation ancestor? After saying that, he suddenly sighed and thought to himself, what's wrong with me today? Why do I have the mood to talk to a pile of mud that can't even support the wall? Junxia looked at him for a long time, but his gaze was focused on his crippled waist and legs. Then he suddenly laughed. Third uncle, you must be joking. You are a genuine second-generation ancestor. At best, I am only a third-generation ancestor. This nephew is already very satisfied with being a peaceful and happy third-generation ancestor. Why is this kid speaking in such a tone today? Although there is a sting in his words, there is no trace of his usual arrogance and despotism. Junxia's answer was out of Jun Wui's expectations. Jun Wui's eyes widened, a sharp glint flashed out from his eyes, like a dazzling bolt of lightning piercing through the hazy night sky. He suddenly laughed and shook his head. He said, do you know the difference between a second-generation ancestor and a third-generation ancestor? Aren't they all just eating and waiting to die? Is there a difference? Junxia raised his eyebrows. There was a sting in his words. Seeing the flash of lightning in Jun Wui's eyes, Junxia felt that such an iron-blooded man would be a great regret in the world if he were to be depressed like this. A trace of bitterness and unwillingness flashed in Jun Wui's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. His clean right hand touched his crippled leg. He raised his head and said, this is nonsense. How is there no difference? The difference between the two is as far as the sky and the earth. A second-generation ancestor is someone whose father's generation has conquered the world, and the younger generation can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. There is no difficulty at all. As long as one has a mouth that knows how to eat, he will definitely not die. At the very least, he can enjoy a lifetime of glory and wealth. However, the so-called third-generation ancestor is different. He looked into Junxia's eyes and laughed. He retorted, the so-called third-generation ancestor does not necessarily refer to the third generation. It is the third-generation successor. In other words, the grandfather's generation has conquered the world, but there is a gap in the father's generation. This is what it means to be a third-generation ancestor. If your father is still alive, then you and I should both be second-generation ancestors. It is just that I am counting from your grandfather's generation, and you are counting from your father's generation. There is only a difference here. But your grandfather is old now. So even if you have the heart to be a third-generation ancestor, I am afraid you will not be able to be a third-generation ancestor for long. Above you, besides your grandfather, there is no other big tree for you to rely on. So, I am afraid your future as a third-generation ancestor will be very difficult. If you want to be a qualified third-generation ancestor, you must have some ability in scheming. So, this second-generation ancestor is luckier than you, a third-generation ancestor. Jun Wui said this to counter Junxia's words of eating and waiting for death. But as he spoke, he could not help but feel a sense of desolation in his heart. Is this the end of the great Jun family? The Jun family that was once at its peak and the other countries did not dare to look at it directly, had now fallen to such a state. His eldest brother and second brother had died in the battlefield, and he was crippled. The only two nephews that he had any hope for were also killed in the battlefield, and not even their bones were left. The Jun family's bloodline was only left with this good-for-nothing Jun Moxie. Suddenly Jun Wuyi's interest disappeared, and he felt bored to death. In fact, he didn't even wish to speak. Junxia was silent. Then he suddenly smiled and said, actually, I can also be a second-generation ancestor. How could Junxia not understand Jun Wuyi's words? The reason why he wanted Jun Wuyi to say these words was because of his next words. Jun Wuyi coughed twice and asked with interest and some laziness, oh? A third uncle can be a big tree for me and support me with a piece of shade, can I still be a second-generation ancestor? Junxia said with a smile. Jun Wuyi's eyes flashed with a trace of anger and he said in a low voice, Emoxia, are you mocking your third uncle again? Junxia looked at him and suddenly said, can you still feel your legs? No. Jun Wuyi turned his head to the side, and in his heart, he hated this nephew of his more and more. He clearly knew that it was taboo for him to mention his disability, but he mentioned it again and again. Previously he finally mentioned it vaguely, but now he was asking directly. Such a descendant who did not know how to respect his elders, it was better to have no descendants. Did your waist bone break before? No. Jun Wuyi was furious. You bastard, if my waist bone was broken, would I still be alive today? In other words, third uncle, at most, your meridians were damaged? Were you attacked by someone? Junxia's eyes lit up. It seemed that his meridians were cut off, or eroded by a sinister martial art, causing his meridians to wither. If that was really the case, as long as his qi and blood were not deficient, there was still some hope. With his medical skills, there should be a chance to save him. No matter what, they were blood relatives in this life, and what moved Junxie was the outstanding sharpness of an iron-blooded man. Junxie felt that since he had the ability, he should let such an iron-blooded man stand up, regardless of whether he was his own third uncle or not. Junxie looked at him and slowly said, "I heard that you were injured on the battlefield, but this kind of sneaky attack on the battlefield is much more difficult than killing you directly. Why is it like this? Is it that your old enemy deliberately messed with you so that you become like this?" His words stabbed his sore spot. Jun Wui clenched his teeth, and the blue veins on his forehead bulged a few times. He panted a few times and finally managed to control his excitement and said coldly, "What does this have to do with you?" Knowing that he had guessed correctly, Junxie smiled proudly and reached out to hold the wheelchair. He moved his head closer and mysteriously said, "Third uncle, do you want to take revenge?" "I look like this, how can I talk about revenge?" Jun Wui's thin face showed a trace of redness, and the expression in his eyes changed, and the light of extreme hatred appeared. After a long time he sighed and said, "Now I'm just a useless person." Junxie smiled and softly said, "What if I have the ability to let third uncle stand up again?" This sentence was like a sudden clap of thunder. Chapter 5. Junxie's words may have been spoken in a low voice, but in Jun Wui's ears, it was no different from a sudden clap of thunder. Suddenly Jun Wui's eyes widened, and a layer of yellow light appeared on his body. It was so majestic that no one dared to look at him. His body exuded an unusually powerful aura, and he grabbed Junxie's arm. "Emoxia, don't tell me you have a way to cure me?" It seemed that Jun Wui had been recuperating all these years, and had never stopped practicing his Shen Qi. This layer of yellow light indicated that he was already an Earth Shen expert. Although he was only at the primary level, but considering his age, it was already very commendable. How many Earth Shen experts were there in the entire Tianxiang city? Jun Wui was able to rush to the Earth Shen realm at the age of 30, and could be said to be a genius. Not to mention that his lower body's meridians were severely flawed, and if the flaw was not there, then his strength was bound to enter a higher and more profound level. Junxie's arm made a ka-ka sound as it was almost torn apart by Jun Wui's powerful grip, but his face was indifferent, as if it wasn't his own flesh, and he didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. He smiled and said, "There's not much hope, but we can give it a try." Jun Wui suddenly came to his senses, and quickly let go of his hand. He looked at his own hand and a puzzled look appeared on his face as he looked at Junxie. "You don't feel pain? Why don't you scream?" "It hurts," Junxie said indifferently. "Do you think it won't hurt if I scream?" "If it doesn't hurt, then I'll definitely scream, but unfortunately I can't." Seeing the indifference on Junxie's face, Jun Wui was startled and looked at him deeply. Then he suddenly laughed heartily. "Haha, now I actually believe that you have the ability to cure me. This nephew of mine seems to be different from before." Jun Wui secretly said to himself. "What you need to do now is to have someone massage your whole body every morning, noon and night. It would be best if it's someone with a foundation in martial arts. Massage along your meridians and don't miss a single spot. Then, every night, soak your body in boiling water for 2 hours without interruption. After a period of time, I'll make some preparations and start the treatment. What do you think?" Junxie smiled. Jun Wui's emotions slowly calmed down and he said heavily, "All right. Emoxia, third uncle, I'll trust you this once." Slowly clenching his fists, Jun Wui said slowly, "Even if it doesn't work out, I'll accept it." There was one sentence that he didn't say, "Even if you're playing with me, I'll accept it." A glimmer of hope was better than none. "All these years, third uncle, didn't you seek treatment from a doctor?" Junxie was a little puzzled. After examining Jun Wui, he found that Jun Wui's situation was really not optimistic. The meridians in his waist had been completely sealed, and there seemed to be some kind of evil drug slowly eroding the meridians in his body. If it wasn't for the good maintenance, his muscles would have completely withered by now, and then he would be completely crippled with no possibility of recovery. However, for this kind of illness, if there was a skilled doctor, even if he couldn't treat the illness, he should be able to see it. Not only that, almost all the famous doctors in the empire have come to see me. My meridians have been sealed by an insidious method, and I've been secretly poisoned with a very strange nameless poison, making me unable to live, unable to die. Jun Wui said hatefully, "Father has tried a few times, but he still couldn't undo the insidious meridian sealing method. As for the nameless poison, it's even more incurable. The only thing he can do is to use the strongest Shen Qi to force it out, and this may be the only way to cure me. Then what? Jun Xie stopped halfway through his question. The person who plotted against me was already a heaven-level expert 10 years ago. In order to undo the seal and force out the poison, it would require the full strength of a supreme divine-level expert. And a supreme divine-level expert is an invincible existence in the legends, and usually they are elusive, rarely seen. What's more, after treating my injuries, the supreme divine-level expert who treated me will lose half of his strength, and will never be able to recover. Jun Wui laughed bitterly. Which supreme divine-level expert would make such a big sacrifice for me? Wuxia, cultivating to the supreme divine level is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Who would cut off half of their own cultivation for someone else? How ruthless. To let you know that there's hope of treatment, but it's equivalent to no hope. Jun Xie shook his head and sighed. It seems that this person hates you very much. He used such an insidious method to torture you. I'm afraid that his goal is to make you beg for death. She paused for a moment and then suddenly asked, is that person an enemy of my Jun family? Wuxia, where did you learn about the method to treat me? In response to Jun Xie's question, Jun Wui's eyes flashed with pain, and he deliberately avoided mentioning it. He only looked at Jun Xie and looked him up and down. Why do you seem to be a different person today? Third uncle's illness is actually on my mind day and night. Jun Xie broke into a sweat and said, I also accidentally found out about a folk prescription and it's very effective. I wanted to give it a try. Third uncle, don't say such unorthodox words. To be honest, I hope that third uncle will get better soon, and it's also for my own sake. I hope that under third uncle's protection, I can live a safe and stable life as a second-generation ancestor. I'm just that honest. Ah, brat. Jun Wui laughed and scolded. Suddenly, his expression became solemn and he said, Wuxia, whether or not it succeeds, third uncle will be indebted to you. These words were said in a powerful and resonant voice. Third uncle, just wait for me and let me live as a second-generation ancestor, haha. Jun Xie checked again and his heart was filled with confidence. As long as I can train back some of the internal energy from my previous life, and combine it with my unique acupuncture technique, I can find the other 2 sets of medicinal herbs, and use these 3 methods to treat Jun Wui's injury. The reason why he asked Jun Wui to use those methods to slowly recover, was mostly Jun Xie's excuse. Because up until now he still did not have the slightest bit of internal energy. On the other hand, piercing with golden needles required the support of exquisite internal energy. Jun Wui's eyes lit up, and he heard the strong confidence in Jun Xie's words. He smiled and said, Wuxia, you only have a 3rd-grade Shen Qi cultivation, and even if you're not much stronger than an ordinary person, you were able to withstand the strength of my grasp. Even your face didn't change. This kind of endurance is not that of an ordinary second-generation ancestor. That grasp just now, even though he did not use his full strength, but how could an ordinary person withstand the grasp of an Earth Shen expert? Even a Gold Shen expert would frown in the face of such an attack. However, Jun Xie, who was obviously only at the 3rd level of Shen Qi, was able to withstand it. He did not even use his own Shen Qi to resist it. Jun Wui was well aware of how much pain he had to endure, and he was able to withstand the grasp in a situation where he was defenseless, but his face didn't change at all. This temperament, what a pity. Looking at Jun Xie, Jun Wui sighed in his heart. It's a pity that Jun Xie is already quite old, and even if he can endure hardships, it's impossible for him to practice high-level Shen Qi in this lifetime. Otherwise, with his perseverance, I'm afraid that the Jun family may really produce a powerful expert. Brothers, we're still short of 3 names on the list of new books on the front page. Feng Ling's requirements are not high. I just hope that Jun Xie can stand on the list of new books today. I hope that the brothers will raise their hands and vote for us, so that our evil monarch can take another step forward. I'm counting on the brothers. Even if it's just 1 vote, Feng Ling will be grateful. Please. Thank you. Chapter 6. Third uncle, regarding your illness, especially those who will give you a full body massage, you must use people you trust. It's best not to let others know about it. If by any chance things go awry, you and I will lose face. After thinking about it, Jun Xie cautiously warned. Haha, third uncle won't tell anyone even if I'm cured. Your third uncle isn't a fool. You're afraid that it will bring you trouble, right? Besides, if you can cure my waist and legs, both you and I will be an excellent trump card for the Jun family. How could I not know this? You little devil, you're dragging third uncle's face into this. Jun Wui laughed and pinched his face. He was suddenly startled. This kid used to be my most beloved nephew. How long has it been since I've been so intimate with him? Perhaps it's because I haven't been close to him for a long time? That's why I feel so strange when I see him today. Could it be that he's hiding another face after so many years of being a debauchee? Junwui looked at Junxie's back as he turned around and walked away. He couldn't help but feel a faint sense of expectation. He was looking forward to his injury being cured. He was even more looking forward to seeing if his nephew really had another side to him. Third uncle, you're already in Earth Shen, right? Junxie asked with a faint smile. Shifty eyes. Junwui chuckled. He felt incomparably carefree and said, I've just entered this realm this year. I haven't stabilized it yet. Modest. Junxie curled his lips. What about above Earth Shen? Junwui's face changed as he said, Shen Qi is divided into 9 levels. Above the 9 levels are silver, gold, and jade. The levels stop there. Above them are Earth Shen, Tian Shen, and Supreme Shen Shen. From the 1st to the 3rd grade, the appearance of Shen Qi is light red, pink, and bright red. From the 4th to the 6th grade, purple, also divided into 3 stages. From the 7th to the 9th grade, black. Amosia, if you go out, you must look carefully. Once you make a mistake, you will suffer greatly. Yes, third uncle, I understand. Junxie smiled calmly. Junwui was in a good mood. He recited slowly, the silver Shen begins, the golden Shen rises, the Yu Shen opens and wills, all under the 9 Shen are ants. The earth Shen splits, the Tian Shen is empty, the supreme Shen Shen is invisible. As soon as he enters the 9 heavens he turns into a dragon. This is the celestial Qi ranking song. Only at the silver Shen realm could it be considered as the beginning. As for you? Junwui looked at Junxie, his eyes were very gentle. You have your own path, a man does not necessarily have to kill with his own hands. Junxie smiled, I know I usually do not kill. He added in his heart, I will not kill without paying the price. But there is one condition, do not provoke me. Right now Junxie was not interested in Shen Qi, so he did not try to understand it. After sending Junwui back to his room, Junxie slowly walked back, but halfway through he turned around and went into the library. The reason why he walked into this place was because the previous Jun Sunshao had too little information in his head. Aside from sensual pleasures, eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, there was basically nothing else in his head. Even if Junxie wanted to sort out any useful information he would not be able to, so he needed to spend some time to sort out everything in his head. At the very least, he needed to clear up the information in this Jun Sunshao's head. Even if there was not much useful information in it, at least he needed to understand everything about the Jun family. After Junxie entered the library he did not come out for an entire day. Master, after young master left your place, he only talked with third master for a while in the courtyard. From the looks of it, third master seemed to be very happy. In recent years it is very rare to see third master this happy. In Jun Tian's study, an old man bowed in front of Jun Tian, reporting Junxie's whereabouts. Jun Tian's face, which was as calm as an ancient well, showed a look of astonishment. This uncle and nephew pair had always been incompatible like fire and water for the past few years. Whenever they met, they would mock and ridicule each other. No matter how they looked at each other, they would always find each other displeasing to the eye. Why were they chatting together today? Moreover, they were chatting happily? For Jun Tian to actually be happy, this was too unexpected, it could even be said to be strange. What were they talking about? Jun Tian took a sip of tea and asked in a seemingly casual manner. In recent years, third master has been crippled but not crippled. His Shen Qi cultivation has improved tremendously, and he has already reached the early stage of the earth rank. This subordinate did not dare to get too close, so I did not hear the content of their conversation. I only saw that third master and young master were indeed very happy, and seemed to be chatting very congenially. The old man replied respectfully. Congenially? Jun Tian blew his beard. How is that possible? It is already a great thing that the two of them have been together for a long time and no one has died. How could they actually be congenial? This matter is absolutely true. Master, after young master and third master parted ways, he went straight to the library and has yet to come out. There are very few external objects in the library, so it should be fine. On the contrary, young master and third master seem to be chatting happily. This is really unusual. I will report this matter to master as soon as possible. You did the right thing, but that kid went to the library? Jun Tian's beard trembled and his eyes widened. Are you sure you are not wrong? That little bastard Jun Moxie actually went to the library? And not the likes of the Myriad Flower Pavilion or the Drifting Fragrance Pavilion. The old man nodded vigorously. It is the library. That's right, master. Junjian Tian stood up and paced back and forth in the room. His usual calm and elegant demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Pulling his beard, he frowned and pondered. Old Pang, what do you think this guy went to the library for? Suddenly he was startled. Could it be that he went to set fire to the library? Young master was reading in there and was very quiet. I was afraid that he would not leave for a while, so I came back with a peace of mind. Old Pang's mouth twitched and he wanted to laugh. Reading? Grandpa Jun cried out in alarm. He pulled out a strand of his beard as if he was unaware of it. He grinned and said, "You're really reading a book?" "Yes, master." After pondering for a while, Junjian Tian waved his hand. "Reading is a good thing. Then don't disturb him for the time being. After he leaves, bring me all the books he has read. I want to see what he is up to. Is he looking for a prostitute?" Even if he is looking for a prostitute, it doesn't matter. The kid has grown up, looking at those things is not a big deal. Back then, cough cough, Old Pang, forbid anyone to disturb that kid. "Yes, master." Junjian Tian paced around twice and looked up at the sky. His beard curled up as he pondered. If it is not spring, could it be that this kid really woke up and turned over a new leaf? Shaking his head, he let out a long sigh. If that is the case, then this old man will really have to burn incense and pray to the ancestors. When night fell, the housekeeper, Old Pang, went to collect the books that Junxia had read. Surprisingly, he came back with dozens of books. Junjian Tian placed one book after another on the table and frowned. Shen Continent's Wind and Clouds, Records of the Continent, Records of the Continent's Mountains and Rivers, List of the Most Influential People, Illustrated Records of the Exotic Flowers and Rare Herbs, On the Continent's War, Shen Art of War. Grandpa Jun spent the whole night flipping through the books that his grandson had read. His expression was one of bewilderment and surprise. He would often sigh and exhale, shake his head and nod his head. It was estimated that half of his life's worth of expressions had been used up in one night. Chapter 7. For the next few days, Junxia still did not go out. Waking up in the morning, he went straight to the library and stayed there for the whole day. Without exception, Grandpa Jun would bring over all the books he had read and analyze them again. Then he would shake his head, nod his head, sigh, exhale, be at a loss, then be pleasantly surprised. It turns out that he had not used up all his expressions. In addition, the servants of the Jun family discovered that this young master had another strange hobby. During the day he would enter the library and not come out. But at night he would sit in the courtyard. Wherever the light was the darkest, he would sit there. Really? Evil? However, the servants did not mind it too much. Compared to this young master's previous behavior, his current behavior was much better. That night, Junxia once again sat under a flowering tree, enjoying the darkness of the night where he could not even see his own fingers. A sense of security suddenly rose within his heart. Yes, it was security. For Junxia, the king of assassins, the safest place was the darkness of the night. Only the darkness of the night was Junxia's best and most reliable companion in his previous life. Looking up at the starry sky, Junxia suddenly felt as if he was dreaming. These few days he had roughly read through a large number of books related to this world. More or less, he understood the situation of this continent. However, the more he understood, the more confused Junxia became. If not for the black and white records, Junxia would have thought that he had transmigrated back to the ancient times of China. It was too similar. The same skin color, the same accent, the similar culture, and the same clothing as the Tang and Song dynasties in China. Junxia groaned and stuck his head between his legs. His two hands hugged the back of his head tightly as he thought in pain. Why? Why is it not some ancient era of China? If that was the case, how many advantages and resources would I have? Even if I did not take the initiative to change the course of history, I could still use this ability to predict the future and avoid calamity. Shen continent, what kind of a place is this? Gold Shen, Yin Shen, Earth Shen, Tian Shen. Shenchi. Shen, your grandpa. Why wasn't it internal martial arts? The only similarity was perhaps the eternal sun and moon, as well as the gentle fog of the dark night. Only these could give Junxia the familiar feeling of being in his homeland of Wuxia. Junxia's face was as cold and hard as a stone. The muscles on his cheeks bulged painfully. He had the urge to point at the heavens and curse. Suddenly at this moment, due to Junxia's extreme agitation, he suddenly felt an intense headache. Even with Junxia's unimaginable endurance, he suddenly couldn't bear it. He let out a muffled groan and felt lightheaded. Then he suddenly felt the world spinning. In his eyes, the entire world seemed to be spinning violently. Even the misty night seemed to have turned into scattered mist. The entire world suddenly became so illusory and unreal. Junxia panted in pain and clenched his teeth tightly. His lips were already stained with blood and his eyes were almost bulging out of their sockets. However, he held himself back and did not let himself make a single sound. Coming to this world alone, all the pain should be borne by himself. In this strange place I can't rely on anyone. I won't rely on anyone. Kill, 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 kill. Use my killer skills to kill a path of blood. Kill the sky, kill the earth. Kill, 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 kill. While Junxia was in a daze, he seemed to feel that a distant light had suddenly appeared in his mind. The light seemed to be far away, but it was slowly approaching. It was getting closer and closer, brighter and brighter, bigger and clearer. Finally, it turned into a colorful pagoda. It spun continuously in his mind, and with every rotation, it shot out a misty holy white light. Every time it spun, it brought upon Junxia a pain that was no less than the 18 hells of reincarnation. His body was already numb, his limbs were already numb, and his consciousness was slowly fading. Only Junxia's pair of eyes had turned blood red. He stared at the sky, stared at the earth, stared at this strange world and did not blink for even a moment. After an unknown amount of time, a gust of cold wind blew past, and Junxia suddenly felt cold. The night of early autumn was indeed a little cold. Junxia thought to himself. Then he suddenly woke up. I feel cold, that means I have a feeling. Haven't I already? He abruptly stood up. Only then did he realize that his entire body was soaked in cold sweat, soaking through his clothes several times over. His entire body was wet and uncomfortable. Suddenly he had a strange feeling of being reborn. He woke up in Jun Moxie's body, and inherited this ownerless body. Or it could be said that it was a kind of transmigration, soul attachment. Junxia was only Junxia, and after this painful experience he had truly merged with this body. Junxia had also truly become Jun Moxie, the true owner of this body. No longer caring about tidying up the mess on his body, the first thing Junxia did was to sit cross-legged, close his eyes, and sink his consciousness into his sea of consciousness, carefully comprehending something. Junxia already knew that the huge pain from before was completely caused by the small pagoda that had already merged with his body. Therefore, Junxia concluded that there must be something special about the small pagoda. If it was just a simple merging of the body, there would not be such a painful experience and there must be more strange things. This small pagoda was almost the only thing that Junxia relied on to exist. If he did not understand this matter, perhaps Junxia would definitely not be satisfied. Junxia could clearly feel that in his consciousness, he could actually see a beautiful small pagoda with colorful flowing lights, floating in the air above his sea of consciousness, slowly rotating. Junxia could clearly feel that every time the small pagoda rotated one round, the blood in his body would flow clockwise once, again and again in an endless cycle. What's going on? Junxia looked at this small pagoda in bewilderment. This thing was completely beyond common sense, causing Junxia, a staunch atheist, to sink into a kind of heartfelt bewilderment. I wonder if I can take a closer look at it? Just as Junxia was thinking about this, he suddenly realized that the small pagoda seemed to be slowly enlarging, following which the door of the lowest level suddenly opened, and a thick white fog rushed out with a whoosh. In a split second, Junxia's entire consciousness was filled with this white fog. The white fog was so thick that it almost materialized. Junxia took a deep breath and suddenly felt his whole body relaxed, indescribably comfortable. Even his soul had a happy feeling of wanting to sing. Junxia looked around, only to find that he did not know when he had arrived at the door of the pagoda. Above his head, there were 3 faintly discernible ancient characters. Hongjun Pagoda. Junxia walked in and found that it was empty inside, only the dense white fog that seemed to have materialized. Suddenly, the white fog rolled and slowly revealed 2 lines of large characters. Exquisite 9-layered pagoda, number 1 ancient art. Then the white fog rolled more urgently, and suddenly, a hazy mnemonic chant appeared in Junxia's consciousness. Just as Junxia was startled, an uncountable number of characters and diagrams suddenly spun violently in front of his eyes, and then forcefully poured into his consciousness like a force-fed duck. It was like a speeding train suddenly rushing into a small thatched cottage. Moreover, there was no movement after rushing in. In a split second, Junxia could not help but feel dizzy, and his head felt as if it was about to explode and he fell to the ground. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was still lying on the wet and cold ground. But, in his mind, a cultivation technique was clearly appearing, and accompanying it was a diagram of the human body, as well as a human figure's movements. Art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Junxia muttered, his eyes flashed and his fists unconsciously clenched. Brothers, you are very good, very strong. In a day you have caught up from 15th place to 8th place. Feng Ling was extremely grateful. Thank you. And very proud. My brothers and sisters are indeed the strongest. Next, let us continue to work hard and continue to climb up. Thanks to Young Fat, Immortal Slaughter, Golden Sand Smuff, Two Snakes, Loneliness, Dechine's Little Soldier and other authors for their support and tips. Thanks to Fated Fate, Muz, Bookfriend 146999605 Linlang Mortal Worlds Jean Lin, Ignorant Youth, Love in the Morning Moon and other brothers and sisters for their tips. Thank you all. Feng Ling will work hard. Everyone please wait and see. During the new book period there is not enough essence to use, so I can only make up for it next week for my brothers and sisters. Please don't mind. Chapter 8. Wuxia knew that he had come across an incomparably rare chance encounter due to fate. This art of unlocking heaven's fortune is so mysterious, its effects must be extraordinary. And this 9-story exquisite pagoda must be an incredible treasure. No matter how ignorant Wuxia may be, he had at least heard of China's legendary ancestor Hong Jun. According to legend, this great deity was the master of the 3 great deities, Taoist Lord Taishang, Yuanshi Qianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu. Those 3 were extremely powerful characters. Since this pagoda was named Ancestor Hong Jun, how could it be inferior? Wuxia almost could not wait to start cultivating this art of unlocking heaven's fortune. However, his mind was calm and he was barely able to restrain himself. Only then did he have the time to examine his body. He could not help but be shocked. He saw that the surface of his skin was covered with a layer of black, sticky and disgusting substance. It was also emitting a nauseating stench. There was actually a thick layer of it. A term that only existed in legends suddenly appeared in Wuxia's mind. Meridian cleansing? Could it be that after experiencing this pain, I managed to expel all the impurities from my body? Wuxia suddenly became wild with joy. If he had known that there would be such an effect, then, he could have endured a little more pain just now. Admittedly, with Wuxia's temperament, as long as he could improve his strength, suffering some pain was nothing. Even if the pain was unbearable, it did not matter. Wuxia excitedly stood up. Enduring the stench emanating from his body, he ran to the side of his house's pond and jumped in with a plop. Suddenly, several voices shouted at the same time. Who is it? Wuxia snorted and said, It's me. The young master wants to take a bath. No one is allowed to disturb me. Oh, so it's the young master. In the study, Grandpa Jun frowned. What was that sound? The housekeeper, Old Pang, quickly went out and returned. He bowed and said, It's the young master. He said he jumped into the moon-setting lake to take a bath. Take a bath? Jumping into Luiwa Lake to take a bath in the middle of the night? Grandpa Jun was so angry that his nose became crooked and his voice nearly went out of tune. He was so angry that he suddenly roared. That evil creature. Then he flicked his sleeves and went to sleep. For the past few days, she had been hoping that her grandson would turn over a new leaf. Now, she felt an indescribable discomfort in her chest. Such is the way of the world. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Grandpa Jun really wished that he could grab that evil creature and beat him until his buttocks were covered with peach blossoms. He wanted this disappointing grandson to know why the flowers were so red. Wuxia quietly floated on the surface of the water. His whole body was lying flat on the surface of the water. He only relied on his hands and feet to gently move from time to time to prevent his body from sinking. After completely washing away the thick layer of filth on his body, Wuxia felt as though he had just crawled out from a cesspool, feeling refreshed. The only regretful thing was that even though he had truly become one with this body, his cultivation was still far from reaching the level where he could use inner vision. It was even less comparable to his past life. However, to be able to expel so many impurities from his body in one go, the state of his body's muscles and bones would surely shock him, right? As Wuxia thought about it, he could not help but smile. The guards in the distance saw their young master floating on the surface of the water, motionless and unable to sink. They could not help but stare with wide eyes. What kind of divine technique is the young master practicing? He is actually floating on the surface of the water? If this was explained according to the cultivation of Shenqi, it would at least be at the level of Yuxian. After soaking for a while, Wuxia hurriedly came out of the water. His body was indeed refreshed, but what followed was a feeling of weakness, an extreme feeling of weakness. After all, the original Jun Sunshao had practically turned this body into an empty shell. Now that he had gone through such an intense meridian cleansing and marrow cleansing, Wuxia did not immediately faint. It was already a miracle that he had superhuman willpower. Forcing himself to return to his room, Junxia changed into a soft white robe. He picked up the bowl of bird's nest porridge that the cute little Lolika had brought over, and a playful smile appeared on his face. No matter what world it was, strength was always the most important. A man could have no power, but he could never have no strength that belonged to him. Even in his previous life, Junxia had never been so eager to increase his strength. Being alone in this world, Junxia felt that the only thing that could make him feel completely at ease was his own strength. A strength that could control the life and death of all living beings. And now Junxia was confident that he had mastered another treasure trove. That mysterious pagoda was Junxia's greatest reliance in this life. Junxia absolutely did not believe that such a mysterious pagoda only contained the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. There must be other uses. And these uses all had to be slowly unearthed by Junxia. Furthermore, the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, which was known as the #1 skill since time immemorial, gave Junxia even more confidence. How could such a mysterious cultivation method be ordinary? Slowly recalling the circulation route of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune's first stage, great illumination, Junxia sat cross-legged on the floor of his room. Mind and spirit as one, he calmed his mind and breathed in and out, slowly circulating the skill. Divine light moves, great illumination. Will reaches the 9 heavens, foot on the immortal spring, grasp heaven and earth, heart is a treasure mountain. Spirit 9 refinements never fall to the yellow springs. After circulating the skill once, he unexpectedly did not feel anything, nor did he feel the slightest bit of qi. However, Junxia was not discouraged and continued to circulate the skill once more, guarding his mind, not relaxing in the slightest. After an unknown amount of time, Junxia had already circulated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune no less than 200 times, but there was still no reaction. His meridians were still lifeless. Sitting cross-legged for such a long time had caused Junxia's legs to become numb. Although this body had gone through the meridian cleansing and marrow cleansing, the body's ability to bear the burden had not been fully developed. Even his head felt dizzy and there were already signs of him fainting. Junxia took in another long breath, trying his best to keep his mind clear. His heart was filled with determination. I don't believe that I can't cultivate qi. When it comes to evil, I am #1. Who can be more evil than me, the evil monarch? I don't believe in this evil. I don't believe in any evil. But any evil must believe in me, the evil. I am the evil monarch. I am the true monarch of evil. Once again he entered into a long period of breathing. After a long time, Junxia felt as if his body was no longer listening to his commands. All the muscles in his body seemed to have stiffened. Following the circulation route of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune for no less than 300 times, he still did not feel anything. Junxia closed his eyes, completely suppressing the exhaustion in his body. In his heart there was only one stubborn belief. One more circulation. One more circulation. One more. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Junxia suddenly felt a faint throbbing in the Naiwan Palace on the top of his head, followed by a warm sensation in his meridians. However, the sensation was very weak, and if one did not pay full attention they would not be able to detect it. This qi was indeed as thin as gossamer, almost faintly discernible, but its essence was abnormally solid. This kind of inner qi was really strange because for someone who had just started practicing inner qi, even if they could cultivate qi it would not be so solid. However, at this moment, the muddle-headed Junxia was completely unaware of this point. Just as this gossamer thin yet abnormally solid qi appeared, in Junxia's sea of consciousness, that little rainbow-colored pagoda suddenly flew up slowly, spinning slowly in the air. Every time it spun, a large amount of dense white fog would spurt out. The white fog slowly floated in the air, and countless white threads that could not be seen by the naked eye suddenly appeared on the surface of Junxia's body, slowly seeping into Junxia's skin, and seeping into Junxia's meridians. Brothers, you are very strong, we are already on the front page. However, the competition for the new book's rankings is still very cruel, so everyone should support us. Fengling, thank you. Thank you brother Xian Huan Fan, for your reward, thank you Giant 8 Calamity God for your reward, and even more thank you Giant 8 Calamity God for making the cover of our evil monarch. Giant 8 Calamity God is a good person. I wonder how many sisters read his books. Everyone please give him a good person card as thanks, haha. The cover is a picture of Ling Tian's character that I found in Ling Tian's bookstore by a brother called KL1 Well. Thank you brother, thank you very much. Chapter 9. At this moment, Junxia was still as muddle-headed as before, without any surprise or joy. He continued to circulate his energy as if he had not noticed anything. Speaking of which, The art of unlocking heaven's fortune was indeed mysterious and unfathomable. It was the best cultivation technique since ancient times. However, the heavenly Tao had its basis. Cultivation itself was in defiance of the heavens, and it tested one's temperament the most. This cultivation technique was the most difficult to cultivate. Apart from requiring great perseverance and indomitable will, it also required great luck. Thus, since ancient times, even if there were people who had the opportunity to cultivate the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, there were very few who succeeded. Think about it, if it was an ordinary person with a weak mind, they would probably give up after hundreds of circulations. After all, this kind of dullness was not something an ordinary person could endure. Furthermore, if one's soul was slightly weaker, they would not be able to persevere. For a freak like Wuxia who could circulate hundreds of thousands of circulations in one breath, to those who had no experience in cultivation, it was simply unheard of. Even if someone had this kind of perseverance, they would still go berserk in the process because their divine sense was not strong enough. However, Wuxia had met all the requirements to cultivate the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Wuxia was an extremely tenacious person. Once he set his mind on something, he would never change his mind. To put it nicely, this kind of character was stubborn. To put it bluntly, he was stubborn and would not turn back until he hit the wall. But Wuxia was someone who would not turn back even if he hit the wall and broke through it. Now that he was cultivating the most difficult art of unlocking heaven's fortune, it was like a tortoise going out and meeting a turtle. It turned out that everyone was a family. Apart from his character, Wuxia's own luck also played a large role. The Hongjun Pagoda was Wuxia's greatest luck. Without the protection of a great opportunity, he would not have any hope of entering the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. In addition, Wuxia was a soul that had transmigrated, so his divine sense was not weak. With the help of the Hongjun Pagoda, his divine sense was even stronger than Jun Moxi's. All these factors had allowed him to break through the first hurdle in one night. Not only was this achievement unprecedented, it would probably never be repeated. The Niwen Palace at the top of his head began to throb more and more violently. In the end, it began to throb rhythmically and became hotter and hotter. Wuxia's fair face slowly turned red. He sat there until the wee hours of the morning, when the sky was just beginning to brighten. Wuxia could clearly feel that the thread-like qi circulating in his body was becoming more and more lively, gradually forming a line. Just as the last link of this fine line was connected, Wuxia suddenly felt a myriad of colors flashing before his eyes. It was as though all the flowers in the world had suddenly bloomed before his eyes. All of the 7 colored clouds surrounded him. At the same time, it was as though thunder was rumbling above his head. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared, creating a rumbling sound. However, Wuxia's eyes were still closed. In other words, all of this was happening in his mind. This was the first difficulty of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Calm the heart. Although Wuxia clearly saw these strange scenes, he still firmly remembered that when he was cultivating, his eyes were always closed. In other words, he should not have been able to see it, but now he could see it. What did this mean? This meant that all of this was an illusion. Therefore, Wuxia did not care at all. He guarded the little bit of clarity in his mind and continued to cultivate, not caring about anything. Boom! Like a bomb, it suddenly exploded in Wuxia's mind. Wuxia's body trembled, suddenly feeling as if he had lost his weight. His spirit floated, and with a wuss sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood far away. Then he fainted. This mouthful of blood spat out on the snow-white bedsheet. It was a strange jet-black color, as if it was a solid substance. It did not flow and looked like a piece of black charcoal. Wuxia's unconscious body slowly twitched, and droplets of jet-black liquid slowly seeped out of his skin, slowly soaking Wuxia's soft white robe bit by bit, turning it black. This was the true meaning of meridian cleansing. The impurities that seeped out of his body previously were only the removal of most of the impurities from his skin and muscles. What was being removed now was the true impurities from within his bones. As for the jet-black blood that Wuxia spat out, it was the impurities in his internal organs. It was also the most difficult impurities to be removed from the human body. Wuxia's current condition, in the words of a cultivator, was the transcending mortality realm. In other words, from now on, he had broken away from the shackles of a mortal body, and had officially stepped into the ranks of cultivators. It must be known that every cultivator who reached the transcending mortality realm had to go through a rather painful and long process. It could take a few months for the shortest to several years or even decades for the longest. There were even some who would not be able to reach this realm in their entire lives. But Wuxia had actually only achieved it for one night. This was truly a miracle among miracles. If word of this got out, no cultivator would be willing to believe it. Of course, this was not because of Junxia's special physique, nor was it because of Junxia's powerful mental strength. There was naturally another reason, and the most important reason was the white mist. It was the purest spiritual qi of heaven and earth to begin with. It was just that Junxia was not aware of it at this time. Although Junxia was a martial arts expert in his previous life, he had never come into contact with the realm of cultivators. In fact, to his knowledge, the so-called cultivation of immortals was simply nonsense. Therefore, even if he clearly knew of the changes in his body, he would only think that he had some great luck. When Junxia woke up again, he found himself in a large wooden tub. His entire body was surrounded by warm water, and there were two soft little hands diligently scrubbing his body. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the little handmaiden's hair was also soaked in sweat, and her face was flushed red from the heat. She was holding a soft towel in her small hand, and she was panting as she washed her body. Her small lips were tightly pursed, and her face was filled with an expression of embarrassment. Her pair of pretty eyes deliberately looked above her head, and only when she needed to change a place to scrub would she lower her head to take a look, but then she would immediately move her eyes away. The little girl's shy expression is really too cute. With this thought, Junxia immediately returned to his senses, and only then did he realize that he was actually naked. He could not help but feel a little embarrassed and dryly coughed twice, saying, "It's better if I do it myself." As he said that, he reached out to take the towel from Kuer's hands. With a scream, Kuer grabbed the towel and retreated far away. She trembled as she looked at Junxia, and her eyes were filled with panic. Whining, "Master Wei, you're awake?" Sighing helplessly, Junxia said, "If I'm not awake, could it be that you're talking to a ghost?" "Ghost?" Kuer screamed again, and Junxia suddenly realized that he could clearly see the little girl's fine hair standing on end. Her little face was deathly pale, as if she had really seen a ghost. Junxia could not help but sigh. "Stop screaming. Even if you really saw a ghost, it would not be the same expression you have now. Your acting is really on point." Bang! The door was suddenly slammed open, and a burly figure strode in. "Amosia, you're awake? What happened?" It was Jun Tian, and behind him were several guards. Grandpa Jun's voice was very angry, and he had just scolded the 36 guards guarding Junxia. Yesterday's incident could be said to be an accident, but he did not expect it to happen again today. Grandpa Jun was so angry that he was about to explode. "Does my Jun family look so easy to bully? It seems that I really have no choice but to show my might. If everyone has their eyes on my grandson, how can I live?" Grandpa Jun thought that Junxia's fainting was due to an assassination attempt. "This week I ran around naked, but my brothers are the strongest. Unexpectedly, you were able to push the evil monarch to the top 5 of the new books list. Thank you. Brothers and sisters, your strength has made my imagination run wild, and I suddenly feel that one more step forward, 2 steps are not too far away, right? Everyone give it a push and rush forward. How about it? There will be more recommendations next week and I will update more. Thank you to the brothers Love and the Morning Moon, for another reward. Thank you to the brothers Dark Magician, Unstoppable Night and Night, 10 Sweets, I Am a Pure Person, The Fool, First Line Army, Book Friend 0804. 2723, 1658. 447 Dreamheart C, for their rewards. Thank you brothers and sisters, brothers are mighty. Sisters are mighty. Chapter 10. Grandpa Jun naturally did not expect that tonight's abnormality was due to his grandson obtaining a great benefit. There was no assassination attempt. Instead, he blindly thought of other things. When he heard that Junxia had gone to Luoyu Lake to take a bath in the middle of the night, he angrily went to sleep. He did not expect to be woken up by a commotion just as he was sleeping soundly. When he asked, he found out that Junxia had encountered a problem. His anger immediately flared up. I'm fine. I'm really fine. Junxia subconsciously grabbed the towel and covered his crotch, his face full of embarrassment. He was completely naked in the water, but suddenly a dozen men had rushed in. Each of them looked down on him. Even though Junxia's skin was very thick and his state of mind was calm enough, he still could not bear it. What are you covering? What is there to be ashamed of in front of Grandpa with that little thing of yours? I remember when you were a child, Grandpa would hold you with one hand and play with you with the other. Jun Tian's words almost made Junxia faint. Behind him, the shoulders of the burly bodyguards were shaking, their hairy faces were red and they were gasping for breath. Several of them stole glances at the area where the young master was covering. They winked at each other, their eyes filled with eagerness, seemingly eager to compete. Who did this? Jun Tian's face sank like ice, and a murderous intent loomed. Junxia was a little confused, but he quickly understood. He lowered his head in shame. I didn't see clearly and I fell down. Useless. Grandpa Jun scolded angrily, his tone full of disappointment. He carefully looked at his grandson and determined that he was fine. He then lost interest in looking at his grandson's naked body. His grandson's small body did not have the qualities of a descendant of a military family. Even a girl's body was not so white. Really? He helplessly nodded. You rest well. He turned around and walked out, followed by a group of guards. Junxia heaved a sigh of relief and removed the towel covering his crotch. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. The next day the old Duke Jun Tian lost his temper in the throne room of the emperor. He pointed at the noses of the imperial uncle, grand preceptor, and other relatives of the emperor. He was abnormally agitated, and he threatened that if anyone tried to assassinate his only grandson again, each family would have to pay with their lives. Once the old marshal, who had been silent for 10 years, flipped out, all the civil and military officials kept quiet out of fear. Even the current emperor comforted him softly. However, there were also those who did not know what was good for them. The first prince's father-in-law, the current imperial censor, Song Shi, was originally a newly promoted noble. He had borrowed the first prince's influence to climb to his current position. He did not know much about the old duke, and he was also confident that he had the first prince's backing. Thus, he contradicted Jun Tian and complained to his majesty. However, Jun Tian slapped his face like a pig's head and even knocked out 2 of his teeth. The first prince braced himself and came out to mediate, but was kicked in the stomach by the old duke, causing him to roll on the ground like a gourd. Immediately no one dared to move. In the end, it was His Majesty the Emperor who mediated and personally guaranteed Jun Sunshao's personal safety. Jun Tian angrily flicked his sleeves and left. Before he left, he swept his gaze over all the supporters of the first prince, causing their legs to tremble like noodles. The old duke had not shown his might for 10 years. After 10 years of inactivity, the moment he showed his might, it caused all the civil and military officials to immediately piss their pants. He actually dared to fight in the throne room, even daring to make a move against the first prince. What else did he not dare to do? Only His Majesty the Emperor looked at Jun Tian's departing figure and sighed in his heart. Jun Tian's rage today may have been awe-inspiring, but His Majesty the Emperor already knew that the only surviving third young master of the Jun family had completely disappointed him. Thinking back to when Jun Tian had asked him to marry Princess Raimu, now that he thought about it, that was probably Jun Tian's last effort to preserve the Jun family's bloodline. But at that time, Jun Tian had heartlessly rejected him. If Jun Moxie had even the slightest bit of future prospects, Jun Tian would not have flown into such a rage in the throne room. The reason why he had lost control today was because old Master Jun could no longer see any future for the Jun family. Jun Tian and the Jun family had countless enemies within and outside the country. If he were to die, none of his enemies would let his descendants off. So old Master Jun did not mind being domineering to the end. Whoever dares to touch my Jun family or my grandson, I will deal with you first. In any case, my Jun family is already like this, why should I endure humiliation? Could it be that the once illustrious Jun family, the protector of the Tianxiang Empire, will decline just like that? The emperor sighed, suddenly feeling extreme regret in his heart. Perhaps back then I shouldn't have. Witnessing the strength of the old duke, the old subordinates of the military were all beaming with joy. All those who had been secretly plotting against the Jun family also gave up on their original plans. Even the first prince, who had lost face on the spot, did not have any more grievances. Speaking of grievances, he could only blame his father-in-law, who did not know what was good for him and brought disgrace upon himself. Didn't you see that this old thing was already half crazy? Of course, there were still many who felt indignant in their hearts. Could it be that you old thing can live forever? Wait until you die, then your Jun family will go extinct on that day. However, they could only think about it now. In the Tianxiang Empire, there was no one who would have the guts to openly oppose old Master Jun Tian while he was still alive. Only, the imperial tutor and Prime Minister Li Shang had been watching from the sidelines, not saying a word. However, after old Master Jun left, he secretly furrowed his brows, and then a smile appeared on his face. It seemed that Jun Tian was still very protective of this disappointing grandson of his. Since that was the case, then Jun Moxie was Jun Tian's weakness? Such a weakness was too easy to grasp. When a person had such an obvious weakness, no matter how strong that person was or how strong their background was, there was no need to fear them. In a corner where no one was paying attention, Imperial Tutor Li and General Meng Rufei looked at each other, the corners of their mouths curling into mysterious smiles. Back to the Jun family in Jun Xie's room. The door closed and Ke blushed as she turned to escape. Jun Xie quickly put on his clothes and came before Ke. He smiled and said, "Open your eyes, it's fine now." Ke slowly moved her hands a little and peeked out. She found that Jun Xie had indeed put on his clothes. Only then did she feel relieved and put her hands down. Her pretty face blushed and looked very cute. Jun Xie looked at the cute little girl and couldn't help but reach out and gently pat her on the head. Ke was shocked. When she looked up, she found that Jun Xie's eyes were warm, as if he was a big brother who had seen a little sister. She didn't know why, but her heart calmed down and she was no longer afraid. She thought, the current young master looks quite pleasing to the eye. Just as she thought this, she was shocked again. Why would I think that? He's obviously still that lecherous person, a hedonistic young master. I will never allow him to tarnish my innocence. If he uses force, he will only die. She couldn't help but stubbornly take a step back, her face full of vigilance. Thank you to Giant God Piaoling for your gifts. Thank you to reading books when you're bored. And Dumbo for your gifts. Thank you to Nonstop Night and Night, and Candy 10 Sweet, for your gifts again. By the way, brother Nonstop Night and Night, your middle character seems to be a different character. Hehe, brothers and sisters are very good and strong. I am proud of you. Chapter 11. Jun Xie had lived 2 lives. In his previous life, he was a top-notch assassin who had experienced the hardships of the world. With just a glance, he could clearly see through the little girl's thoughts. He couldn't help but lament that the original owner of this body didn't even want to see his personal maid. He really was a failure. He sighed and said, "There's no need for you to serve me here. You can leave." Ku'er bowed and thought, "As long as I don't come near you, you won't be able to do anything bad. Besides, you've been injured and your body is weak. You won't be able to catch me." Only then did she leave. Jun Xie walked to the window and took a deep breath. He allowed the flow of qi in his body to circulate and examine his body. As soon as he woke up, he found that he was very different from a few days ago. It was just that he didn't have the time to examine it. At this moment, when he examined it carefully, he was immediately shocked. His eyes could clearly see further. Within a radius of 3 zhang, he could even see the legs of an ant on the ground. In his eyes, the entire world seemed to have changed. The trees and grass were all lush and full of vitality. The sun had just risen. Jun Xie stared at the rising sun. For a long time he didn't feel that it was dazzling. It was just a warm ball of fire. His ears could clearly hear the small insects crawling about in the grass within a few feet. He could even hear the sound of earthworms moving underground. He suddenly felt that this world was incomparably wonderful. He remembered that in his previous life, when his internal energy had greatly improved and entered the Xiantian realm, he only had this wonderful feeling at the moment of breakthrough. Moreover, it didn't have this transcendent state of being one with all things. Jun Xie couldn't help but be wild with joy. Could it be that in just one night I've once again entered the Xiantian realm? Isn't this too godly? Circulating the qi in his body, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. There was still a weak flow of qi in his body, but it was much more coherent. This kind of qi could only be used to cut vegetables, but it couldn't be used to fight. If he had really reached the Xiantian realm, he wouldn't be so weak. But thinking about it, if he hadn't reached the Xiantian realm, how could there be such an amazing effect? This must be the miraculous art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Thinking of this, he was slightly disappointed, but his spirit was even more excited. Jun Xie rolled up his sleeves and looked at them. Was this really a man's arm? His skin was white and tender. Even the arms of a young lady could not compare to his own skin. Jun Xie hurriedly walked in front of the bronze mirror and finally gave up. His face was still the same as before. However, it had clearly become much whiter and more tender. This type of face was the type that Jun Xie hated the most in his past life. A pretty boy, a super pretty boy. Furthermore, it was a pretty boy with an extremely frail body. This was like seeing a ghost. Jun Xie mumbled to himself and could not help but let out a laugh. Coming to this different world is already akin to seeing a ghost. What is so strange about some strange things happening here? But after last night's cultivation and meridian cleansing, he should have a rough idea of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, right? Why was his body still so weak? Thinking about it, he once again inspected his body. This time Jun Xie was truly shocked. It turned out that if one were to look at his body from the outside, it would appear that his body was extremely weak. In fact, the muscles and tissues within his body were extremely resilient, something that even his past self would not have been able to match up to. Additionally, the quality of his bones and meridians had already reached a very high level. His current body could be said to be blessed by the heavens. He believed that it would be the best carrier for his future advancement in martial arts. Moreover, with his current appearance, no one would be willing to believe that the owner of such a weak body was actually a peerless assassin. It was really an excellent natural disguise. With this thought in mind, Wuxia naturally continued to practice, hoping to recover his original strength as soon as possible. The following month, something inconceivable happened in the Jun residence. The imperial court's famous debauchee Jun Moxie, Da Xiao, actually did not go out to commit crimes for more than a month. He did not go to the brothel, he did not go for cockfighting, and he did not go for arson or murder. Even if he stayed at home, he was very well behaved. If he wasn't in his own courtyard, then he would go to the library. Surprisingly, he did not take liberties with any of the maids. Unexpectedly, he became very amiable towards all the servants. All of the above made everyone in the Jun residence feel that this was too unimaginable. Could it be that the sun rose from the west? Or perhaps the sun rose from the south or the north? In any case, it definitely did not rise from the east. Heavens, earth, you have finally opened your eyes. Jun Sunxiao finally showed some signs of turning over a new leaf. Looking at the changes in his grandson, Jun Zhantian's heart was greatly comforted. This kid, it seems like there are signs of turning over a new leaf. In this 1 month, Wuxia finally managed to cultivate the first layer of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. His cultivation had also stabilized a little, and his understanding of the so-called Shen continent had also deepened. Although he still could not be compared to some so-called historians, but compared to the original Jun Moxie, the current Wuxia could be said to be at the level of an expert professor. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. The only thing that displeased Wuxia was the 7-colored 9-story Hongjun pagoda within his mind. For an entire month, Wuxia had been lingering at the first level. He had tried countless times to open up the second level. As long as he felt that there was a slight improvement in his cultivation, he would try again. However, every time he would suffer greatly. The pain of thousands of needles stabbing into his mind. This made Wuxia's heart itch unbearably. The first layer already had such a heaven-defying result. Wouldn't the second and third layers have even more good things? But I can't go in. I can't go in, what should I do? He tried again and again, but it still didn't work. Even with Wuxia's tenacity, he couldn't hold on any longer. In the end, Wuxia finally confirmed that it was impossible to open the second layer in his normal state. He reckoned that it would be the same as the first layer. When the opportunity arrived, he would enter intentionally or unintentionally. If he couldn't, it would be useless even if he smashed his head against the wall. This had nothing to do with how many attempts he made. Of course, Wuxia also understood the Shen Qi that had been passed down in his family. He discovered that the Shen Qi of this world was very similar to the internal energy cultivation of his previous world. But in terms of nature, it was similar to Dou Qi. It belonged to a Qi cultivation method that was in between the two. However, every time the Shen Qi was cultivated to a new level, the Shen Qi would undergo a subtle change in color. This point was somewhat similar to the 5 poisons martial arts that Wuxia had encountered in his previous life. But Shen Qi was definitely not poisonous. With the art of unlocking heaven's fortune in hand, Wuxia naturally didn't care about this so-called Shen Qi. But in order to deceive others, he still practiced it symbolically. After barely raising his Shen Qi to the 4th level, Wuxia felt that it was enough and stopped practicing. In the Shen continent, Shen Qi was divided from the 1st to the 9th level, followed by the higher levels of Silver Shen Qi, Gold Shen Qi, Yu Shen Qi, Earth Shen Qi, Tian Shen Qi, and Supreme Divine Rank. From the 1st to the 3rd level it was red, light red, pink, and bright red. From the 4th to the 6th level, it was purple, light purple, medium purple, and deep purple. From the 7th to the 9th level, it was black, purplish black, grayish black, and bright black. Silver Shen Qi was silver, Gold Shen Qi was gold, and Jade Shen Qi was green. Earth Shen Qi was yellow, Heaven Shen Qi was blue, and Supreme Divine Rank was colorless. And the progress of each level of Shen Qi was very difficult, and when advancing, it would be accompanied by great pain. It was very similar to inner force cultivation, like washing one's hair and marrow. What Wuxia could emit right now was light purple, 4th level Shen Qi. As a descendant of an aristocratic family, this was really an extremely pitiful and dismal result. I'm so sleepy, I'm going to sleep after posting this chapter. I've revised it 4 times, alas, it's almost equivalent to reworking it twice. Today's second day might be slightly later, I'll probably sleep until the afternoon. I'll immediately update it when I get up. Thanks to the book friend Wang Jinghua. Book friend 0812092346237745, Curtain of the Night, Transposition, Poor Buckle, Oing Luo, Wuxia, Lin Wanrong Rogue Scholar, Book friend 10032517477555910, Man Runs Crazy, Clear Sky Sword. Thank you to these brothers and sisters for their tips. Thank you. In addition, thank you to the beautiful girl Candy 10 Points Sweet for her 3rd tip, Brother Lang Ziwen for her 2nd tip, and Brother Jean Lin of the Mortal World for his 2nd tip. During the new book period, thank you brothers and sisters for your support. If you see the comments, please explain. During the new book period, because there are no recommendations this week, it's like running naked, so the number of updates is a little less. Please forgive me. During the recommendation period next week, there will be 3 updates a day. Speed up. In addition, next week I'll try to break into the new book ranking. Brothers and sisters who made reservations in advance will strongly support me. Thank you. Chapter 12. The Xuanhuan fan said that the plot is progressing too slowly. Well, okay, from this chapter onwards I will unveil a big whirlpool for everyone. As for the female lead, Yisun. On this day Junxia was chatting with Ku'er with nothing to do. During this period of time, Junxia's behavior and personality had changed greatly. The little girl was no longer as afraid of him as before. Although she still refused to get close to him, she no longer rejected him, especially the stories that Junxia told her. Every time this happened, the little girl would place her 2 small hands on her cheeks, her big eyes blinking as she quietly sat in front of Junxia, listening attentively to the story, afraid that she would miss out on a single sentence. She would be sad or happy, cry or laugh, or open her pretty eyes wide and nervous according to the experience of the characters in the story. Junxia told a story about a mermaid, which directly moved the little girl to tears like a river bursting its banks. She sobbed and cried for a whole day. From then on, Junxia swore to himself that he would never tell a tragic story to a woman again. Tears drown people. Young Master Tang is here. As Junxia was talking about Sun Wukong being imprisoned within the 8 trigrams furnace, the little loli before him was propping up her fragrant cheeks, her eyes unblinking as she listened attentively. Her little hands were clasped together, showing that she was feeling extremely nervous about Sun Wukong's predicament. Suddenly, a guard rushed in to report. Young Master Tang? Junxia raised his head in surprise and immediately searched through the memory of this person. Come in quickly. From afar, a meatball rolled over from the courtyard, shouting as it rolled. Its voice was very miserable. 3rd young master, Brother Emocia, help. This is terrible. Junxia stared at the rolling meatball with his eyes and mouth wide open. It was really hard to imagine that a meatball could speak. It was not until the meatball came close that Junxia realized that it was a person. This person definitely did not have a neck. At least, with Jun Sunshao's eyesight, he could not see it. His shoulders were broad and thick, his arms short and thick. Below his round head, his body was streamlined. His legs were no longer than a foot long, but they were as thick as a person's arm. When he walked, the fat on his body rippled like the waves of the Yangtze River. In short, he looked like anything but a bamboo pole, but he did not look like a man. He had only walked a few steps from the entrance of the courtyard, but he was already panting and wiping his sweat. It was obvious that he was very tired. This man was the young master of the Tang family, which was as famous as the Jun family in the Tianxiang city, Tang Yuan. It was indeed very similar, just a few sizes bigger. Junxia thought, "Oh, Master Tang Dashao, what's wrong? How did things escalate to the point where he needed to save his life? Which blind guy provoked you?" Junxia looked at Jun Moxie's best friend and asked while trying to hold back his laughter. Damn it, it's all because of those bastards from the Li family, the Meng family and the Song family. Young Master Tang was very indignant. He tried his best to open his eyes, which were covered in fat, and said, "These past few days in our 1,000 gold haul, I, your older brother, did not come out for 10 days and lost a total of 150,000 taels of silver. 3rd young master, you have to save me. Otherwise, when I return, I will definitely be beaten to death by the old man." 150,000 taels of silver. Junxia was shocked. How did you lose so much? Where did you get so much money from? Tang Yuan sighed. At the beginning of the day, I won 50,000 taels of silver. If I didn't let you win, would you have continued to gamble? How did you lose? You really dare to play? Junxia stared at him. Tang Yuan did not dare to refute and mumbled, "Didn't you also lose 100,000 taels of silver last month? I only lost a little more than you and you still say that I... What's the point of saying that? Sai, it's just 150,000 taels of silver. It's not like you can't afford to lose. Is there a need to ask me for help?" Junxie suddenly remembered that these guys in front of him could not be judged by common sense. They were all very typical wastrels. Even your old man wouldn't beat you to death for a mere 150,000 taels of silver, right? It's not like you haven't lost this number before. But I ran out of money later on. I said I would go home to get more, but Li Bo provoked me, saying that everyone was tired and that if I left they would call it a day. I made up my mind then. Tang Yuan looked at Junxie pitifully, his face full of regret. Then what? Junxie suddenly felt that something was wrong. Even if I lose, I don't lose in spirit. I panicked, so I bet my jade pendant and sword, betting 300,000 taels of silver. I thought that I would be able to win it back quickly, but I didn't expect. I still lost in the end. Tang Yuan looked like he was about to cry, wanting to say something. Even if you lose, you don't lose in spirit. I remember that your sword is the famous snow-blowing sword that your father bought at a high price, right? That's a godly weapon that can cut through iron like mud. Plus your jade pendant made of top-grade warm jade. I remember that you spent 1,000,000 taels of silver to buy those two things, right? You only bet 300,000 taels of silver on those two things together? Even if it's a discount sale, you shouldn't sell it like that, right? Junxie was a little speechless. This guy was too good at squandering, right? I can't do anything, can I? I was in a deadlock. Besides, I don't know why, but when my mind was in a daze, Tang Yuan mumbled. Even if you lost those two things, you could have just used them as collateral and redeemed them later. Your father dotes on you so much, he would at most reprimand you a little. It's not like he would kill you, right? Anyway, your family has plenty of money. 1,800,000 taels of silver, do you really think it's a big deal? Junxie snorted twice. Nonsense, those two things are treasures. Don't tell me I don't want to win them back on the spot? Tang Yuan was a little indignant. It's not like you don't know about the old man's family discipline. You even saw me experience it once before. That was enough to peel off a layer of my skin. So, you continue to gamble? What did you bet on this time? You have a lot of valuable things, but you don't have anything that's worth 1,000,000 or 800,000 taels of silver. Junxie was an experienced person and was especially familiar with the psychology of gamblers. This fatty must have bet on something that he shouldn't have, otherwise he wouldn't be so anxious. That's right, I really didn't have anything valuable on me at that time. In the end, in a moment of desperation, I bet my wife. Tang Yuan cried miserably, looking so depressed that he wanted to commit suicide. That's my wife that I haven't married yet. Kerr, who was at the side, cried out in surprise. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Tang Yuan. Her eyes were filled with disbelief, and there was even a hint of disgust in the depths of her eyes. She grumbled in her heart, "Young master has finally gotten better, but this bunch of scoundrels are here again." What? You bet on your wife? You still brought your wife over for something like that? Junxie almost fell off his chair and fainted. This was too shocking. This was simply unimaginable. Tang Yuan's fiancée was not only his wife, but also the daughter of the Assistant Minister of Justice, Sun Chenghe. She was the daughter of a noble family, If this matter were to spread, it would be a huge joke. The son of the Minister of Revenue gambled and lost to the daughter of the Assistant Minister of Justice. If this matter were to spread, the old man of the Tang family would definitely pull out all of this fatty's fat and use it as a sky lantern. I didn't bring her. Tang Yuan was on the verge of tears. But I wrote an IOU using her as collateral for 1,000,000 taels of silver. It's written in black and white, this and that, and my signature, pig. You're a pig. One was the daughter of the Minister of Justice. The other was the daughter-in-law of the Minister of Revenue. This was a matter that concerned the reputation and future of the two great families. And it was only 1,000,000 taels of silver. Junxie was so angry that he laughed. You actually signed it? What about the 1,000,000 taels? I lost. I also lost. Tang Yuan sat on the ground and wailed loudly, causing the ground to tremble. They said that if I don't bring the 1,500,000 taels in 6 hours, they don't want the money, they don't want the person, they just want the IOU to be made public. My God! Junxie was speechless. How could it be 1,500,000 taels? Isn't it 1,000,000 taels? This is the condition of giving me 3 hours. Tang Yuan's face was covered with snot and tears. Third young master, you must save me. I'm already at the end of my rope. I'll save you. How do you want me to save you? How do I have so much money? Junxia flatly refused. What a joke, I can't even finish killing this kind of person, and I actually have to take out money to help this kind of gambler. Even if I have money, I won't lend it to you. You don't need money. Tang Yuan suddenly became spirited, his small eyes blinking, and said, Li Feng and Meng Haizhou made a condition, saying that Jun Sunshao hasn't been here for a long time. As long as I bring you to gamble with them, they will return the IOU to me. I actually have such a big face? Junxia shook his head. Based on the actions of this debauchee that he had taken over, it was likely that he would not be able to do much in the casino. As for his reputation, it was likely that his notoriety had reached the pinnacle. Chapter 13. It is absolutely true. Third young master, Tang Yuan grabbed his hand and Junxia suddenly felt as if his hand was wrapped in a layer of fat. That is indeed what they said. They said that as long as third young master arrives, they will immediately hand over the IOU and everything will be fine. They really said that? Junxia frowned and his eyes flashed with a trace of haze. He had already sensed that something was not right. Why was it that the more he listened, the more things seemed to change? It was Fatty who had lost to his wife. Why was everything slowly shifting to him? It seemed that there was some kind of secret behind all this and the target was him? This was definitely a trap. Disregarding everything else, with the original Jun Moxie's extremely idiotic temperament, once he heard that his brother was being bullied, he would immediately fly into a rage. When he heard that the other party was giving him face, he would immediately become complacent and arrogant. He would not even think twice before stepping forward. Once he stepped forward, he would fall right into the trap that the other party had laid out. Since the other party had the ability to play around with Fatty, it would not be difficult for them to deal with the previous Junxia as well. If this was a trap specifically targeted at Jun Moxie, then the person who set up this trap would have a thorough understanding of Jun Moxie's character. No, I believe that targeting Jun Moxie is only the surface level. No one would be interested in using such a scheme against a completely harmless debauchee. Their real target should be Grandpa Jun. Behind them there might be someone else directing them. After all, the Jun family and Grandpa Jun was not someone that just anyone could afford to offend. Junxia looked at Fatty standing before him, secretly wondering what role this Fatty was playing in this trap. Was he friend or foe? Observing the expression on Tang Yuan's face as though he was about to piss in his pants, Junxia secretly came to a conclusion. If this Fatty is not faking it, then he must be a super idiot. If this Fatty was faking it, then he was probably an actor with superb acting skills. Moreover, he was a dangerous person who hid himself very well. Go. Or not go. Junxia instantly made up his mind. How could he not go for something so fun? With his gambling skills, how could he possibly lose? Besides, if he did not go, how would he know who was after him? Junxia never had the habit of letting his enemies hide in the dark. Grab them and kill them. This was his usual style. Secretly circulating the divine creation art within his body, the corners of Junxia's mouth curled into a smile. Even if this is a gamble, I will not lose. Using this internal force to cheat is just too easy. How many silver notes do we have? Having made up his mind, Junxia turned to ask Ku'er. Hearing Junxia use the word we, little Ker's heart was suddenly filled with a sense of shyness and happiness. She felt an inexplicable sense of sweetness in her heart as she said with a blushing face. Since the last time when Old Master had deducted Young Master's expenses, Young Master's silver chest now has 120,000 silver notes, 30,000 gold notes, 300 gold leaves, 100 silver ingots and silver fragments. Enough, enough. We don't need that much. Seeing that Kerr was about to continue counting in detail, Junxia quickly stopped her. Otherwise, this stubborn girl might end up counting how many copper coins were left. Take out 50,000 taels of silver notes and prepare another 10 or so taels of silver fragments. Junxia said. How can this be enough? Tang Yuan almost jumped up, his face full of pleading. Brother, third young master, this is not even enough. Are you trying to force me to death? I'm begging you. Fatty, didn't you say just now that I'll be there to collect your IOU? We're going to gamble, not to give away money. Tang Dashao, why bring so much? Isn't that a burden? Don't you believe in my unrivaled gambling skills? Junxia said with a straight face. Your unrivaled gambling skills? A pair of slender eyes surprisingly widened. This was definitely a difficult action for the fat on Tang Yuan's face. The corner of Tang Yuan's mouth twitched. If it wasn't for the fear and frustration in his heart, he would have laughed out loud. He cursed in his heart, I don't think I've ever seen you win with that unrivaled gambling skills of yours. In terms of losing money, you're right to call yourself unrivaled in the world. Whatever, you just have to go. As long as I get that IOU back, I don't have to be afraid of anything. Damn it, how did I get hot-headed and push my wife down? This is really strange. It's better to bring less money, at least I won't lose too much. Junxia pocketed the banknotes and ordered for 2 horses to be prepared. Tang Yuan had long since become impatient, his round body rolled to the door with a schwa sound. His small eyes darted around with a look of fear. Hurry up and leave, third young master. If we are unlucky enough to bump into your old master, then we will be finished. You don't know how much pressure I have to bear every time I come to your house to look for you. Junxia smiled and jumped on the horse's back. He squinted at him and said, I see that you don't look that scared today. Tang Yuan jumped on the horse's back. The strong horse neighed loudly under his weight. Its hooves went limp and it almost fell to the ground. It tried its best to stand up straight. Perhaps the horse was also puzzled. I've carried many people. I can run freely even if it's a general wearing armor and holding a weapon. Why is this human so heavy today? I almost lost my front hooves because of a momentary miscalculation. Junxia couldn't help but laugh. He squeezed his legs and the strong horse moved forward. The 8 bodyguards behind him were all strong and sturdy. Each of them carried a sword and followed closely behind. Tang Yuan's horse also started to move with difficulty. It snorted all the way as it kept up with Junxia. Once outside was Dongfeng Street, one of the most luxurious streets in Tianxiang City. Tang Yuan did not care about whether his horse would be able to take it or not. He took the lead and rushed out, taking the lead. His face was filled with anxiety as he kept glancing back, clearly annoyed that Tang Yuan was moving too slowly. In the blink of an eye, he had already exited the Dongfeng Main Street. Not far to the south was a restaurant, the 1,000 Miles Fragrance Restaurant. This was the property of the Li family. Behind the restaurant was a large and used courtyard. This was the 1,000 Gold Hall that Tang Yuan had mentioned. The location of this place was hidden, and it was the perfect place for the young masters of the aristocracy to squander their money. As long as they could think of something, they could gamble here. Junxia was about to urge his horse forward when he suddenly saw a few people coming from the side of the road. The 2 people in the lead were 2 young girls. One of them was walking in the front with an angry look on her face. She shouted, "Don't follow me anymore. You're annoying." The other girl was running after them and trying to persuade them. Behind the 2 of them, there were also 8 expressionless guards following closely behind them. They looked like the daughters of some rich and powerful families. Junxia glanced over and saw that the young girl was pouting. Her face displayed an unruly expression, but her appearance was extremely beautiful. The young girl was already in a fit of anger. Seeing that Junxia was staring at her, she could not help but spit out a mouthful of saliva. Placing her hands on her waist, she scolded, "What are you looking at? Lecher." Just as this woman was feeling the most vexed, she saw the infamous playboy Junxia. Coincidentally, the playboy was also staring at her. She could not help but think of using him to vent her anger. Chapter 14. The plot is unfolding. Junxia's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly remembered that in his previous life, he was also strolling on the streets and saw that she was very beautiful and could not help but take a few more glances. Who would have thought that the girl was obviously angry at that time, and actually turned around and scolded, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before, you smelly rogue?" Who would have thought that the 2 would get to know each other? Junxia himself was an assassin, and had always been carefully avoiding something until something happened to him and the 2 worlds were separated. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. At this moment, Junxia felt like he was looking back at history, and his heart could not help but warm up. Looking at the girl again, he felt inexplicably more amiable and simply smiled. "Miss, we seem to have met somewhere before, you look very familiar to me." The girl gritted her teeth and glared at him. "Bah, this girl also looks very familiar to you, you scum." "Jun Sunshao, what tricks are you trying to play today? Pretending to meet for the first time?" So they really do know each other? Junxia quickly retrieved the information on this unruly woman from his memories. He could not help but smile awkwardly and tried to find a topic to talk about. "What a coincidence, it turns out that we are acquainted with each other, Miss Dugu." "This is called coincidence? What kind of words are these?" That Miss Dugu stared at him in astonishment while the young girl behind her could not help but giggle. At this time, Tang Yuan noticed that Junxia was not following them and turned his horse around. Hearing Junxia's words, he could not help but admire Junxia from the bottom of his heart. It turns out that the third young Master Jun is an expert in flirting with beauties. However, his courage was even more worthy of admiration. To dare to speak to the number one unruly girl of Tianxiang Kingdom, Dugu Xiaoyi, in such a manner, one would not be able to find many in the entire Tianxiang city. The girl glared at Junxia, and her eyes slowly revealed an ominous glint. Jun Moxie, did you not get enough of the beating last time? Since this girl is not in a good mood today, I can personally help you loosen up your bones. Junxia was startled and then remembered that this girl, Dugu Xiaoyi, was the person that Jun Moxie was most afraid of. He seemed to have done something and was beaten up by Dugu Xiaoyi, and could not get out of bed for almost half a month. Miss Dugu, I trust you have been well since we last met, ahem. I still have something to do, I will leave first, see you later. Junxia was ready to leave. Looking at the little chili pepper's posture, it seemed as though she was about to pounce on him with her claws and fangs bared. According to Jun Moxie's memories, this little chili pepper was not that old, but she was a highly skilled fighter. Even if there were several Jun Moxies, they would still be no match for her. Although Jun Moxie was not afraid, this was not the time to reveal his true strength. Naturally, he had to wisely choose to protect himself. Stop right there for this girl. Dugu Xiaoyi raised her chin high and looked at Junxia with disdain. Where are you going? Are you going to do something bad again? Let me tell you, Jun Moxie, since you have met me, don't think of doing anything bad and be obedient. Let me vent my anger and I will let you go. Tang Yuan's face was dripping with sweat as he stamped his feet. He was complaining in his heart, I say, third young Master Jun, this great aunt can't wait to avoid you. Why did you choose to provoke her? No matter how beautiful she is, it is not as important as your own life, is it? Looking at the bright eyes of the young girl in front of him, yet displaying a domineering and arrogant demeanor, Junxia suddenly had an idea. Pretending to be evasive, he said, Miss Dugu, the place we are going to, this, it is not suitable for a girl to go there. Don't tell me you are going to visit a brothel? As expected, he was bold enough to say such things. Dugu Xiaoyi snorted coldly and looked at the two of them with disdain. Shameless bastards. You said we are going to visit a brothel? Do you think everyone thinks the same way as you? Junxia immediately put on an angry expression as if he had been wronged. We are only going to the 1,000 gold hall to gamble a little. As if realizing that he had misspoken, Junxia hurriedly shut his mouth. 1,000 gold hall? Gamble? Hearing the first half of Junxia's words, she became even angrier. Unexpectedly, when she heard the second half of Junxia's words, Dugu Xiaoyi's eyes unconsciously lit up. She squinted her eyes and smiled, rolling her eyes, revealing a pair of cute little canine teeth. I have never been there before, bring me there. Her tone was like a command and there was no room for argument. One could not help but admire this woman's leaps and bounds of thought. Miss. The girl beside her was obviously her personal maid, and she timidly pulled on her sleeves, trying to dissuade her. This was very reasonable. The place where the two debauches of Tianxiang City were going was most likely not a good place, and the young lady was the daughter of a noble family. How could she mingle with them? Dugu Xiaoyi ignored her and excitedly said, Don't worry, my two brothers talk about the 1,000 gold hall every day. It must be a very special place. This time I must go and see for myself. She then grabbed Junxia's ear. Bring me there. As long as you bring me there, I will let you go today. It would have been easy for Junxia to avoid it, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. He could only grimace and allow her to pull his ear as she walked forward. The 8 bodyguards behind him smiled bitterly, looked at each other and followed. The 8 bodyguards of Dugu Xiaoyi were very congenial, but they couldn't not congenial because the 16 of them were basically in the same situation. They were following Junxia the debauchee Dashao, so they were naturally sullen, but in fact, following Dugu Xiaoyi wasn't necessarily any better. Everyone was actually sullen, so it was easy to say that they were on the same side. Tang Yuan let out a long sigh. Why did such a tigress appear out of nowhere? If my promissory note is accidentally seen by her. Tang Yuan shuddered as he thought to himself. She is confident that the news will spread throughout the imperial capital within half a day, and the entire country will know about it within 2 days. If that's the case, I might as well just commit suicide and be happy. The group of people arrived at the 1,000 Miles Fragrance House in a grandiose manner, and passed through the halls and courtyards, arriving at the large courtyard at the back. Tang Yuan impatiently rushed in and shouted, Jun Sunshao is here, hurry up and return that to me. Following a burst of complacent laughter, 6 youths appeared at the entrance of the main hall. The moment they appeared, They did not even have the time to speak when they saw Dugu Xiaoyi, who was in the process of twisting Jun Xie's ear. Suddenly their faces turned ashen. At present there were two major factions that maintained a neutral position among the princes. One was the Dugu family and the other was the Jun family. These two forces held a pivotal position in both the imperial court and the army. And this Miss Dugu Xiaoyi was the only pearl in the Dugu family's palm, and the Dugu family had a large number of males with a total of 7 males and only one little girl, and since she was rare she was naturally treasured, and had been spoiled since childhood. Although this Miss Xiaoyi was not a girl, she was extremely talented, and at a young age her Xianqi cultivation was quite high, and she also possessed a strong sense of justice, and it could be said that her reputation in Tianxiang City had spread far and wide, and was known as the bane of debauches. Today, including Jun Xie, all 8 dashaos had suffered at her hands. Speaking of the Dugu family's old man, Dugu Xiaotian was also a super Xianqi expert, and it was said that his attainments had already reached the heaven realm, and he was the only old man in the empire who could challenge the Jun family's Jun Zhantian. His position was also comparable, and he was also the Grand Duke of the empire. As for Dugu Xiaoyi's father, Dugu Wudi, and 3 of her uncles were now generals of the empire, and her 7 brothers all held positions in the military. It could be said that their power was overwhelming, and as of now they were even more powerful than the Jun family. Thanks to Book Taster is me, King 88, Dark Extinguish, Bad Pen V, Tears, Broken Feather, Heavenly Traveler, Whispers in the Zen Forest, Dark Horse Prince No. 2, Dreamy Heart C, Lin Wanrong, Asterisk, The Fool, Book Friend 100325174755910. Thank you to these brothers for your support. Thank you to my brothers and sisters. Thanks to Zekiz SF and Tang Yuan Y for their support. Thank you. This week's release of books for 6 days, 3,500 bookmarks, running naked to the 2nd place in the list of new books. Feng Ling was very satisfied with this result. I am very proud because I have so many brothers and sisters supporting me, and my brothers and sisters are so strong. I am proud. After a week of testing his sword and sharpening his knife, Feng Ling now felt a kind of fighting spirit. From 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I will recommend heavily, and from midnight tonight, I will officially fight for the new books list. There are too many gods in the same batch, but I am confident that with my brothers and sisters, we will be able to fight our way out. Charge all the way up. Here, I beseech my brothers, my sisters, all the recommendation votes after midnight, throw them all over here. Whether the evil monarch will be a dragon or a worm, it all depends on my brothers and sisters. I believe that my brothers and sisters will not let me down. Chapter 15. The Dugu family, from the old to the young, had a bad habit. They were extremely protective of their own people. This was especially true for Dugu Xiaoyi's father, Dugu Wudi. He was extremely protective of his own people to the point of being unreasonable. He could even be called the empire's #1 troublemaker. If someone dared to bully his daughter, Dugu Wudi would immediately dispatch an army to retaliate. Who would dare to provoke such a lawless troublemaker who could casually dispatch an army? Jun Moxie had Grandpa Jun's protection, but Dugu Xiaoyi still dared to teach him a lesson. It was not that Grandpa Jun could not deal with Great General Dugu Wudi, but if Grandpa Jun were to send a punitive expedition against him, Old Man Dugu would definitely stand up to confront him. That was because Great General Wudi's protective nature was inherited from his father. Therefore, in Jun Moxie's memories, the person he feared the most was his grandfather, Jun Zhantian. The second was this Dugu Xiaoyi. No, the first was Dugu Xiaoyi and the second was his grandfather. After all, his grandfather was only lecturing him and could not bear to really hit him. However, if he fell into the hands of this great ant, he would definitely be beaten up. Moreover, he would be beaten up for nothing. Even Jun Moxie could not afford to provoke such a big character, let alone the other debauches. And now, this little princess of the Dugu family had actually come here? I can't do anything about it. Jun Moxie tilted his head and spread out his hands, pointing at the fair and tender little hand that was still pinching his ear. Look at me, what can I do? If any of you have any ideas, feel free to send me away. In any case, don't say anything about me. What? You don't welcome me? Don't tell me I don't have money? Dugu Xiaoyi glared at them and took out her purse. She proudly shook it and raised her beautiful eyebrows. This great ant has money? The debauches were on the verge of collapsing, scared witless. You have plenty of silver, but the question is, who dares to win against you? Your father will bring an army to collect the debt the next day if he wins your money. But if Old Man Dugu is in a good mood and comes to our house for a stroll, then, how will we live? Tang Yuan didn't care what they were thinking. His eyes were already burning. Let's not talk about these useless things first. Hurry up and give me back my thing. Jun Sunshao was already here and he couldn't run away. This is what you promised me. A real man keeps his word. If a man doesn't keep his word, how can he stand between heaven and earth? Even with Jun Xie's composure after hearing Fatty's last words, he almost vomited. With your character and actions, how dare you call yourself a man? Don't insult the word man. Among the 6 youths, the one with a calm expression was called Li Feng. He was the grandson of the Grand Preceptor Li Shang. The 2 youths behind him were Li Zhen and Li Lin. They were all his brothers. Beside him was a skinny youth with 2 small mustaches. His eyes were deep and solemn. He was Meng Haizhou, the eldest son of the Minister of Personnel Meng Jianghu. He was a very capable man. The 2 behind him were called Meng Liang and Meng Fei. They were also members of the Meng family. Li Feng was full of smiles. Miss Dugu has graced us with her presence. Quick, please come in. He turned to the side. Serve Miss Dugu well. If she isn't satisfied, I'll skin you alive. Then he turned his head and smiled. He gave Meng Haizhou a meaningful look and said, since 3rd young Master Jun is here, then this joke should end. Look at how anxious young Master Tang is. He's even sweating. A real man lives between heaven and earth. How can he go back on his word? Let's return that thing to him first. Meng Haizhou nodded and said to Tang Yuan, Tang Yuan, I can give you the thing, but the 1,500,000 taels of silver must not be less. Tang Yuan only wanted to get back the IOU. As for the 1,500,000 taels of silver, although it was not a small amount, he didn't care about it. He agreed immediately. Jun Xie watched coldly from the side. He only sneered in his heart. Tang Yuan was afraid of this matter, but these 2 might not be completely without scruples. Even if Tang Yuan hadn't invited him over, they wouldn't have dared to rashly publicize Tang Yuan's promissory note. This was because doing so would definitely cause the Tang and Sun families to retaliate with all their might. Furthermore, these 2 families would become mortal enemies, and in the end, they would only be destroyed indiscriminately. So this matter might seem big, but as long as they thought it through, it wasn't a big deal. Their target was still him. However, after Tang Yuan got back the IOU, he didn't have to worry about this. Rumors were bound to spread and attack the Tang family. This was something that could be foreseen. What could make Tang Daxiao so anxious? Let me see, it'll be an eye-opener. Dugu Xiaoyi obviously didn't want to be left out. She was very curious. Seeing that Tang Yuan had a relieved look on his face when he got the IOU, she suddenly became very curious. She stretched out her fair and tender hand. Tang Yuan's face turned bitter. He threw the IOU into his mouth at lightning speed. He chewed twice, stretched out his neck and swallowed it. He smacked his lips with an innocent look on his face. It was difficult for his fat neck to stretch like a giraffe in an instant. Stupid fatty, you dare to play with me? How dare you? Dugu Xiaoyi suddenly became furious. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she pounced forward and grabbed Tang Yuan's collar. Unexpectedly, she lifted his nearly 400-pound body and angrily shouted, "Quickly spit it out for me." The rest of the 7 people, including Jun Xie, couldn't stop their eyebrows from twitching. They secretly swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. Their mouths were crooked, their eyes were slanted, their lips were green and their faces were pale. Cough, Miss Dugu, the IOU is actually not that big of a deal. Jun Sunshao has been grounded by Grandpa Jun and everyone misses him. Just now, I made a bet with Fatty Tang. If Jun Sunshao doesn't come, then I will eat the IOU. If Jun Sunshao comes, then Fatty Tang will eat it. Yes, it's that simple. Fatty Tang is indeed a man, he doesn't regret his words. Aha. Meng Haizhou laughed dryly and quickly came out to smooth things over. This person could be considered to have some talent. With just a few words, he was able to smooth things over seamlessly. If Fatty Tang were to really spit out the IOU and Dugu Xiaoyi saw the contents, then this matter would really become a big deal. Jun Xie raised his eyebrows and secretly glanced at Meng Haizhou. This person was able to come up with such a flawless reason in such a short period of time. Moreover, he was able to say it without any change in expression. Moreover, it was reasonable and well-founded. He was indeed not a simple person. Truth be told, in that moment, Jun Xie had almost planned to secretly make Fatty spit out the IOU and make use of Dugu Xiaoyi to stir up this storm. However, although Fatty Tang was unworthy, he was still Jun Moxie's good friend. Besides, if he wanted to deal with these debauches, Jun Xie was confident that he could make them suffer in a few moves. In the end, he reluctantly gave up on this idea. But just in case, I still have to. Cough, cough, cough. Dugu Xiaoyi looked at the crowd doubtfully. The debauches immediately nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. That's right. There's no mistake. Only then did they put Tang Yuan down. Tang Yuan's face was almost purple from being strangled by her. He retched a few times, afraid that he would spit out the IOU. Finally he managed to hold it in. Everyone please come in. Li Feng was the owner of this house, so he acted respectfully. Junxie smiled and put on an arrogant and despotic demeanor as he strode in. With a pa sound he sat down on an armchair and crossed his legs, swinging them back and forth. Looking at his current appearance, it was truly the standard posture of a hooligan, a typical debauchee. Dugu Xiaoyi frowned. She was instantly annoyed and almost wanted to kick him again. Didn't you miss me? Coincidentally, I also miss your money. Junxie smiled evilly. How do you want to play? Let's draw the line. A new week has begun. Our evil prince will also unfold his plot this week. The new books list has also been refreshed, so rush the list. Seeking recommendation votes. My powerful brothers and sisters, let us fight for the new books ranking in a splendid manner. Let everyone see how powerful the brothers and sisters of the evil monarch are. Recommended time period: midnight, 12 noon, and 18 p.m. respectively. Thank you to all my brothers and sisters for your support and rewards. Thank you. Chapter 16. Third young master is indeed straightforward. Meng Haizhou gave a thumbs up and praised, as expected of the Jun family's third young master. Truly heroic, just like Grandpa Jun's style back in the day. These words sounded like a compliment but were actually derogatory. However, the original Jun Wuxia might not have been able to hear it. As he spoke, Meng Haizhou glanced at Tang Yuan. Just now we played dice with Tang Daxiao for a while, and Tang Daxiao could not hold on any longer. Why don't we use dice to determine the winner? I wonder if third young master has the guts to do so? Tang Yuan's face turned red and he snorted a few times but did not speak. Dice. Junxie repeated, gambling on this? Do you think this young master is afraid of you? He sighed in his heart, another goading. If it was the original Jun Moxie, it would be strange if he did not get led by the nose. Count me in as well. Dugu Xiaoyi said excitedly. Meng Haizhou suddenly felt a headache coming on. Servants, why aren't you serving tea to our honored guests? Li Feng hurriedly said. Several cups of tea were served, placed in front of everyone. Tang Yuan picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. Wiping his mouth he said, Third young master, I'm counting on you. You have to help me vent my anger. Junxie let out an insolent laugh as he raised his teacup. His eyes, however, quickly scanned the faces of everyone present. At this moment, Junxie was able to sense the happiness of Li Feng and Meng Haizhou. He could not help but feel puzzled. He lowered his head to look at the tea, bringing it to his mouth and sniffing it. Can this kind of inferior tea be used to entertain guests? This is simply too low grade. He then slammed the cup down heavily on the table. With just a sniff, Junxie was able to discern that the tea contained a strong scent of hallucinogenic grass. This strange scent was somewhat similar to the scent of opium poppies. It was likely that the effects were similar as well. Drinking it may not cause any harm to the body, but it would likely affect one's mind. Meng Haizhou's clothes were brightly colored, but the patterns on them were somewhat messy, giving off a strange feeling. Additionally, there was also a scent on his body. When combined with the scent of the hallucinogenic grass, it caused one's heart to waver. It seemed that this tea, this clothes, this fragrance all had problems. Moreover, they were all connected to one another. It seemed that there was an extremely powerful pharmacist behind these people. No wonder Tang Yuan even bet his wife to lose, so that's why. Looking at the tea in Dugu Xiaoyi's hand, it was crystal clear, and there was nothing strange about it. Obviously there was no poison in it. After all, they did not dare to offend the Dugu family. Hurry up and give third young master another cup of tea. Li Feng shouted without batting an eyelid. Seeing that Junxie did not drink it, he immediately thought of another plan. Forget it, there's no need to go through so much trouble. We're here to gamble, not to drink tea. If we really wanted to drink tea, we wouldn't have come here. Junxie said lazily, I'll take this cup, no need to change. He raised his head and drank it in one gulp. Come on, hurry up and start, I can't wait. Li Feng, Meng Haizhou, and the others were all delighted and said, We'll do as third young master says. Saying so, they ordered the servants to lead the way. They entered in a line and came to an empty hall. Apart from a large stone table and dozens of chairs, there was nothing else. Along the way they did not see anyone else. It seemed that in order to deal with Jun Moxie, this place was closed for the day. As they were walking on the road, Junxie suddenly raised his head and sneezed. The sneeze sprayed onto Tang Yuan's body, causing his snot and saliva to drip onto his robes. Tang Yuan let out a strange cry and hurriedly wiped it off. Junxie rubbed his nose and spat out a mouthful of saliva. He muttered to himself, "Strange, why do I feel dizzy and want to sneeze?" Li Feng and Meng Haizhou looked at each other, their faces full of joy. The drug has begun to take effect. Wah! In the Grand Preceptor's mansion, Grand Preceptor Li Shang was leaning on a soft couch with his eyes half closed, leisurely listening to the melodious singing of the songstress in front of the curtains. He smiled and asked, "This time why did they hand over this matter to Li Feng and Li Zhen? If they really mess it up, wouldn't we have missed a great opportunity? That Jun family's little devil is nothing to be afraid of, but the old devil Jun behind him is extremely difficult to provoke. If he finds out, although we are not afraid, it will still be troublesome." His words seemed to contain a sense of blame, but his tone was very relaxed. Although it was a question, his expression showed that he was very confident and at ease with the person in front of him. In front of him was a handsome young man dressed in a white robe. He had red lips, white teeth, delicate eyebrows and a tall stature. He was an elegant and handsome man. His body was like a mountain, and his every movement was calm and unruffled, revealing an elegant and noble demeanor. Hearing this, he smiled lightly and said in a flat tone, "Grandpa, you've always been so careful. This grandson admires you. But that Jun Wuxia is just a downright debauchee. If we send out a heavyweight to deal with such a person, then we're overestimating him. Even if this plan fails with his character, we'll certainly have more opportunities, so there's really no need to pay too much attention to him. Moreover, if a higher-level person were to mix with this kind of lowly debauchee, it would be more likely to expose our tracks and ruin the big plan. Although Jun Moxie is a debauchee, he also thinks highly of himself. If we send out a noble and resourceful person to deal with Jun Moxie, it will only backfire." His long eyebrows twitched and the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of ridicule. Li Feng and Li Zhen may be unfilial, but they can actually get along with Jun Moxie. This is the saying, everyone has their own use. Using debauches to deal with debauches, especially brainless debauches like Jun Moxie, with these two as the main leaders, we will receive unexpected miraculous results. I'm afraid that Jun Wuxia won't buy it if we use our core strength to deal with someone like Jun Wuxia. Moreover, he chuckled softly. He didn't say the rest of his words, but everyone understood what he meant. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Experts have to deal with experts. Good steel must be used on the blade's edge. Asking a peerless expert to deal with a defenseless commoner, not only will they not feel that the task is easy, but they will also feel humiliated. If spring snow were to be played in front of a butcher, not only would the player feel aggrieved, even the butcher would feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles, or perhaps even drowsy. That's true. Li Shang looked at his eldest grandson, Li Yuran, with praise and gave affirmation to his words. The more he looked at this grandson, the more satisfied he was. Zhang's son Yuran was the leading figure of the younger generation in his family. Whether it was his gestures, speech, or expression, he displayed the demeanor of a leader and was truly impeccable. Regardless of whether it was his wit or his schemes, he was the best of the best. Even his cultivation of Shen Qi belonged to the geniuses among geniuses, and he had already entered the realm of a gold Shen expert at the age of 25. This kind of speed, even in the entire Tianxiang kingdom, was absolutely unique. And the most commendable thing was that Li Yuran's temperament was very calm, neither arrogant nor rash, and he was also very low-key. He was extremely good at scheming in the dark and setting up everything. At such a young age, he already had the embryonic form of a strategist, and could decide the outcome of a battle from 1,000 miles away. Even Li Shang himself at that age was far inferior to him. It could be imagined that if the Li family wanted to soar, the hope of the next generation would be on Li Yuran's shoulders. Having such a grandson, Li Shang was truly worthy of pride. Li Yuran's greatest strength was that he would never look down on anyone. He would only judge the matter as it stood and judge people as they were. Even when he was commenting on Jun Moxie's despicable character, Li Yuran's tone was indifferent, without the slightest bit of contempt or disdain. It was just a simple comment. Such a character, no matter where he was placed, would be the best of the best and the best of the best. Although this plan is considered thorough, we still need to take precautions. If we can succeed in one go, that would be for the best. Although he felt that it was impossible for Jun Moxie to escape from this plot, this plan was personally planned by Li Yuran, and it was done through Tang Yuan. With Jun Moxie's idiotic temperament, it would be strange if he could escape. As long as Jun Moxie fell into the trap, Li Yuran would naturally have further plans, and he would never be able to escape. At that time, even if Jun Zhantian's faction did not turn over, it would inevitably fall apart because of this disappointing grandson, and he would no longer be able to pose any threat. What if? Li Yuran frowned, and instantly calculated all the plans in her mind. She shook her head with certainty. There is no what if. Moreover, Meng Haizhou is watching from the side. Although Meng Haizhou is not considered a big shot, dealing with Jun Moxie is not a problem. Jun Moxie will not be able to escape from the palm of my hand. What if he escapes? Li Shang clearly treated this sentence as a joke. Escapes? But after thinking about it seriously, she finally laughed. Li Yuran leisurely looked out the door and said, "Then he is not Jun Moxie. Brothers, we are now second in the new books list, just below Yun Defengling is very satisfied with this result, but, it seems that the gap between us and Yunder is not that big. Everyone put in more effort, we will rush forward." Is that good? Everything depends on you. The people behind are chasing closely, everyone can't relax, I will quickly go down to right. 18 p.m. the third chapter. Chapter 17. It was true that everyone had to admit that Li Yuran's plan for Jun Moxie had been aimed at Jun Moxie's temperament. In fact, it could even be said to be perfect. However, this perfect plan had a very special flaw. If the target of their plan had been Jun Moxie, then it would have been a fact that their plan would have been a sure thing. But now Jun Moxie was Jun Xie. Would the plan still go smoothly? Inside the 1,000 Gold Hall. How about we follow third young master's habits? 1,000 taels of silver? Or, a little more? Li Feng asked with a smile as everyone sat down around the table. 1,000 taels of silver? Dugu Xiaoyi cried out in surprise. Her fair face flushed red. You're betting that much? Although she was the only daughter of the Dugu family, her daily necessities were always well taken care of. As a girl, she didn't have much to spend other than buying gold and silver jewelry when she was in the mood. The 180 taels of silver barley she had on her was already a lot. She didn't expect to bet 1,000 taels of silver here. The total amount of silver in her pouch was only 11 taels of silver. Actually, this was normal. 1,000 taels of silver was at least a few dozen caddies. Even a nouveau riche wouldn't carry a few dozen caddies of silver around randomly. After all, there were still things like banknotes in this world. 1,000 taels of silver? How long would that take? I don't have that much time. Let's be straightforward. Each bet will be a minimum of 10,000 taels of silver. There's no upper limit. That's it. Jun Xie laughed. I have plenty of silver. It's just a small amount. It's not worth mentioning. Tang Yuan jumped in fright. A bet of 1,000 taels isn't small, third young master. He clearly knew that Jun Xie had only brought a total of 50,000 taels with him. If the limit was really 10,000 taels, he would lose it all in minutes if he was unlucky. However, on second thought, it was better to lose it all as soon as possible. He had already lost a lot today. Moreover, he had already gotten the written promissory note, so he couldn't afford to lose his brother as well. If he only lost 50,000 taels, it wouldn't be a big deal. Thus, he didn't stop Jun Xie. Jun Sunshao is such a straightforward person. I like dice the most. Everyone depends on their luck. One roll and two stare at each other. It's fair and just. Meng Haizhou laughed. Cut the crap and hurry up. How do we play? Do you want to see who is bigger or smaller, or do you want to guess? Jun Xie looked a little impatient. If someone was observant, they would be able to see that Jun Xie's eyes seemed to have turned red, which meant that the drug had begun to take effect. The opportunity was close. Meng Haizhou looked at Jun Xie's eyes without batting an eyelid and said, "Let's make it simpler. Big or small? How about that?" Jun Xie nodded. Sure. For the sake of fairness, everyone who participated in the game had to take out a sufficient amount of banknotes and take turns to roll the dice. Whoever had the highest number would be the banker. According to the number of people, if there were 7 people, there would be 7 dice for each banker. If there were 6 people, there would be 6 dice. Then after this round, there would be the last round. Whoever won would be the banker. After a round of modesty, there were 5 people. Jun Xie, Meng Haizhou, Meng Fei, Li Feng and Li Zhen. Tang Yuan was now clean, so he could only be a spectator. Dugu Xiaoyi came in a threatening manner, but she didn't bring enough money with her. If she didn't have enough money, even the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't give her face. She could only be a spectator. Her pretty face was flushed with anger. She obviously felt that she had lost face. Jun Xie's mind turned. How could he not make use of such a big backer? He said, Miss Dugu is a woman, so naturally she can't play around with us. In my opinion, how about Miss Dugu versus Piaohong? What is Piaohong? Dugu Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. Piaohong is a bet outside the game. It means that even if you don't participate in the game, you can still place a bet. For example, if you bet 5 taels of silver on me to win, and if I lose I'll be a burden to Mississippi. Then you won't be able to get your 5 taels of silver back. It'll be considered a public bet, and you'll be able to split it evenly with the other gamblers. But if I win, Miss will be able to bring me luck, and you'll be able to get back 10 taels of silver with interest. Junxia explained in detail. Good. Dugu Xiaoyi immediately became excited. Then I'll bet 5 taels of silver on you for the first round. Junxia laughed. A beauty betting will increase my luck greatly. I'll win without a doubt. Li Feng and the rest sneered at him. Everyone thought to themselves, laugh, 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 you'll be crying soon. Everyone had thrown the dice and only Junxia was left. Meng Haizhou now had the largest number of points. He had 1 6, 2 5s and 16 points. With 3 dice this was already a considerable number of points. If he didn't bet 18 points, then he could only win with 17 points. Li Feng and the others all had smug expressions on their faces. As long as Meng Haizhou was the banker, they were confident that they could continue in one go and make Junxia lose so badly that he would have to take off his pants. They would first make him lose until his eyes were red, and then they could smoothly continue with their plan. Junxia held the 3 jade dice in his hand, a faint smile on his face. However, he could not stop himself from cursing out in his heart. Doing something to the tea was one thing, but to think that they would actually do something to the dice as well. It was obvious that something else had been poured in, and the weight was exceptionally difficult to grasp. It was definitely not lead because if it was lead it would be slightly heavier. But now it was clearly very even. Only a liquid substance like mercury could make it so mysterious and unpredictable. Only someone who was familiar with the mysteries of it would be able to throw an ideal number. If it was an ordinary person, even if they found out that it was a trick, they would not be able to do anything about it. As for himself, Junxia blew on it, and with a twist of his wrist, the 3 dice fell into the dice cup, making a pleasant sound as they collided. At the same time, Junxia's right hand was placed on the table, and a thin stream of air as thin as a needle was sent out from his fingers without anyone noticing, extending into the dice cup. Everyone held their breath at the same time and looked over with their eyes wide open. The 3 dice rolled a few times and stopped. How is this possible? Li Zhen's eyes widened as he exclaimed, his face dejected. Everyone on Meng Haizhou's side let out a disappointed sigh. Only Tang Yuan cheered loudly, dancing with joy and laughing heartily. 2 dice at 6 points, 1 at 5 points, 17 points. It was 1 point higher than Meng Haizhou, who had the highest number of points. Meng Haizhou's side's hopes were dashed and everyone was dumbfounded. Jun Moxie really had some dog shit luck today. Junxia was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Wow, Miss Dugu's luck is really good, bringing me to prosperity. This is really what the heavens want. Today it's time for me to go on a killing spree." As he spoke, he closed the dice cup and shook it in his hand, urging, place your bets, quickly place your bets." Pa. Junxia slammed the dice cup on the stone table and then let go of it. His other hand gently held on to the edge of the stone table, his face nervous. But his internal energy had already reached the bottom of the dice cup, ready to go. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger? I'll do my best to write, brothers and sisters, do your best too. Everyone charge. Thanks to Azure Cloud Sword, Wind Azure Dragon, Shadow Behind the Light, Nice 123, The Fool, Oing Luo U, and other brothers and sisters for their gifts and support. Thanks to Dark Mountain Clouds and Rain for your support. Chapter 18. Li Feng and the rest looked at Meng Haizhou. Among these people, Meng Haizhou's gambling skills were the best and he had some experience in listening to the dice. Especially since these were specially made dice that he had prepared himself, he was naturally quite confident in his chances. Everyone was holding back their urge to make Junxia lose everything as soon as possible. Meng Haizhou's closed eyes suddenly opened and he confidently said, "Big." He then picked up 50,000 taels of silver and placed it on big. Li Feng and the rest followed suit and placed their bets on big, waiting for a good show to happen. Seeing this, Tang Yuan could not help but feel shocked. He knew that Junxia only had a total of 50,000 taels of silver with him. If he were to lose, he would not even be able to afford to pay for this bet. What should they do? With a push of his inner energy, the dice silently flipped over one by one. Junxia slowly shouted, "Place your bets, open up." The dice cup was opened, revealing 3 dice, 1 with a 2 and 2 with a 1. In total there were only 4 points small. Meng Haizhou's face changed greatly. How could this be? He clearly heard that at least one of the 3 dice had a 6, a 90% chance of winning big. But when it was opened there was no 6. Could it be that he was negligent and heard a 6 instead of a 1? Junxia took the banknotes in front of everyone and gave 10 taels of silver to Dugu Xiaoyi. He then took out a 1,000 taels note and gave it to her. Miss Dugu, congratulations on making a fortune. Thank you for your good luck. In addition to the red, I will give you another 1,000 taels. Dugu Xiaoyi held the banknotes in her small hands and could not help but smile. Her big eyes narrowed into a line. She patted Junxia's shoulder in a very brotherly manner and said, "Good job, Jun brat, I will bet on you again next round. I will bet on this 1,000 taels." She completely forgot that the person in front of her was a super debauchee that she hated very much. Li Feng laughed dryly and said, "Third young master's luck is really good, winning at the start." He secretly gave Meng Haizhou a questioning look. Meng Haizhou's expression was heavy as he shook his head. Obviously he didn't know what was going on either. Junxia had already taken the hallucinogen, and the dice were his usual water jade dice. Was it just a coincidence? However, his ability to listen to dice had not reached an extremely high level. It was possible that he had misheard. In any case, it was only 1 round. As long as he won it later, he would have the time and capital. However, in the next few rounds, Junxia was still muddle-headed and continued to win. The banknotes in front of him were stacked up high. There was already more than 3 million taels of silver. Together with Dugu Xiaoyi, they had already won a total of 20,000 taels of silver. As for the Li brothers and the Meng brothers, their faces were ashen. You cheated. You cheated. Li Zhen stood up with his face flushed red. He had bet the most and only a pitiful few of the 700,000 plus banknotes were left. He pointed his finger at Junxia, his face flushed red with anger. Not to mention Li Zhen, even Meng Haizhou was getting more and more suspicious. How could he guess wrongly again and again? On the other hand, Junxia's eyes seemed to be getting more and more confused. But why did he not lose as if possessed by the god of fortune? 1 or 2 rounds of coincidences might be possible, but so many coincidences, it really didn't make sense. If you don't have money, then get off. If you can't afford to lose, then don't play. Junxia didn't even look at him. His nose was up in the air as he said disdainfully, "To catch a thief, you have to catch the stolen goods. To catch an adulterer, you have to catch both of them. Which eye of yours saw me cheating? Miss Dugu is a connoisseur and she was sitting right beside me. Did I do anything?" Li Zhen glared fiercely at him, almost wanting to swallow him into his stomach. But Junxia had dragged Dugu Xiaoyi into the conversation. Adding on to the fact that they already had ulterior motives, he immediately became mute. Dugu Xiaoyi didn't really understand the rules of the game, and she wasn't the expert that Junxia was talking about. But she had always bet on Junxia. After a few rounds, she had already won 20,000 taels. She was in a good mood and couldn't help but pout when she heard Li Zhen's words. How boring. If you win, you're laughing and ha. If you lose, you're saying that he cheated. Your Li family really knows how to do it. I was right beside that Jun brat. He was just throwing the dice as usual. How could he cheat? What do you mean by cheating? Who forced him to call for help? Li Zhen was somewhat lacking in confidence. Dugu Xiaoyi pointed at Tang Yuan. He went to call Jun Moxie over. It would be strange if he didn't call for help. What's more, the gambling is so lively. The famous gambler Tang Daxiao is actually just watching. This means that you guys have already won all his money. He wouldn't stop gambling if he didn't have any money on him. Do you really think that I'm a fool? Everyone was a little surprised. They didn't expect that the usually fiery little chili pepper would have such a meticulous mind. The Grand Preceptor's residence. Reporting to young master, Jun Moxie has already entered the 1,000 gold hall. However, he brought along the Dugu family's Dugu Xiaoyi. A guard reported. Dugu Xiaoyi? Why would she go to the 1,000 gold hall? Li Yuran frowned slightly and asked in surprise. It shouldn't be premeditated. They really did meet on the road by chance. Miss Dugu even beat Jun Moxie and scolded him. In the end, she forced Jun Moxie to bring her to the 1,000 gold hall. The guard was hidden in a dark corner and saw the entire process clearly. Even if it wasn't premeditated, there's no helping it. Jun Moxie. This brat's luck is really not bad. Li Yuran took a deep breath and smiled faintly. Since that's the case, you go and inform Li Feng, Li Zhen and Meng Haizhou immediately. Today's plan is cancelled. Let them find a reason to escape. Even if they lose a little, it doesn't matter. They must set another date with Jun Moxie. Go. Yes. The Imperial bodyguard replied and dashed out. That's right. Making a prompt decision is the style of a great master. Li Shang chuckled. With Dugu Xiaoyi around, if Jun Moxie falls into our trap according to the original plan, Dugu Xiaoyi will go back and tell those old fellows. Beating the grass to scare the snake will not be good. Therefore giving up is the best choice. Furthermore, it doesn't matter if that debauchee wins a little. It will only fuel his arrogance and make it easier for the next plan. Li Yuran smiled faintly. She thought to herself, could it be that Jun Moxie purposely brought Dugu Xiaoyi along? Thinking about it again, she suddenly felt that it was funny. With that pig head of Jun Moxie, how could he have such a nimble mind? It seemed that this brat's luck was really good today. Li Yuran didn't know that at this moment, it was already too late. At this moment, it wasn't a matter that could be resolved just by losing a little. 1,000 gold haul. Following that, due to Li Zhen's protest, everyone changed the gambling method 3 times. Jun Moxie arrogantly shouted, causing the 6 debauches to be fuming with anger. His words were sharp, but his hands were firm. He actually won the 6 debauches until their mouths were crooked and their eyes were slanted. Their wallets were empty. Jun Moxie complacently shared the spoils with the beaming Dugu Xiaoyi as though no one was around. There was a huge pile of banknotes. The few people opposite looked at each other and sat there dumbfounded. Seeing Jun Moxie exaggeratedly counting the banknotes one by one, they were so angry that their livers hurt. That's all us. Taking advantage of the fact that Jun Moxie wasn't paying attention, Dugu Xiaoyi rolled her eyes and grabbed a handful of banknotes. It seemed to be at least 100,000 taels. With lightning speed she stuffed it into her bosom. She stuck out her chest and snorted, Jun Moxie, the reason why you can win this time is because I'm by your side bringing you luck. If I take a little more you won't mind, right? You've already put it into your bosom. If I snatch it from you, I'll be acting like a hooligan. Why would I mind? Rubbing his nose, he smiled bitterly, I don't mind, why would I mind? If it wasn't for Miss Dugu bringing me luck, how could I win so easily? This is what I should do, what I should do. Dugu Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. Her canine teeth were exposed again. Then, should I grab another handful? Jun Moxie was shocked. He glanced at her and said, Great aunt, you've already taken the bet and I've also taken the bet. You can't be so shameless. Kikik. This lady is just teasing you. It's just a little bit of money, look at how stingy you are. Dugu Xiaoyi laughed happily. She felt that she was right to come here today. Not only did she get to enjoy gambling, she also got such a huge income. Including her own bet and the money she had just stolen, her net income was close to 200,000 taels. She was really happy. Little money? A few 100,000 taels was still a little money? Fatty, who was standing at the side, also wanted to get a share of the loot. However, after watching for a while, he was too embarrassed to do so. He looked at Jun Xie with a pitiful expression, but Jun Xie did not even look at him. He was instantly depressed. No matter what, he was still a man. Why couldn't he learn from a little girl and steal from her? I want to cry, why am I not a little girl? Jun Xie was also depressed in his heart. You're a big fatty who weighs more than 400 kilograms. Do you think it's appropriate for you to make such a resentful expression? You're just like a pig with a bitter gourd on its head. I wanted to give you some pocket money, but when I saw your face, I took it back. Go write your chapters, brothers and sisters, help the evil monarch. Recommendation tickets are in great need now. The second update is before 12 a.m. Chapter 19. Stretching lazily, Jun Xie stood up and laughed frivolously. Do you still have any silver? If not, I'm going back to sleep. We've only gambled for a short while and we've only won a few silvers. What a disappointment. Miss Dugu, don't you agree? Jun Xie knew that he had already broken one of the opponent's plans. And now, it was time for the opponent to reveal his true intentions. You can't leave. Li Zhen and the rest were indeed anxious. At this moment, including Meng Haizhou, everyone's mind was a mess. They had no idea how they had lost, and in such a muddled manner. Everyone's gambling skills were better than Jun and Mo Xie's. But, the 4 of them had still lost everything even though they had joined hands. Moreover, Meng Haizhou had clearly drunk the hallucinogen. Moreover, the dice had been tampered with by them. Moreover, Meng Haizhou's body had been specially sprinkled with a kind of perfume. This perfume could stimulate the minds of those who had taken the hallucinogen. Therefore, they would unknowingly be manipulated by them. But even so, the 4 of them had still lost so badly. How could they explain this? Could it be that Jun Moxie's luck was too good? But the number of points in each round was only slightly higher than theirs. Even if it was a coincidence, there was no such thing. If he was cheating, how did he do it? A person who had drunk the hallucinogen and whose gambling skills were in a mess could cheat. That would be a miracle. The plan that had been formulated in advance had been smooth sailing ever since Tang Yuan had entered the dice. But who would have thought that the main character, Jun and Wuxia, would arrive? Their plan would fail before it could be implemented. The 6 of them had lost so badly that their butts were bare. So, what was the point of talking about a plan? But once they thought of the consequences of not being able to complete the task, they all shivered, and could not help but reveal a look of fear in their eyes. Li Yuren's gentle and refined face, in the hearts of these people, was even scarier than the devil's sinister smile. Even when Li Yuren gave the order to kill and exterminate the entire clan, the expression on his face was still gentle, and amiable. That was an existence that was even more devilish than the devil. I still want to bet with you. I still have my gambling capital. Meng Haizhou took off the jade pendant hanging on his waist and threw it on the table. Haha, do you really think I'm a trash collector? Jun Xie smiled disdainfully. You want to bet with me with some trash? If that's the case, I might as well go home and take a nap. Shaking his head, he turned around to leave. Wait. Meng Haizhou shouted, his eyes staring at Li Zhen and the others. Take out everything you can. Li Zhen and the others also knew that if they returned like this, their fates would be extremely miserable. One by one they took off their clothes and took out all the valuable things they had on them, such as gems, pearls and jade ornaments. This is young Master Tang Yuan's sword and jade pendant. I'll bet them too. It was originally 1.5 million, but now I'll only bet 1 million. Meng Haizhou stared closely at Jun Xie. Jun Moxie, I believe you really want to win it back for him? Dugu Xiaoyi was a little dazed. She also knew the origins of Fatty Tang's sword and jade pendant. With her intelligence, she instantly understood that this bet was not as simple as it seemed. However, she was not afraid, nor did she intend to stay out of it. This kind of show was very interesting. He is him, I am me. What does his things have to do with our bet? Jun Xie looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. If I win, then those are my spoils of war. Things that belong to me. If I like to soak in the gutter, then soak in the gutter. I can give it to whoever I like. What does it have to do with Tang Yuan? Help him win it back. You really know how to think. If Tang Yuan uses this to bet money with you, that's his business. It has nothing to do with me. When Tang Yuan brings the money back to you, that's also your business. What does it have to do with me? As he said that, Jun Xie could not help but look at the jade pendant and sword, but in his heart he chuckled. These are not ordinary items. Jun Xie's mouth revealed an evil smile. Master Meng Daxiao, don't you think so? Hearing Jun Xie's words, everyone present was dumbfounded. Even Tang Yuan and Dugu Xiaoyi were greatly surprised. Tang Yuan had just revealed an overjoyed expression, but immediately his face became sullen again. Meng Haizhou's face immediately turned pale. He understood Jun Xie's meaning very clearly because he understood he was at a loss. If the sword and the jade pendant were to be lost to Jun Xie today, and Tang Yuan came to redeem them tomorrow, what should he do? Although Jun Moxie's words did not seem to be righteous, it was reasonable. The game had its rules. The collateral could only be sold if it could not be redeemed at the maturity. If it was sold now, it would not be justifiable. Tang Yuan had inexplicably suffered such a big loss today. How could he be willing to leave the matter at that? With his vengeful personality, if he came to redeem them and they could not take out the money, it would be a big disaster. At that time, they would be in the wrong if they took the opportunity to create trouble. But then he immediately made up his mind. I am already in a difficult situation right now. Why care about the future? Moreover, I may not lose. As for young Master Tang, we naturally have other ways to explain it. There is no need for Jun Sunshao to worry about this. Moreover, Jun Sunshao may not have the ability to win these things. Meng Haizhou pushed all the jade pendants, pearls and swords forward on the table, gritted his teeth and went straight to the point. Jun Sunshao, this is the Rui jade bestowed by the Emperor. This is my uncle's most treasured sword. This is the luminous pearl that Grand Preceptor Li gave to Li Feng. These are all priceless items. I believe that if we were to appraise them, they would be worth at least 10 million taels. With Third Young Master's current amount of money, it seems impossible to reach that amount. If Third Young Master is willing to bet, but it is inconvenient for you to have it, I can make the decision and allow Third Young Master to use other things to bet. Then what do you want me to use as the bet? Don't tell me you want to bet with your body. Don't tell me you have a younger sister who can't get married, and you want me to be your younger sister's husband? But why haven't I heard that you have a younger sister? Jun Xie squinted his eyes and picked his ear. Dugu Xiaoyi could not help but giggle and then put on a straight face and kicked him fiercely from under the table. Jun Xie immediately grimaced in pain. The veins on Meng Haizhou's face throbbed, and he almost vomited blood in anger, but he forced himself to hold it in. Third young master is joking, the bet is very simple. If I lose, everything here will naturally belong to third young master. On the other hand, if I win by luck, third young master must agree to one of my requests. Do something for me, how about it? You're joking, how can I do that? Wuxia thought to himself, the climax of the show is here, they must have had a hard time holding it in until now. He could not help but laugh and shook his head to refuse. If you want me to commit suicide, do you think I will go? If you want me to give you all the Jun family's assets, do you think I will give it to you? This condition of yours is really, TSK, do you really think I'm stupid? I can guarantee that what third young master has considered will not happen. This matter will not only not require a single cent from Jun Sunshao, it will also not cause any harm to third young master. And third young master, you can definitely do it. If third young master feels that you can't do it, then forget about it, it's fine. Meng Haizhou almost could not help but beat up this hateful guy in front of him and then step on him. So cheap. Then why not bet? Wuxia readily agreed. How do we bet? Let's bet on the dice. Meng Haizhou's face showed an expression of desperation, and he had the look of a classic gambler. Just you and me. Let's see who has the biggest number, no banker. Whoever has the biggest number wins. Jun Moxie, do you dare? Aha, do you think I'm afraid of a loser like you? Betting on the dice. Do you think you can beat me? What a joke. Wuxia had a brainless and arrogant look on his face, as if he was about to ascend to the heavens. If not for the little thing hanging from his crotch, he would have already ascended to the heavens. Brothers support. When Feng Ling was reading online literature, the first book he read was The Legend of the Evil God, and he admired De Yun very much. Today we meet on the new books list, what an honor. To be able to exchange blows with the idol of my heart is also one of life's greatest joys. Whether we win or lose, we have to give it our all. Here I wish De Yun all the best in achieving glory. And I wish myself all the best. Recommendation tickets. Chapter 20. Li Zhen, Li Feng and the rest's eyes lit up. Everyone was a little excited. They knew that Meng Haizhou had some attainments in dice rolling. He had never lost before, and that set of dice was prepared by Meng Haizhou. If there were only two people gambling, it would be strange if Meng Haizhou couldn't win. Everyone present was well aware of Jun Moxie's gambling skills. Although they did not know what kind of luck Jun Moxie had just run into, there was no hope for Jun Moxie to win against Meng Haizhou. Who's first? Wuxia swung his leg. It was still hurting from the kick from Dugu Xiaoyi. I'll go first. Meng Haizhou grabbed the dice in his hand and weighed it in his hand. He calmed his mind and tried to calm the churning blood in his chest. He closed his eyes and mumbled something as if he was begging for something. This set of dice involved all the wealth that these people could take out. If they lost, the consequences would be unthinkable. Wuxia sighed and tapped his fingers on the table. He whispered to Dugu Xiaoyi, do you think he will ask for help from the ghosts of his ancestors? Why do I feel that the atmosphere is so strange? It's so gloomy, as if something is wrong. He rolled up his sleeves and made a fuss. Look, I'm getting goosebumps. Dugu Xiaoyi's stiff face collapsed because of the strange atmosphere. She laughed uncontrollably. Why didn't she realize that this foppish guy was such an interesting person? On the other hand, Li Feng and the others glared at Wuxia, thinking that he was deliberately trying to disturb Meng Haizhou's state. Wuxia and Tang Yuan did not back down and glared back at him. After a long time, Meng Haizhou roared. He lifted his wrist and turned his fingers. With a series of crisp sounds, the three dice fell into the dice cup and started spinning. 6, 6, 6. Li Feng and the rest looked at the spinning dice nervously. They roared in unison, spittle flying everywhere. The atmosphere was so heated that it was as if they were in a casino with hundreds of people. The first die stopped rolling. It was a 6. Immediately after, the second die also stopped. It was still a 6. Li Feng and the others were overjoyed. Even though the third die was still spinning, everyone seemed to have victory in their hands. Immediately, everyone's eyes became fanatical and they shouted even louder, 6. 6, 6. If it was 3 6s, then Wuxia would lose 99% of the time. Unless he also threw 3 6s to tie, he would definitely lose. But how could an ancestor leopard appear so easily? A few of them occasionally looked at Wuxia with eyes full of pride. The last die finally slowed down and was about to stop. Looking at the color on the surface, it was also a 6. Even Meng Haizhou often breathed a sigh of relief. Today's bet was really beyond his level. Usually, it was already good to be able to roll 2 6s. This time he would definitely win. In an instant, the room was silent. Li Feng, Li Zhen, Meng Haizhou and the others looked on happily. The ecstatic expression on their faces froze instantly, but the eyes of the six of them suddenly turned red. Li Lin and Meng Fei, who were slightly younger, grinned and were about to cry. The 3 dice lay quietly in the dice cup. 1 point, 1 2 points, 1 3 points. If Meng Haizhou was the banker, according to the rules of gambling, he would lose. In other words, no matter what the others bet, he would lose. It's over. Meng Haizhou closed his eyes and fainted. The other 5 people looked as if they had lost their parents, staring blankly at the 3 dice in the dice cup. Their eyes were dull and there were signs of them wanting to burst into tears. Wah! Ah! Tang Yuan jumped high. It was hard to imagine how such a big fatty could jump. He grabbed Junxia's shoulder in ecstasy. Third young master, your luck today is really incurable. The god of fortune has arrived. Wah! What god of fortune has arrived? It's clearly the god of gambling has arrived. Now it's my turn. Junxia had a look of lingering fear. I was scared to death just now. No wonder Brother Meng prepared for so long. It turned out that you wanted to play such a difficult move. I really admire you. He clicked his tongue twice. This level, it's simply as many as you want. It's really amazing. This kind of skill is absolutely not something an ordinary person can have. You really are the god of gambling. What do you mean it's your turn? Third young master, you don't have to throw any more. You've already won. It's 1 2 3 a straight loss. Tang Yuan leapt high into the air once again. The fat on his entire body violently undulated on a magnificent scale. It trembled for a long time before he finally calmed down. Bullsh T. You haven't won yet. This one doesn't differentiate between the winner and the loser. Li Feng roared hoarsely. His eyes were bloodshot and his body was trembling. What if you also threw 1 2 3? Do you think that's possible? Tang Yuan looked at him with disdain. He actually asked such a retarded question. How did I lose to this bunch of retards earlier? That's true. Junxia laughed out. Then this young master will display my matchless gambling skills for all of you to see. You quickly wake Meng Daxiao up. What if he says he didn't see it and goes back on his word? Seeing is believing, Junxia said in a sincere tone. Fuck. Why is this guy so smart today? Li Feng and the rest looked at each other. Even the last option is gone. Dugu Xiaoyi was not afraid of things escalating. She laughed and joined in the fun. He's not awake yet. It's okay. I'll kick him a few times. He'll definitely wake up. Meng Haizhou, who was lying on the ground, had already woken up. His plan was to go back on his word. As long as Junxia threw the dice, the others would immediately admit that he won and keep the dice. Then Meng Haizhou would get up and say that he didn't see it. It didn't count. Let's do it again. Meng Haizhou had even prepared an excuse. You gambled with me, not with them. They said you won, but I didn't see it. Of course it doesn't count if I didn't see it. Who would have thought that Junxia would see through it? If he let Dugu Xiaoyi kick him a few times, oh my god, without waiting for him to take the initiative to get up, Tang Yuan kicked Meng Haizhou's body. Stop pretending to be dead and get up. Meng Haizhou screamed in pain and sat up. He saw Junxia, Tang Yuan and Dugu Xiaoyi smiling at him. He stood up shamelessly. Meng Haizhou's face was full of frustration and his eyes were full of resentment. He saw Junxia, Tang Yuan and Dugu Xiaoyi smiling at him. If Dugu Xiaoyi had not come here today, Meng Haizhou would have had the urge to forcefully imprison Junxia. Footsteps sounded at the door. A person hurried in. Young Master Meng, Young Master Li. He suddenly stopped. The person who came was the guard who was sent to deliver the message. But when he saw the expressions on the faces of Li Feng and the rest, even a pig would know that there was a major change in the situation. But no one would have thought that things would turn out like this. Watch carefully. Junxia proudly picked up the dice and looked at Meng Haizhou. Meng Haizhou and the others' faces were ashen as they watched Junxia's performance. Their teeth clenched so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. We're rich. Junxia laughed heartily as he walked out of the door. Behind him, a guard carrying a large bundle followed behind him. After Junxia and the rest left, there was one less cup for everyone to drink tea. But all the nouveau riche were so dejected that no one noticed, thanks to Throwing Hedgehog, Young Master Xia, Wind Blue Dragon, Oing Luo, Book Friend 0907092210454491, Shushan Buddhism, Every Night Messenger, Underworld King of Shadows, Nanmen Feng Dao, ****, and other brothers and sisters tipping. Asking for recommendation votes. The distance is getting bigger. Keep going. I'm going to write. Update at midnight? Chapter 21. Dugu Xiaoyi followed behind Jun Xie, her eyes constantly glancing at the large package in the guard's hands. She had originally thought that she had earned quite a lot today. However, in the last round, Jun Xie had suddenly won so many treasures. Many of them were things that could not be measured with money. This caused Dugu Xiaoyi, who had always felt that she was not well off, to suddenly feel unbalanced in her heart. How could such a useless debauchee win so many good things? And I've always been obedient, but I don't have anything? Dugu Xiaoyi's eyes kept turning. How should I get more things from this guy? But if I ask, wouldn't I lose the demeanor of a lady from a noble family? Damn Jun Moxie, why didn't he take the initiative to offer a few things? Tang Yuan's smile almost reached the back of his ears, looking even more like a Maitreya Buddha. He walked with vigor and vigor. Third young master, you really made me completely convinced today. Wah, seeing those guys lose so cleanly, I don't have to mention the joy in my heart. Hey brother, shouldn't you give me the sword and the jade pendant? Give you? Jun Xie was taken aback and stopped walking, looking at Tang Yuan in surprise. What are you talking about? Why should I give it to you? What? Tang Yuan was stunned. He stammered, Don't you intend to return it to me? Return it to you? The expression on Jun Xie's face became even more strange. What do I owe you? I actually want to return it to you? What are you talking about? Cough cough. Tang Yuan's expression was extremely pitiful. Only now did he remember that those things were won by Jun Xie, which meant that those things already belonged to Jun Xie. Why should I ask for such precious things from him? But what if father asks after I return home? What should I do? Money was not a big problem. The biggest problem was that the item was already in Jun Xie's hands. It was even harder for him to get it back. The Tang family's eldest young master finally realized that although Jun Xie had returned victorious, his problem was still unsolved. Fatty Tang shuddered at the thought of his father's hideous face. I definitely can't return it to you. Jun Xie shook his head. I've never done anything that doesn't bring me any benefits. I won't do it today and I won't do it in the future. At this point, he looked at Tang Yuan's dejected face and suddenly changed his tone. However, I can sell it to you. How much benefit do you get from this matter? Jun Xie smiled mysteriously and stretched out a finger. Wow. You are indeed a good brother. Having escaped from death, Tang Yuan was so overjoyed that he forgot himself. Unable to restrain the excitement in his heart, he did not even think about what he could gain after losing everything. Instead, he leapt up and hugged Jun Xie. He did not expect that his weight would land on Jun Xie's body. Jun Xie's current body could not bear his weight and he fell to the ground with a loud thud. The Tang family's eldest young master was indeed a heavyweight. After pressing down on Jun Xie's body, all that could be seen was his fat jiggling on the ground. Not even the corner of Jun Xie's clothes could be seen. Dugu Xiaoyi immediately laughed so hard that she looked like a gourd covering her mouth. These two clowns. This is too funny. Everyone scrambled to pull Tang Yuan up. Jun Xie was almost suffocated to death. He was so full of fat that not even air could enter. Jun Xie was incomparably depressed. I was actually pressed down by a man today. What the hell? Fatty Tang, I am very angry. I have decided to raise the price. I will not sell the sword and the jade pendant for less than 1 million taels of silver. I will leave them for you tomorrow. Come back the day after tomorrow. It will be 1.5 million taels. Jun Xie crawled up. His nostrils were still filled with the smell of fat pork. He wanted to vomit. So he could not help but fiercely say. Tang Yuan screamed. The group of people walked out of the street in a grandiose manner. Then they stopped at the same time. The Jun and Tang family resided in the east, and the Dugu family resided in the west. As they were about to part ways, Dugu Xiaoyi suddenly felt a strange and inexplicable feeling within her heart. Looking at Jun Xie's evil smile, Dugu Xiaoyi thought to herself, although Jun Moxie's reputation is not good and he is an out-and-out debauchee, teasing him for a bit is quite interesting. Thinking of this, Dugu Xiaoyi shouted. Jun Moxie, are you coming to my grandfather's birthday? Jun Xie was startled. If my family wants me to go, then I will definitely go. What if your family doesn't want you to go? Dugu Xiaoyi bit her lip. Then I naturally won't go. Jun Xie felt very baffled. If they don't want me to go, then why should I go? Looking for a beating? Bastard. Hearing Jun Xie's words, Dugu Xiaoyi suddenly became very angry. She immediately rushed over and punched and kicked him. She said fiercely, if you dare not go, then I will beat you every time I see you. Do you understand? Jun Xie suddenly felt like a tiger falling to the plains. How sad. The dignified #1 assassin in the world is being bullied by a little girl. You can't even fight back. When will this body be able to meet my requirements? He covered his face with all his might and said, fuck. I will definitely go. I will definitely go. That's more like it. At least you know what's good for you. You must prepare a birthday gift when the time comes. It can't be less than what you won today. Dugu Xiaoyi looked at him fiercely. Her big and lively eyes wandered around the big bag reluctantly. Then she turned her head and smiled sweetly. She rubbed her wrist and snorted delicately. She turned around and put her hands behind her back. She slightly raised her chin like a proud deer and skipped away. It turned out that this girl still wanted to get more things from Junxie's hands. However, this attitude was already very different from before. Although in Dugu Xiaoyi's heart, Jun Moxie was still a good-for-nothing playboy, seeing that Dugu Xiaoyi had left, Junxie turned around and looked at Tang Yuan with a smile that wasn't a smile. Young Master Tang, you are really amazing. TSK, you even lost your wife. I really admire you. Tang Yuan's face and neck suddenly turned red. Looking at Tang Yuan, Junxie's eyes slowly turned cold. Tang Yuan, it doesn't matter if you mess around. But this time you almost caused my death. Do you know how mysterious today's matter is? Caused your death. Tang Yuan was stunned. Even in his dreams, he didn't expect that Junxie would suddenly say such earth-shattering words. Do you really think that your luck is so bad? Are you really such a muddle-headed idiot? You lost your silver and then lost your sword. You lost your sword and then lost your pendant? After losing, Peiyu was so idiotic that he even bet his fiancé on it? Tang Yuan, ask yourself, are you really such an idiot? Even if you are really such an idiot, how serious will the consequences of this matter be? The reputation of the two big families will be swept to the ground. Can you afford it? You actually didn't think about this. Don't tell me you don't feel that something is wrong? Brothers and sisters, let's move. Sand can be gathered to form a tower. Gather armpits to make a mickle. The foolish old man moves the mountain. The elite guards fill the sea. Let our evil monarch charge forward. Chapter 22. Junxie glared fiercely at Tang Yuan. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, piercing straight into his heart. Ask yourself, do you have the guts to do that? Tang Yuan's face was bitter, but he slowly calmed down. He was not an idiot. On the contrary, he was actually a very shrewd playboy. As he thought back to Junxie's words, he immediately realized that something was wrong. This matter didn't seem like something he could do at all. Even in his dreams, he might not be able to do such a thing. But such an outrageous thing happened with his own hands. What? Am I really that unbearable? No, it's not like that. Although I'm not a good person and although I often commit crimes, there are some things that I still understand. What happened today was something that I would rather die than do. But today I did it. Moreover, I did something that was even more outrageous and shameful than what I would rather die than do. This kind of thing was enough to bring shame to the entire family, so that I would never be able to make a comeback. But why did I do that? In a split second, Tang Yuan's mind was in chaos. Fatty Tang almost collapsed. Before you went in, was Meng Haizu also wearing these clothes? Junxie's eyes were sharp, but the corners of his mouth hid a devilish smile. Yes, but what does that matter? Is there a problem? Tang Yuan was puzzled. Did you smell a special fragrance on Meng Haizu's body? It smells good, right? Junxie asked again. Yes, it seems a little. It is indeed a very special fragrance. Tang Yuan was a little uncertain. After you went in, did you first serve a cup of tea like I did today? Junxie pressed on. Yes, that's right. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Junxie sneered, it's nothing. It's just the beginning of your eternal damnation. Tang Yuan wasn't an idiot. After thinking through Junxie's words, he immediately jumped up with a face full of shock. You're saying, there's actually a problem with that tea? Just the tea. Junxie sneered. Meng Haizu's clothes, that fragrance, that tea, all of them are problematic. A group of gamblers gathered together to drink tea first? What kind of rule was this? You pighead. You still haven't noticed such an obvious flaw? Then, didn't you drink it too? Why are you fine? Tang Yuan was still confused. Do you still remember that after I drank the tea, I sneezed before I went in? Junxie had an indescribable expression on his face. With a faint smile, he said, I even wet your clothes, didn't I? Yeah, something like that happened. Tang Yuan suddenly remembered. Most people would only spit out some saliva when they sneeze. But I directly wet a large part of your clothes. Did you not suspect anything? Junxie tilted his head and looked at him. I see. Tang Yuan suddenly understood. Then he was puzzled. But how did you know so clearly? How did I know so clearly? Junxia was startled. This was a difficult question to answer. Could it be that he had to tell him that in his past life he was already extremely familiar with these kinds of drugs, to the point that he did not need to use his nose or eyes to feel them? Junxia rubbed his nose. He had no choice but to pour a basin of dirty water on himself. About that, I used this to do the same thing. Do you understand? As expected of Jun Sunshao. Really good. Tang Yuan immediately admired him from the bottom of his heart. He said in admiration, "You really are a great connoisseur." Junxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reminded him, "Although your note has been destroyed, I'm afraid that the news of you losing your wife will still be spread out. You should think about what to do first." "Yeah, what should I do?" As soon as this matter was mentioned, Tang Yuan suddenly panicked and had no idea. "At present you only have one way. That is to go home immediately and then tell this matter to your old man. Don't hide anything and don't exaggerate anything. Make the first move and gain the upper hand. Let your old man quickly come up with an idea and formulate a countermeasure in advance. If your old man comes back to ask you after knowing from others, then you are really finished." Junxia laughed sinisterly in his heart. "As for you, you were completely set up. I believe your old man will not blame you too much. Moreover, your old man is definitely better than you on how to do this matter. Don't you have a stomach full of anger towards them now? Then let me tell you a smart move. Leave your treasured sword and pendant with me for the time being. Then you take 1,000,000 taels of silver and ask them to get back the mortgage. And they can't take it out. Do you understand what I mean?" Junxia lowered his voice like a devil tempting the people to commit a crime. "That's right." Tang Yuan slapped his thigh. "This is the only feasible way and the only chance to fight for the initiative. But as long as they use money to get back the mortgage from you, then..." "Fool, at that time they used those things to bet on a promise from me. They didn't bet on a specific amount of silver. There is a big difference between the two. Would I give it to them? Stupid. I've already said it like this and you still don't understand. What are you waiting for?" Junxia laughed. "Alright, I'll give you another thing." As if performing a magic trick, Junxia took out a teacup from his pocket. The most surprising thing was that there were a few water droplets at the bottom of the teacup. "This is the cup with the hallucinogen in it. I took it along the way." Junxia laughed. "There seems to be some in it." "Ah. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Third young master is really brilliant." Amidst the flattery, Fatty Tang carefully took the cup, and like a wild horse that had its butt cut by a knife, he literally rolled away. "You want to trick me? Then I'll trick you first." Junxia looked at Fatty Tang's back, stirring up a cloud of dust, and smiled proudly. With Fatty Tang's and his father-in-law's family background, the Li and Ming families would probably be very lively this time, right? Junxia was already prepared to watch the show from a small stool. If not for Dugu Xiaoyi's unexpected participation in the bet, and the fact that Jun Moxie had become Junxia, the final outcome would have been different. Even if he was not afraid, he would have to expose his true strength in order to break out of this situation, and become the target of public criticism. That would not be worth it. Although their opponents were also a few good-for-nothings on the surface, the families standing behind these good-for-nothings were all first-rate families in the capital. Without the approval of the family, how could they dare to drug Tang Yuan and Junxia with just these few pieces of raw materials? How could they dare to act so arrogantly and recklessly? Impossible. There was absolutely no such possibility. Although Jun Moxie was a very disappointing debauchee, behind him stood Grandpa Jun and the Jun family. On the surface, the Jun family only had Grandpa Jun to support them. However, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Nearly a third of the military's generals were under Grandpa Jun's command. It could be said that as long as Grandpa Jun was around, these people would be the strong backing of that debauchee Jun Moxie. Because, whether they were willing or not, they were branded with the word, Jun. If something were to happen, it would be enough to shake the entire court. If the Jun family were to fall, these people would not have a good time either. When the tree falls, the rats would scatter and they would be suppressed by the other factions. But as long as the Jun family existed, these people would have a backbone, and they would be able to unite and fight against external enemies. It didn't matter if they were domestic political enemies or foreign enemies. So, nothing could happen to the Jun family. So, if something were to happen to Jun Moxie, these people would not just stand by and watch. Although all of them looked down on this debauchee from the bottom of their hearts, they would not hesitate to take action when the time came. It was the same for Tang Yuan's family. Although the Tang family's influence was not as great as the Jun family's, but it was definitely one of the best in the capital. If the Tang family and the Jun family were to join hands, even the Dugu family would have to retreat. Of course, this did not mean that the Jun family was inferior to the Dugu family. During the Jun family's heyday, they had suppressed the Dugu family to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. Moreover, this had lasted for a full 7 years. But now, the Jun family's talents had withered, and the Dugu family had sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. In this regard, the Dugu family's talents were much more abundant than the Jun family's. So, the Dugu family currently had great potential. At least, they definitely had more potential than the Jun family in the eyes of outsiders. But as long as Grandpa Jun was around, the Jun family would not fall. Even if the emperor wanted to move against the Jun family, they would have to think twice. In fact, it could even be said that they wouldn't dare. But now, the Li and Ming families had simultaneously moved against Tang Yuan and Jun Xie. This seemed a bit unusual. Very unusual. There must be something fishy if things are unusual. Yes, it was only a few foppish playboys who took action this time. They were genuine foppish playboys. Even if the matter was really blown up in a normal sense, it was just a few kids playing around. Everyone just laughed it off and no one would really take it to heart. But on the other hand, what if they succeeded? I recommend a book for women, The Great Tang Nutritionist. Brothers and sisters who are interested can read it. Chapter 23. Jun Xie speculated that if they were to succeed today, Tang Yuan and himself would fall into the enemy's hands. The Tang family did not matter as they had other successors, but the Jun family only had him, the only scorpion. Although it was just a request, but if it was given to the ignorant Jun Moxie, only God knows what kind of disaster it would turn into. Most likely, he would not know that he had caused a disaster and would still be proud of himself. In any case, his grandfather would clean up the mess for him. At that time, once the struggle becomes clear, the enemy would have something to use against him. Even if Grandpa Jun was willing to sacrifice his own family for the sake of righteousness, what would those generals do? Even a little bit of hesitation could lead to immeasurable consequences. Jun Xie felt that he needed to recharge. Even though his experience from his past life was rich, today, Jun Xie could clearly feel his own inadequacies. First was the so-called political sensitivity. This was something that he lacked the most in his previous life as an assassin. If he was still a lone assassin in this life, it would not matter. But if he wanted to establish a foothold in this big family, protect the people he cared about from harm, and maintain the stability of this big situation, it would be a fool's dream if he did not have a very keen political sensitivity. He did not need to be an official, he did not need to rise and fall in the court, but he needed to have the awareness to fight. It was already noon when Grandpa Jun returned home. On the way back, he happened to meet the Tang family's old master Tang Wanli, who was angrily leading a group of warriors and bodyguards as they galloped through the streets, heading north. From the looks of it, he was definitely going to find someone to cause trouble for. The north was where the Li family, Ming family and several other big families were located. Looking at Tang Wanli's face that was as black as the bottom of a pot, the anger between his eyebrows seemed to be on the verge of bursting out. Grandpa Jun was secretly pleased, but I have not seen this old thing so angry for a long time. The old master Tang, who had always been amiable, to be angered to such an extent, no matter who he is targeting, this drama will be very entertaining. What he didn't know was that the main character who directed this drama was his grandson, Jun Moxie, whom he disliked the most. Grandpa Jun was very curious and asked, "Brother Tang, where are you going? Why was he in such a hurry? Could it be that someone stole your granddaughter-in-law? Look at how flustered and exasperated you are." Ah. Grandpa Tang's original intention was to make a joke, but he did not know that the reason why old master Tang Wanli was angry was coincidentally because of this matter. "Old man Jun, don't try to take advantage of me. You're not a good person either. Wait till I've wiped out the Li and Meng families, then I'll come back and settle the score with you, you old fool." Tang Wanli's snow-white beard was blown straight. He glared at him angrily, flicked his whip and galloped away. He also knew what kind of trash Jun Moxie was. He was not even as good as his own grandson. His grandson had fallen into misfortune while Jun Moxie had emerged victorious. There must be another expert behind the scenes, most likely Jun Zhantian in front of him. Seeing that Jun Zhantian was joking with him, he naturally did not give Grandpa Jun any face. Only Grandpa Jun was left standing dumbfounded. What is this Tang Wanli trying to do? Just one sentence and he had scolded me 3 or 4 times. Furthermore, he had said it in such an ambiguous manner. What is this? After a long time he spat out a mouthful of saliva. How did the Li and Meng families offend you? But, you old fool, this is exactly what I wanted. As the saying goes, when a dog bites a dog, both mouths have fur. Tang Yuan followed behind his grandfather, his head hung low and his face full of shame. His face was red and swollen. When Fatty Tang returned home, his father was sitting in the main hall. The moment he opened his mouth, he cried out for his father and mother. His father was so scared that he nearly fell off his chair. After a careful look, he found out that his most fearful grandfather, Old Master Tang, was also present. At this time he chose, as a result there was no logical reasoning left. Under Elder Tang's coercion, Tang Yuan squeezed back his tears and explained everything that had happened from beginning to end. One could imagine what was going on. The Tang family's father and son flew into a rage. Then they looked at the teacup that Tang Yuan had taken out. There were still remnants of medicine on it. A pharmacist from the family came to take a look and immediately confirmed that everything Tang Yuan had said was the truth. The Li and Meng families were so vicious. This was clearly to make the Tang family infamous. How could the old Master Tang, who had always valued the family's reputation, endure this? Old Master Tang was immediately unable to restrain his anger. He grabbed Tang Yuan's plump body and gave him a dozen slaps. Then he threw him to the ground and ordered Tang Yuan to lead the way to the Li and Meng families to seek justice. Old Master Tang was older than Grandpa Jun. He was a veteran of 3 dynasties. In recent years he had lived in seclusion and had not left his house for several years. This time he was accompanied by a large entourage, his murderous aura soaring to the heavens. It seemed that this trip would inevitably cause chaos for the Li and Meng families. Although Grandpa Jun had been scolded by Tang Wanli, he saw that Old Master Tang was in a fit of anger. He also knew that Old Master Tang was going to find trouble with the Li and Meng families. Not only was he not angry, he even felt a bit happy. Thus he did not ask any more questions. With one look, he knew that it was definitely that fatty Tang Yuan who had caused trouble. Fortunately, my family's Wuxia has been studying poetry and has been very obedient. This has saved this old man a lot of trouble. If he had also caused trouble for this old man, TSK, that old Tang is really pitiful. He is already so old, yet he is still angry because of his children and grandchildren. Looking at Tang Wanli's almost hysterical state, Grandpa Jun could not help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. Who would have guessed that when he returned home triumphantly, he would be informed that Wuxia had brazenly brought the silver and brought his bodyguards out to gamble. Grandpa Jun, who had rushed home excitedly, suddenly staggered. Winning or losing the silver was a small matter, but if something else were to happen, then things would become very serious. Upon hearing the news of Wuxia's return, Grandpa Jun furiously rushed over to kill his way in. Upon entering the room he was immediately startled. Upon the large bed, a bundle was casually tossed onto it. The bundle was filled with the radiance of jewels and jewels, not a single one of them was ordinary. The petite little Ku was smiling with her eyes squinted, calculating with her fingers how much she could sell each of them for. When he took a closer look, Grandpa Jun was once again shocked. Among the items there were 3 of the best quality jade pendants. They were sparkling and translucent, exuding a warm luster. One look and one could tell that they were not ordinary items. However, what really shocked Grandpa Jun was not the jade pendants themselves, but the words engraved on them. X year X month congratulations to grandson Feng, X year X month congratulations to grandson Jin. Wasn't this the family jade pendant that only the direct descendants of the Li family had the qualifications to wear? This was also the symbol of the Li family. Moreover, the words Feng and Jin were the names of 2 of Grand Preceptor Li's grandsons. These 2 things, how did they end up in Wuxia's hands? Could it be that this kid went out to rob someone? Grandpa Jun stroked his beard, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Looking at the other items, Grandpa Jun gave a muffled grunt. He had used too much strength and pulled out a strand of his beard. Those 2 jade pendants clearly belonged to the imperial family. In addition, there was the Meng family's family jade pendant and that pearl, and that. These things here, where did they come from? As he asked this question, Grandpa Jun's face twitched. He had already made preparations to clean up after Wuxia's mess. If this kid really did rob them, then this is going to be a big problem. It was not that Grandpa Jun's brain was not working well. He had never thought that these things were won by his precious grandson. It was just that Grandpa Jun knew his grandson too well. He did not have the ability to win these high-grade items. It was laughable that he was just laughing at that old bastard Tang Wanli. Unexpectedly, what was waiting for him in his own home was actually such a big problem. Grandpa Jun was left speechless for a moment. My mood is very bad. In the afternoon, I suddenly discovered an anomaly in the data. It turned out that the number of clicks had decreased from 80,000 to 40,000, a decrease of half. I suspected that my points had been deducted due to cheating. This is truly a groundless thing, an unexpected calamity falling from the sky. I am very, very speechless. My mood is extremely bad. I lost all interest in writing, so I sent a chapter ahead of time and went out for a stroll. I am depressed. Chapter 24. Only then did little Ku realize that the patriarch was standing at the doorway. She could not help but jump in fright and hastily knelt down to pay her respects. These treasures were won by the young master when he went out to gamble. Won them? Really? Jun Tian's voice changed slightly, but his heart was filled with surprise and joy. If not for his strong willpower, he would have cried out in surprise. However, the surprise was far greater than the joy. Grandpa Jun was naturally suspicious. Since when did this kid win money? Ever since he learned how to gamble a few years ago, he had never won anything. If not for Grandpa Jun's strict restrictions on his allowance, it is likely that Jun Moxie would have already lost the entire Jun family. But now, not only did he win, he also won back these high-grade treasures. Yes, these treasures were indeed won by the young master. This servant would not dare to deceive the patriarch. In addition to these treasures, there are also 3 million taels of silver. These were all brought back by the young master. Little Ku replied with certainty. I heard that these treasures were won from young Master Li and young Master Meng. After returning home, the young master left these things here for me to tidy up. Then he went to the library to read. Little Ku was very proud because the young master had never won any money before. But this time he actually won so much. In the little girl's heart, the young master had suddenly become powerful. Although Little Ku was still very afraid of the young master was really different from before. At the very least, he was not as annoying as before. That kid went to the library again? Grandpa Jun's heart was filled with joy. He no longer had to worry about cleaning up his grandson's mess. But when he heard Little Ku's explanation of his grandson's whereabouts, he could not help but stare blankly. It was as if he could not bear the blow. He raised his trembling hand and touched his forehead. After confirming that he did not have a fever and did not hear wrongly, he recovered. I'll wait for him to return. Tell him to come to my place. After saying that, Grandpa Jun left with the housekeeper, Old Pang. Little Lolita's eyes flashed as she counted again and again. These 3 jade pendants can be sold for at least 100,000 taels of silver. Those pearls and gems can be sold for at least 150,000 taels of silver. And that one can be sold, plus these silver notes. Wow. Old Pang, what do you think? On the road, Jun Tian was somewhat uncertain. This grandson's actions this past month were simply too incomprehensible. What is he trying to do? What was he doing? This old servant doesn't know, but the way the young master is doing things is good. Old Pang was also confused, but as long as he did not have to clean up Jun Moxie's mess, it was still a good thing. If he is really interested in reading books, what do you think about sending him to the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute? Grandpa Jun suddenly had a whimsical and dreamlike vision. The Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute was a place where the world's top scholars went about their studies. Including the teachers and students, there were no more than 1,000 people. This number was considered to be a very small proportion of the Tianxiang Empire's population of hundreds of millions. In other words, only the top talents with clean backgrounds and outstanding backgrounds were qualified to study here. Those who graduated would be recruited by the country, as long as they were qualified to graduate. However, in order to truly attain the qualifications to graduate, even those famous talents had to undergo arduous training. It could be said that the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute was the golden avenue of the world's scholars. No matter how illustrious your status was, even if you were a princess or a prince, if you didn't have genuine talent, you would never be able to enter the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute. Grandpa Jun actually intended to allow Jun Xie to enter the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute. It seems that he already believed that Jun Xie was a prodigal son who had turned over a new leaf. Perhaps it will be very difficult. Jun Mo Xie wants to enter the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute? Everyone who can enter that place has studied hard for more than 10 years. They are all famous talents from all over the world who have the qualifications to participate in the entrance examination. Do you really think that your grandson, who has been ignorant for 16 years, can enter just by reading for a month? Of course, Old Pang was too embarrassed to say it clearly. So, he continued to speak in a reserved manner. Those old masters of the Wuxia Heavenly Literature Institute are too pedantic. If master were to go there in person, you would be met with a snag. Cough cough, I think it would be better to take your time and reconsider. Sigh. The most unfortunate thing is that this kid's Xianqi cultivation is truly mediocre. It would be for the best if he could enter the Shinshan Institute. My Jun family has been generals on the battlefield for generations. If we were to produce a sour little master, then it would truly be incongruous. Jun Tian also understood that this matter would not be easy to handle. When the second prince entered the Wenxing Heavenly Literature Institute, even His Majesty the Emperor had to eat the old master's sullen words before he could reluctantly enter. Jun Tian had never been able to get along with that sour little master. So, this matter would certainly be even more difficult. Not to mention Emosia's personality. Old Pang, tell me, what path should I arrange for Emosia in the future? Grandpa Jun did not stop sighing today. Let him enter the scholarly path. That kid is definitely not cut out for it. Let him enter the martial path. This guy lacks the slightest bit of talent. He cannot endure the slightest bit of hardship. Let him enter the business world. I reckon that even this old man's coffin will be filled with losses. Are we just going to let him eat and wait for his death? Speaking of this matter, old Pang was also at his wit's end. He consoled, young master has made some progress recently. Perhaps he is now working hard and turning over a new leaf. A young master is still young. I believe that it is not too late. This kind of hypocritical consolation is the most annoying thing. Now even you have learned it. Jun Tian frowned and said impatiently, Old Pang, this is not like you. The Pang Lai who single-handedly charged into tens of thousands of soldiers on the battlefield is not like this. Old Pang smiled bitterly, I don't want to say that, but what else can I say? I could even say directly, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. You don't have to worry about them. Everyone knows that your grandson is a piece of mud that can't be helped to a wall. No matter how much you worry about him, no matter how you arrange an escape route, he will still be completely ruined by you. Say that? Then why don't you just draw your sword on me? There is another way to protect the young master. That way you won't have to worry about him. Old Pang suddenly thought of something and said, What way? Say it quickly. Jun Tian was a little surprised. He had originally wanted to vent his frustrations today. He did not expect Old Pang to have a way. This method is a little difficult to implement. Old Pang's words were at the tip of his tongue, but he hesitated. It is to buy a young 8th level Shen beast for the young master. Then we will do whatever it takes to hasten its growth. Stop. Before he could finish, Jun Tian interrupted him. Old Pang, are you talking in your sleep? Tell me, is this possible? Old Pang opened his eyes wide and thought for a moment. Then he said dejectedly, Impossible. Since you know it is impossible, why are you still saying it? Jun Tian sighed. Shen beasts were a special kind of creature in the Shen continent. Any high-level Shen beast possessed extremely valiant strength. It was said that any level 8 Shen beast could rival a Sky Shen expert and not be at a disadvantage. If it was an even stronger 9th level Shen beast, it could even compete with an expert of the same level as the Great Shen. However, Shen beasts were divided into ranks just like humans. In fact, the division was even stricter. If a human expert had mastered some special skills and methods, it was possible for him to challenge someone of a higher level, or even defeat an opponent with a higher level of Shen Qi cultivation. However, this was impossible in a battle between Shen beasts. Shen beasts below the 4th level could only be considered as wild beasts. In other words, they were more destructive than ordinary wild beasts. Only from the 5th level onwards could they possess some special abilities. However, Shen beasts of the 5th or 6th level were not very useful. This was especially true for young beasts. What was even more special was that there was no possibility of taming an adult Shen beast. Young beasts needed at least 10 years to reach adulthood. Some even needed more than 100 years. So, when a young beast grew up, it would be too old. What was the use of having it? Moreover, Shen beasts of the 5th or 6th level only had the strength of a silver Shen expert. Therefore, the price of Shen beasts of this level was not high, and it was relatively easy to find. However, Shen beasts of the 7th level and above were different. Shen beasts of the 7th level and above had a fundamental breakthrough. It could be said that they possessed intelligence not inferior to that of humans. Apart from innate skills, they also possessed a special ability. It was this special ability that made the nurturing of young beasts not so difficult. Head covered, sleeping soundly. I actually slept soundly. When I woke up, I felt refreshed. Yesterday's gloominess had already disappeared to who knows where. Thinking about it, I suddenly felt a little funny. I was wrongly accused, but I still had to punish myself. How stupid. Alright brothers, don't worry. Feng Ling will not fall. The data has been deducted. Then we will rush it up again. Suddenly I remembered a song, Hail of Bullets. There were 2 lines in it. Let's charge, brothers and sisters. This is our land. Let's charge, brothers and sisters. We swear to plant the red flag on the battlefield. Chapter 25. The bodies of Xian beasts of the third rank and above would automatically form a type of crystal known as the Xian core. The special ability of Xian beasts of the seventh rank and above was that they could absorb the energy of the Xian core condensed in the bodies of other animals, thereby accelerating their own growth. Because of this, level 7 and above Xian beast cubs were extremely rare. Even if one were to appear, its price would be sky high. As for level 8 and above Xian beast cubs, that was a priceless commodity. It was simply a legend. In the past few decades, no one had ever heard of anyone possessing a level 8 and above Xian beast cub. High-level Xian beasts were mainly concentrated in the depths of the Tianfa forest. That was a dangerous place that even a great Xian expert would not dare to enter. The Tianfa forest was vast and boundless, occupying almost a quarter of the continent's land. The periphery of the forest was filled with weak Xian beasts and ordinary wild beasts. However, the deeper one went, the more dangerous it became. Moreover, if one were to encounter a high-level Xian beast, it would simply flee. The Tianfa forest was a paradise for high-level Xian beasts, impossible to track down. If one's strength was insufficient, there was no hope of coming out alive. If one wanted to obtain a level 8 Xian beast cub, they would need at least 3 Tian experts to defeat at least 2 adult level 8 Xian beasts. That was easier said than done. Moreover, the defense of a Xian beast was much stronger than that of a human Tian expert. Moreover, if one were to encounter a group of them instead of 2, then even a great Xian expert would be buried. As long as one had reached the level of a Tian expert, which one of them was not a hero or a person of great status, glory, splendor, wealth and rank could be obtained. Why would they need to risk their lives to make a living? Therefore, Grandpa Jun did not know whether to laugh or cry at this suggestion. Let's go to the library and see what this guy is up to. Grandpa Jun felt that his grandson had been acting strangely for the past few days. The two of them, one in front and one behind, strolled towards the library. When they reached the library they found nothing. Young master left the library an hour ago. We do not know where he went. The guard who was guarding the library reported innocently. The two of them looked at each other. Let's go back to the study. Grandpa Jun was tired from all the walking and felt a little dispirited. He casually gave an order. Bring all the books he was reading over. While Tang Wanli was leading a large group of people to the Li and Meng families to seek justice for his grandson, Jun Tian was also feeling extremely vexed about his grandson. In the Li clan's courtyard, Li Yuren's tall figure stood elegantly under a peony tree, and his white robe was spotless. There was a faint smile on his handsome, almost perfect face. He looked at the dark clouds in the distant sky with deep and persistent eyes and did not speak for a long time. A warm breeze blew and Li Yuren's sleeves fluttered, making him look even more like a jade tree, a celestial being from the heavens. Anyone who saw him could not help but feel a sense of admiration in their hearts. Such elegance could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns, rarely seen in the world. In front of him the three brothers Li Feng and Li Zhen stood upright. At this time the autumn wind should be the most pleasant, but the three of them were sweating profusely. They did not even dare to wipe their sweat, letting it drip down to the tip of their nose, to the tip of their eyebrows and into their eyes. It was extremely uncomfortable, but they did not even dare to blink. Since it has come to this, there is no point in saying anything more. Let's just forget about it. This time Jun Moxie was lucky. As for you guys. As Li Yuran said this, the three of them started trembling. They were all part of the Li clan's next generation, but the three of them seemed to be afraid of this gentle youth. No one had ever seen this youth lose his temper before, but every time the three of them saw him, they would feel a chill from deep within their bones. Each of you, go and collect 40 sticks and deduct half a year's salary. Li Yuran smiled gently. His actions were elegant and his eyes looked into the distance. His gaze was gentle like the ripples of spring water. From tomorrow onwards do what you are supposed to do. Understand? Collecting 40 sticks, even if they did not break their bones, they would at least have their skin torn and flesh torn. And they would still have to do what they were supposed to do tomorrow. This punishment could be said to be extremely harsh. It was completely inhumane, especially when the three people in front of him were Li Yuran's cousins who were very close by blood. But Li Yuran said it so calmly. His tone was light and his eyes were calm. It was as if he was not punishing his own cousins or even three people but 3 dispensable dogs. But Li Feng and the other two felt as if they had been pardoned. They thanked him profusely as if this punishment was a favor beyond the law, and how insignificant it was. And Jun Moxie. He. Li Yuran smiled gently and said indifferently, "Go." Hearing this word, the three of them dared to move their bodies. They walked out in an unusually obedient manner. Everyone's face was filled with joy. "Come." Li Yuran clapped his hands lightly. Instantly, two men in black appeared beside him without a sound. They bowed and waited for the order. And investigate carefully. What did Jun Moxie rely on to win the money this time? And why didn't the hallucinogen take effect? Also, confirm whether Dugu Xiaoyi's appearance was an accident. Even if Dugu Xiaoyi went, Jun Moxie still shouldn't have had the chance to win. Once you have investigated these matters, immediately come back and report to me. His voice was still soft and indifferent, as if he did not want to waste any more energy to speak. Yes. The two men in black bowed respectfully. Before they could turn around, they saw a man in green running over, panting. He stopped about 10 steps in front of Li Yuran and slowly slowed down. He tried his best to adjust his breathing, but his face was red. Then he controlled his heavy breathing and came in front of Li Yuran, reporting to young master, "The old duke of the Tang family, Tang Wanli, has brought young master Tang and more than 100 men and horses. They are galloping all the way to our Li family." "Give them a beating?" Li Yuran raised her eyebrows lightly and said softly, "I didn't expect that even Tang Yuan would have such thoughts. It seems that some of the previous plans have to be adjusted. And go tell Li Zhen and the others that when old master Tang asks, they should answer like this and so on. Also, execute the family rules immediately. When the fight is halfway through, bring old master Tang for questioning." One of the men in black received the order and left. Li Yuran's lips curled into a smile. She suddenly turned around and asked, "Among the people that old master Tang brought this time, is there anyone that we have been paying attention to?" "Yes." The man in black didn't have the slightest hesitation. "There are 3. 3 is enough." A mysterious smile appeared on Li Yuran's face. She raised her head and looked at the rolling dark clouds in the sky. The originally warm autumn wind was now mixed with a trace of coldness. She snorted softly and muttered to herself, "It's going to rain soon. Now that the Tang family's elites have all come out, this might be a good opportunity." She raised her head and there was a trace of caution in her eyes for the first time. Her voice was slightly hurried, informed Jianghu immediately. "Take advantage of this opportunity when the Tang family is empty and take out the thing that I mentioned before. He can only succeed and not fail. There is only one chance." As she said that, she looked up at the sky and said, "Tell him that he has an entire afternoon to operate. Tell him to use those few people that have yet to appear. Regardless of whether they succeed or not, they are not allowed to leave a single trace." "Yes." The other black-robed man flew away. The related section of the novel has updated a list of readers who have given gifts in March. According to the request of several readers, I will not write it at the end of the chapter in the future. I will update it on the 1st of every month. Thank you again. Chapter 26. Go, I understand. This time you did well. Li Yuran looked at the green-robed man gently and said slowly. The green-robed man suddenly became excited and cupped his fists. "Thank you, young master. This subordinate will take his leave." It was as if the word "well done" was the highest praise. Li Yuran's face was still as calm as water. He nodded slightly. The green-robed man lowered his head and retreated 10 steps. Then he turned around and strode away. He had been holding his breath for a long time. Only now did he dare to let out a long sigh. In front of this young master, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Someone immediately informed grandfather, who is in the palace discussing matters with His Majesty. "Tell him that Tang Wanli has brought many experts to the Li family, but there is no need to worry. Although they do not come with good intentions, this is an excellent opportunity. Everything has its pros and cons, it all depends on whether or not one can grasp it." Li Yuran smiled faintly as her black hair gently fluttered in the wind. In the shadows a person replied. Then with a rustling sound that person had already rushed out. Although this time Jun Moxie escaped and the Jun family was lucky enough to stay out of this matter, but if old Marquis Tang were to let the Meng family cause a huge ruckus, the Meng family would definitely be forced into a corner. If grandfather makes a move at this time, the Meng family and the Tang family will become enemies, then the Meng family can be completely pulled over and even subdued. Jun Moxie is the only descendant of the Jun family for 3 generations, so it will not be difficult to deal with him. Only the Dugu family cannot be touched and cannot be touched. Li Yuran sighed softly and stretched out her hand. Her slender fingers were white and delicate, dry and neat. As if afraid of disturbing the piece of the peony tree in front of her, she gently plucked a leaf from the tree and looked down at the green leaf in her hand. But even so, it is still very good, at least it is very interesting. The distant sound of hooves thundered like thunder as they arrived at the main gate. Li Yuran smiled playfully, her brows raised as she said, "Open the door and welcome old Marquis Tang with the grandest ceremony." After saying that, he suddenly flicked his slender fingers. His body flashed with a yellow light, and the green leaf in his hand flew out with a golden light. It silently embedded itself into the trunk of the peony tree in front of him. Just as green leaf made its move, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed in the sky. Dark clouds roiled, already arriving above their heads. A gust of wind blew. The moment the lightning flashed, Li Yuran's white robe fluttered leisurely in the wind. Her tall and straight figure seemed to move, and then with a flash she seemed to have disappeared from the courtyard. Where did Junxie go? He had gone to a place that Grandpa Jun would never have dreamed of. Grandpa Jun had once firmly believed that Junxie would never come to this place again in this lifetime. Because it was in this place that Jun Moxie had suffered 2 solid beatings. Each time he was bedridden for half a month. These 2 beatings were also the only 2 beatings that Jun Moxie had suffered since he was born. Domestic violence. That place was the courtyard of Jun Moxie's third uncle Jun Wui. Jun Wui had spent his entire life in the army. Even his own place of residence was as close to the Jun family's military training ground as possible. Jun Wui was abnormally serene as he sat in his wheelchair. Through the bushes of flowers he watched the Jun family's bodyguards train. The expression in his eyes fluctuated. That long-lost ambition seemed to be stirring once again. Junxie squatted in front of him. Both his hands were secretly circulating his Xian Qi. He slowly moved his hands over Jun Wui's numb legs. From top to bottom, then from bottom to top. This time he carefully examined every inch of tendons, every meridian, and even every strand of muscle. A month ago, Junxie's body did not have the internal energy that he could use to his heart's desire. There was no way for him to treat or even examine his body. But now, not only did he have internal energy, this internal energy was also known as the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Naturally, Junxie had to carefully examine his body again to ensure that there were no mistakes before deciding on how to treat it. After a long time, Junxie's forehead was covered in sweat. He stopped and stood up. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. "How is it?" Jun Wui's chiseled face did not seem to care. His tone was light, but his hands were tightly clenched into fists. The veins on the back of his hands were bulging. Obviously, his heart was not so calm. Although he had seen the joy on Junxie's face, he could not believe that there was hope for his crippled legs to recover. Junxie was almost his only and last hope. He did not even dare to ask if Junxie could cure it. He only dared to ask with, "How?" He desperately hoped to get a positive answer. Although the situation is not very optimistic, there is no need to be too pessimistic. Junxie smiled. "It will indeed take some effort. But I am very confident that I can help third uncle stand up again." Good. Jun Wui finally could not help but be happy. Although he was excited, there was still a bit of doubt. After all, many famous doctors were helpless when it came to his legs. Although this debauchee nephew of his had been acting strange recently, how could he have the ability to save him? But at this time Jun Wui was like a drowning man waiting for death. As long as there was a straw, he would try his best to grab it. Even if his nephew was bragging, he would only be disappointed once more. How could an outsider understand the feelings in Jun Wui's heart? "Wait a moment, I will name a few medicines. Third uncle, arrange for people to go out and buy them. As long as these medicines are found, I believe that third uncle, the day you can stand up again will not be far." Junxie said. "Good. Which medicines are they? Are there any particularly expensive medicines? I will immediately arrange for people to go out and find them." Jun Wui seemed very anxious. Gut-splitting flower, open-heart grass, 9-leaf grass, continuous severing root, and blazing heart meridian. Junxie named 5 medicines in one breath. Of course, he named them according to the names of these herbs in this world. A few days ago, Junxie had rummaged through all the medical books in the library. After all, it was difficult to mix the names of the medicines from his previous world with the ones from this world. Fortunately, there were a lot of medical books in the library. Junxie needed all the herbs he needed. All he needed to do was to follow the blueprints of the medicines in the books and compare them one by one. I have heard of open-heart grass, and continuous severing root. But what are 9-leaf grass and blazing heart meridian? Jun Wui asked with a frown. It must be said that Jun Wui had been ill for a long time and had become a doctor. His knowledge of medicine could be said to be quite extraordinary. But he did not know these two medicines at all. Instead, it was Junxia's mouth that spoke of them. Naturally, it was very strange. Junxia smiled and took out a book from his bosom. It was an illustrated book of exotic flowers and rare herbs. He took it to Junwui and opened it. Here, this is 9-leaf grass and this is Blazing Heart Meridian. These herbs, except for the Blazing Heart Meridian, which is difficult to find, the other medicines are very common. Our mansion's medicine storehouse may have them. Even if we don't, we can still buy them in the city's medicine shop. And with these medicines combined with my unique method, there is a 70% chance of curing third uncle's illness. Good. Junwui's eyes stared at the few medicines on the page. It was as if he had found a treasure. His voice could not help but tremble. A full 10 years. Finally, he felt that hope was right in front of him. Today is April Fool's Day. I was fooled by others. Alas, there were 2 brothers who said that they would introduce girlfriends to my house. I was very happy. Usually, no one would care about me. But today there were 2 of them. I waited for a day and didn't see anyone. I called and asked. My brother said that if you take some sleeping pills and lie down on the bed, you will get them. Damn. Woo-woo. Give me some recommendations to comfort me. I'm very fragile right now. Chapter 27. Third uncle, you have to be careful. If there are no ready-made herbs in our mansion's medicine storehouse, don't just send one person out to buy the herbs. It's best to send a few people, with each person responsible for one herb. Don't let anyone know what you're buying these herbs for. Although other people might not know what these medicines can do together, we still have to be prepared. Even if all the medicines are gathered, I must carefully examine them before they can be made into medicines. Junxia slowly said. At present, our Jun family is declining day by day. But if third uncle recovers, our Jun family situation will certainly be different. I believe that in this capital, there are countless people who hope that third uncle will never be able to stand up again. So, this matter must be handled carefully. As long as third uncle stands up, then third uncle will be our Jun family's secret trump card. Third uncle, I'm sure you understand what I mean, right? Yes. Junwui looked at his nephew with a very gratified look. Wuxia, you've really grown up. Even if third uncle doesn't have the opportunity to stand up again, as long as the Jun family has you, I believe that the Jun family will not collapse. Junwui of course understood these principles, but Junxia was able to say it. Moreover, he was so thoughtful that he even had a plan for the future. This was what made Junwui the happiest. Junxia laughed dryly and turned his head. As the world's #1 assassin in his previous life, he was now being praised with gratification. You've grown up? It seems like this is embarrassing. Junxia couldn't bear such praise. He couldn't help but think. Fortunately, he said, Wuxia, you've grown up. If he really said, Junxia, you've grown up, where would I put my face? If someone in my previous life knew that someone had spoken to the evil monarch like this, would they choke to death on the spot? Wuxia, what do you think of our guards' training? Listening to the roars coming from afar, looking at the strong bodies drenched in sweat, Junwui felt a kind of restlessness that he had not felt for a long time. It's just some fancy but impractical moves. Junxia was daydreaming in his heart, so he replied without hesitation. The disdain in his tone was thick and he did not conceal it at all. Showy but impractical? Junwui shook his head and laughed. You're saying that the training of these guards with 7th or 8th grade Xianqi is just for show. Wuxia, your tone isn't small at all. Is this even considered training? What effect can it have? Junxia pursed his lips. This can at most be called training. How can you call it training? At best, it's just a group of people who have nothing better to do than train their bodies together. Even the effect of training is very poor. I can't see how their training will be useful on the battlefield, or how effective it will be in dealing with the enemy. In my eyes, there is no difference between them and a group of people who are throwing away their lives. They are simply a group of people who have nothing to do with the world, and are wasting time and effort, blindly wasting time, that's all. Throwing away their lives? Blindly wasting time? Junwui could not help but raise his eyebrows and shouted. Wuxia, I know that you don't like to practice martial arts and you don't understand the importance of these basic training, but you can't belittle them like this. Ignorance is not terrible, but using your ignorance to insult these soldiers is unforgivable. These guards are all elite soldiers who have survived hundreds of battles on the battlefield. Now that there is no more war, they have come to the Jun family and become guards. No matter which one of them, they are all outstanding men. I will take your words from before as a joke, but if you dare to insult them again, don't blame me for being impolite. The sentence is not a joke. Junwui's words were spoken in an awe-inspiring manner, and even Junxie's calm temperament was shaken. His third uncle may be physically disabled, but his heart is not. If he were to recover, he would definitely be qualified to be his best cover. A joke. Third uncle may not be able to hear what I said, but what I said just now was the truth and not a joke. Junxie spread out his hands with an innocent look on his face. I am not saying that they are useless, and I have no intention of insulting them. Any iron-blooded man who has returned from the battlefield is worthy of respect. They train very hard and they are very diligent. Anyone can see this, but it does not mean that they can win on the battlefield. It is normal for them to throw away their lives on the battlefield after training hard for a few years. I said that they are wasting time because they are training in the wrong direction. Training in the wrong direction? Jun Wui's face was still angry, but he had already begun to think. Since a while ago, this nephew of his was very different from before. Every word he said was accurate, and there was no mistake about it. Could it be? Take this as an example. Look at those two people fighting, third uncle. Can you tell if they are playing a game or fighting with their bare hands? They are holding back and they are actually smiling. Aha, can this still be called training? Even a normal duel is not like this. It is simply a fight for fun. Isn't it just a show of strength? Junxie pointed with his finger. Look over there, a few people are lifting logs and they are sweating profusely as they put them down. They look tired, right? In fact, it is useless and they have not reached the limit of what they can bear. They have so much strength, and when they are sweating they still have a lot of strength left over, but they put it down. In other words, even if they train like this for another 10 years, their strength will not improve. The only effect is that they are more proficient in certain movements, and that is all. But their potential, which has yet to be developed, has been completely wasted. Isn't it a waste of time? Such people are really lucky to be able to survive on the battlefield. As for being called warriors and heroes, it is a pleasant surprise. Junxie looked at these people in the distance ruthlessly. Such materials can only be used to guard the house of an ordinary family. As for any other use, they are useless. Third uncle, do you think I'm insulting them? Junxie's words were quite unpleasant to hear, but unexpectedly, Jun Wui did not get angry. Instead, he fell into contemplation. Junxie smiled mischievously. If grandfather really wanted to rely on these people to protect the Jun family, then the Jun family would have been destroyed hundreds or thousands of times. So, I am sure that grandfather has more elite forces in his hands, and those people are the real strength of the Jun family. Although I have never seen them and I am not sure, I am sure that there is. As for these people in front of me, they are just a cover. Third uncle, don't tell me that these people are just a cover and you have such a high opinion of them? At this moment, Jun Wui looked at Junxie with a strange expression, and after a long time he slowly said, what if I let you train these people? What kind of strength can you train them to? Let me train them? I don't have the leisure to do that. Junxie curled his lips. Smelling the sweat of these people every day would suffocate them to death. The smell of soldiers is not the same as the smell of sweat. The soul of a soldier is not shouted but killed. Push me over. Jun Wui snorted and pondered for a moment. His chiseled face had a resolute look. Jun Moxie, let me see your true ability. I am so sleepy I am going to sleep. These past few days have really made my eyes turn green. Chapter 28. The two of them arrived at the side of the field. Jun Wui coughed and shouted, assemble the entire army. Come to me and form up. It was a military order. Although Jun Wui hadn't issued a military order for 10 years, but when Jun Wui said it now, it naturally carried a decisive and murderous aura. The sudden arrival of hope made this once great general feel that his life and death were all in his hands again. Everyone who heard the military order had the same feeling in their hearts. If they didn't hurry over at the fastest speed, their heads would roll in the next moment, and there would be no room for turning back. In a flash, 300 guards stood neatly in front of the two of them. Looking at the rough faces covered with sweat, Jun Wui nodded in satisfaction. He raised a hand and pointed at Junxie. From this moment onwards, your training will be under the third young master's sole responsibility. No matter what I want you to do, you must obey unconditionally. Do you understand? As soon as this sentence was said, there was a sudden uproar and no one answered for a long time. Jun Wui's face was filled with anger, but he didn't say anything. He only looked at Junxie. He had already said that from now on Junxie was the highest-ranking officer here. In other words, the moment he said that, he had already given Junxie this authority. No matter what, these people in front of him were now Junxie's business. As for how Junxie exercised his authority, Jun Wui wouldn't interfere. If his nephew couldn't even pass the stage, then it would be enough to prove that he had been exaggerating for the past 2 days. He could also cut off this hope. Junxia laughed bitterly in his heart. He took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Just now, I was talking to Third Uncle about your training. Third Uncle asked me, how is your training going? Are you considered elites? Are you considered good men?" Ah. Junxia's voice was not loud, but it successfully attracted the attention of the 300 people. Each of them looked at Junxia with burning eyes, waiting for him to continue. What kind of evaluation would they have in the eyes of this useless young master? I said, all of you are a bunch of trash. Apart from wasting food and eating, they were just a bunch of trash waiting to die. If a war were to break out now, all of you would die quickly on the battlefield. I have no doubt about this. The breathing of the 300 warriors suddenly became heavy. They looked angrily at Junxia and their faces turned red. Humiliation. Extreme humiliation. A burly man suddenly took a step forward and looked at Junxia with eyes full of anger. He said angrily, "Third young master, what do you mean by this? We may be the Jun family's bodyguards, but we are also soldiers who have survived hundreds of battles. Even if you're the master, you can't just insult us like this." "Insult you? No, the ones who are insulting you are yourselves. Do you still need me to insult you? Do you think you're qualified to be insulted by me?" Junxia smiled and stretched out his finger. He waved it gently and said, "You're not convinced, right? You want to beat me up, right? Fine, I'll give you a chance. As long as you can refute my point of view, you can beat me up. The third uncle will not interfere. This is my first order." Another uproar. Junxia's cold voice rang out once more. "Let me ask you. You claim to be the survivors of 100 battles. If so, those who entered the army at the same time as you, I believe that many of them must have become generals or deputy generals. At any rate, they must have become military officers and no longer ordinary soldiers. Their positions were higher than yours. You won't deny this, right?" The burly man was stunned for a moment, and then nodded hesitantly. "What kind of point of view is this? There are certainly many soldiers who have accumulated merits and were promoted. Many of my colleagues were promoted because of their merits. This is very normal. Why did the young master mention this? But why didn't you become generals? Because you can't do it. So, compared to those people, you've already been eliminated once." Junxia looked at them mercilessly. "Among those who entered the army at the same time as you, I believe there are many whose Shenqi strength was not as good as yours. Maybe they were a little stronger than you, but most of them were about the same as you. Is that right?" "Yes, why didn't we become generals?" Everyone was dizzy from the previous sentence and had yet to recover from it. Hearing this, they couldn't help but nod. There were also many who muttered in their hearts, "Those who became generals just seized the opportunity and were lucky. Besides, what you said is nonsense. Will those who don't have any strength be selected to enter the army? Can those who are stronger than us become foot soldiers with us?" However, many of them managed to break through the 9th level of Shenqi during their time in the army, and became true experts in the truest sense of the word. After the war, they were recruited by many families, right? This kind of thing was, of course, common. Everyone nodded again. Their aura was not as fierce as before, and some of them even had a look of shame in their eyes. Every level of Shenqi was a threshold. The higher the level, the harder it was to advance. Although the 8th level and the 9th level were only one level apart, it was almost like the difference between heaven and earth. Many people had cultivated to the 8th level of Shenqi at a young age, but for the rest of their lives they stopped at the 9th level. Not to mention advancing to the next level, the Silver Shen. Those under the 9th level are ants. This sentence was definitely not said for nothing. They advanced but you didn't. So, compared to these people, you've also been eliminated. Does anyone disagree? Junxia looked at them disdainfully. The whole place was silent, everyone was silent. After the war, many people had to leave the army, and some were selected by some secret national organizations or private armed forces, or transferred away by other armies. Is this true? Junxia asked with a smile. This kind of thing was even more common. Everyone was silent, but their faces were full of shame. And among those who were selected, you still weren't among them. You've been eliminated for the 3rd time. Junxia continued to attack. And after you came to the Jun family, who remembers how many people came? Reporting to young master, a total of 500 people came. Although the big man understood Junxia's meaning, but he still answered with a red face. Well, in other words, 200 people are missing. So, what did those 200 people do? Junxia slowly paced 2 steps. I only know that they weren't driven out, nor are they dead, but they were selected to do more important things. Why weren't you chosen? Because you're not as strong as them. Obviously, you've been eliminated here again. Some people's breathing became heavy, and some people's eyes became red, but still no one said anything. Tell me, after being eliminated so many times, in your heart, are you all trash? Wuxia turned his face to them and asked. The day before yesterday they suspected that we were cheating, so they deducted 10,000 points from us. But in just one day we've caught up. Moreover, we've once again rushed to the top of the list. This shows that our brothers and sisters of the evil monarch are very strong. Now the gap between us and the previous ones is very small. Does everyone want the evil monarch to rush to the top of the list in one fell swoop? Recommendation votes. Smash it. Rush. Kill. Chapter 29. Still no one answered. Everyone was panting heavily, their faces red as if they were congested with blood. Extreme humiliation filled everyone's heart, and they immediately felt too ashamed to show their faces. What? Others can do it, but we can't? Others can break through, but we can't? They were once comrades in the same trench, but now they were looking down on them. And why can't they look down on others? You might say that those who made great contributions to become generals are extremely lucky. Those who advanced in Shenqi cultivation are more talented than you. Those who didn't choose you, that's because they have no foresight. Let me tell you, this is all sophistry. What? Why didn't you catch it? Those who think that their innate talent is bad have already admitted that they were born to be trash. Those who complain that others have no foresight are even more stupid. If you were the employer, would you choose a trash or a useful person? Everyone was speechless and everyone was panting heavily, their eyes red. I'm not saying all this to expose your scars. It's because your current life is too comfortable, and you've already lost your courage. As the saying goes, after hearing your mistakes, you will be courageous after knowing your shame. Wrong, it's not scary. But what's scary is that you don't even know that you're wrong, and are still complacent and proud. That's unforgivable. And now, none of you have ever considered what I said. If you had, then he wouldn't be here right now. There are many kinds of motivation for people to move forward, but humiliation, it's always the most important. Do you want to continue being trash? Do you want to continue to eat and wait to die? Do you want to continue to be stepped on and humiliated by others? Do you want to continue to be scolded by me until you can't lift your head up? With every sentence that Wuxia said, a loud, no, came from below. At first it was still very messy. But later on, it became earth-shattering. Everyone gathered their strength and shouted hysterically. They shouted as if their throats were going to break, and all the blood in their bodies rushed to their heads. Very good. This means that there's still hope for all of you, there's still hope. Wuxia took 2 steps and suddenly tilted his head. Is there anyone here who wants to say this? Wuxia paced slowly, calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. No matter how useless we are still better than a good-for-nothing foppish young master like you. Right? So, even though you're limited by third uncle's orders and obey me, you don't look down on me at all. Isn't that so? Many people raised their heads and looked at the expressions on their faces. Although they did not dare to say anything, they more or less had the same thoughts in their hearts. Unfortunately, your way of thinking is wrong. Very wrong. Wuxia waved his hand. I'm just a playboy and you're all tough men who have survived hundreds of battles. But let me tell you today, you can't compare to me. Why can't you compete with me? It's very simple. It's because I have a good grandfather, a good uncle, a good father, and 2 good brothers. They had sacrificed everything in exchange for the Jun family today. And you don't have these things. Even if I, Jun Moxie, am a complete debauchee, and even if I kill someone, there will be people who will help me out, and there will be people who will stand up for me. And you don't have these things. So, you can't compare to me. There's a balance in the heavens, you have to pay to get. Even a playboy needs to pay the price. And it's a very big price. There are no playboys among the common people. Because they don't have this innate condition and their fathers didn't pay the price. So, they don't even have the word, playboy, as an insult. And they will never get it. Let's not talk about others, but there's a good example in front of us. My grandfather, Jun Tian, was born a commoner and joined the army. He bathed in blood and fought hundreds of battles to create the Jun family today. Do you think that my grandfather was much stronger than you when he started out? Jun Tian's rise was basically a legend in the Tianxiang Empire. Naturally, these people knew his life story better than anyone else. Hearing this, their eyes couldn't help but shoot out fiery sparks. Someone's entire body began to tremble, unable to be any more excited. Can we also have such a day? Well, after saying so much, I believe you all understand what I mean. You were lucky enough to survive on the battlefield and have the peaceful life you have today. You can even practice as a game. But the things you've paid are only enough for you to continue living like this. That's all. Junxie suddenly stopped in his tracks facing them and said word by word, I'll only ask you one thing. Do you want to break through your current realm and become a first-class expert? Do you want to surpass those who have gone further than you? Do you want to do bigger and more important things instead of staying here to watch over the house and continue living like this? Also, Junxie smiled strangely, do you want your descendants to be like me right now? To be a carefree playboy instead of being bullied by others? Have you ever thought that if you succeed one day, as long as your descendants have a future, your success will bring them great help that you can't even imagine right now? Have you ever thought that they would be able to climb to a high position with very little effort? They can even become great families like the Jun family, the Li family, and the Dugu family. The fate of your descendants will be changed by your hard work. Junxie's beautiful vision made everyone's breathing heavy with excitement. They clenched their fists, their veins bulging and their eyes bloodshot. Suddenly, amidst the silence, Junxie roared out. Do you want it? Tell me. Yes. 300 people roared in unison. Their voices shook the sky. 300 voices from the bottom of their hearts shouted together. It was as if heaven and earth trembled at this moment. Since you want to, now listen to my orders and train according to my methods. No one is allowed to have any complaints. I will let you reap the greatest harvest for your efforts. Junxie looked at them coldly. However, everyone must remember one thing. It's very important. During my training there is a high chance that some people will die. Some may even be disabled. This is the price you may have to pay. I will give you a chance to think about it. If you are willing to accept my training, take a step forward. If you are afraid, stay where you are. I am warning you before my training ends, no one is allowed to quit unless they die. So, you must make a choice right here and now. I will count to 3. Make your choice within these 3 seconds. Junxie roared, 1. Before 2 and 3 could be counted, all 300 of them, with an awe-inspiring expression, took a big step forward in unison. Their strength was so great that the dust on the ground rose up, and even the ground seemed to tremble a few times. Junwui watched from the side, his eyes full of praise and admiration. With Junxie's encouragement at this moment, even if these people were to die, no one would bat an eyelid. Junxie had boosted the morale to the extreme. He had mobilized the blood of these old soldiers to the extreme. Even Junwui, who had always played the role of an instigator, couldn't help but feel his blood boiling as he listened to these words. His breathing became ragged, and it seemed as if the flames of war were raging in front of his eyes. The smoke of war was everywhere, and the bones of the dead were piled up like a mountain, and the blood of the dead was like a sea. The long and desolate horn seemed to ring in the depths of the soul with a majestic frequency, bringing with it the unyielding coldness of 1,000 soldiers. However, it aroused the boiling hot blood in the hearts of men. No regrets in 100 battles. No regrets in life or death. Bloodthirsty light. This was what Junwui and the other 301 people's eyes flashed at this moment. At this moment all 300 people felt that in order to get rid of this shame, what harm was there in dying? Even Junxie himself did not know that today, he had been forced by Junwui to take over the training of these people. In the future he would be able to train up a team that could roar through the world, a team that could move unhindered, a team that could cause the entire world to retreat in fear. The name of this team was Heaven Destroyer and Soul Devourer. The first guard that the evil monarch relied on to move unhindered in the world, today the embryonic form. A team of killing gods that was born from extreme humiliation. What kind of hysterical glory would it explode? Brothers, sisters, nothing more to say. Recommendation votes. Knock me out. Chapter 30. Since everyone is willing, then I will now announce the training rules. Junxie Lengling said, I will only say it once, but no matter which one is violated, there will be no exceptions and there will be no next time. Kill without mercy. In my training there is no military stick, no corporal punishment. There is no such thing as regret. There is only life or death. There are only these 2 paths to defeat in front of all of you. From now on until the end of the training I am your highest officer. During this period you are only allowed to listen to my orders. As for the others, no one else was allowed. Remember, no one. Whether it is my third uncle or even my grandfather, there is no exception. Those who disobey, behead. Drill according to the stipulated time. Those who are late, behead. Those who are dissatisfied and dare to speak out, behead. Those who disobey orders, behead. 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 A series of behead was uttered with a murderous aura. Junxia's own eyes also became murderous along with these few behead words. The 300 strong men all stood straight with their eyes wide open, the muscles all over their body tightened, lest they miss any one of the behead words. Sitting in the wheelchair, Junwui's blood was unconsciously boiling from the series of behead words. He unconsciously straightened his upper body, as if he had returned to the time before the war, when he was being lectured by his father. Looking at Junxia at this moment, there was a kind of fanaticism in his eyes. The long-lost iron-blooded and bold bearing of a soldier had returned to him. Junxia's encouragement made these guards in front of him, these iron-blooded men once again transformed into fearless soldiers, their momentum rising to the peak. Junwui could imagine, if on the battlefield, Junxia's encouragement before the battle, what kind of effect would be achieved. It would definitely make all the soldiers who heard it, with a smile on their faces, brave and fearless, charge towards death. Not caring about life or death, no regrets. With such an army, how could they not win? On the other side of the field, in the shadows, Grandpa Jun's face was flushed red. Even with his calm demeanor, he could feel his blood boiling. Looking at Junxia in the field, his eyes were wide open, his beard was trembling, and his fingers were trembling slightly. It was obvious that he was feeling very excited. Is this my good-for-nothing grandson? Did these words really come out of his mouth? Such lofty aspirations, such boldness that soared to the skies. Just like that. Grandpa Jun rubbed his eyes, and 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. Jun Tian forced himself to calm down and turned around. His stooped body suddenly straightened, and his eyes flashed like lightning. His body exuded a sense of pride and confidence. At this moment, housekeeper Old Pang suddenly felt that the invincible general who had led millions of soldiers across the world had returned. Old Pang had never seen such a graceful bearing from Jun Tian since the first few generations of the Jun family had been slaughtered on the battlefield. And now it had reappeared. Yes, it was Junxia's performance that had given this old man a great surprise and hope. It made Jun Tian feel that there was still hope for the Jun family. Not only was there hope, but it was a great hope. This grandson might be able to bring glory to the Jun family once again. No, it was not just a possibility, it was a certainty. God bless the Jun family. Pass down my orders. From now on, everything related to the young master, no matter what he says or what he does, will be the Jun family's top secret. First-class sealing order, anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Even the entire clan will be executed. Immediately eliminate the spies from the other families that we already know about. Find a way to transfer the people belonging to the imperial family. In addition, all the shadow faction will be dispatched to closely monitor the Jun residents. If anyone is found to be leaking information, kill without mercy. Take this opportunity to clean up, and try not to let any fish slip through the net. Jun Tian's tone was filled with an unquestionable domineering and resolute determination. At this moment, Old Pang could feel a strong murderous aura from Jun Tian. He could feel the importance that Jun Tian placed on this matter. If anyone really dared to leak this information, Jun Tian would really go on a killing spree. Jun Tian did not know why his grandson had been enduring all this time, but he knew that there must be a reason for his grandson's actions. There must be a plan. However, even though Junxia's performance today had surprised him, the old man felt that his grandson was still a bit too rash. If such news were to spread and some people with ulterior motives came to know about it, they would inevitably develop a strong interest in Junxia. Whether this interest was good or bad, Grandpa Jun did not want to pay attention to it. Therefore, the first thing this wise old man did was to clean up his grandson's mess. He issued a sealing order, and it was a first-class sealing order. Anyone who dared to leak this information would have their entire clan executed. In fact, there was no such thing as forbearance. The reason was that Wuxia was no longer Wuxia but Junxia, the king of assassins from a different world, the evil monarch of a generation. In the field, Junxia's words continued to be heard. Now listen to my orders. I will give you 10 breaths of time to prepare. 300 men will automatically be divided into 2 groups. If you cannot do so within 10 breaths, then everyone will run 100 laps around the field. Begin. As soon as these words came out, the formation was suddenly thrown into chaos. In a very short period of time, the formation was quickly divided into 2 groups. Each group had 150 men. Good, 150 men will be a group, divided into 5 platoons. Each platoon will have 30 men. Then divided into 3 squads. Now, I will give you the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. No matter what method you use, choose your respective captains. Platoon captains, squad captains. Remember, Since you have chosen yourselves, you must listen to the orders of the captains and squad captains. If anyone dares to disobey orders, they will be punished according to military law, beheaded. Finished speaking, Junxia ignored their chattering, turned around and walked in front of Jun Wui. Jun Wui looked at him quietly and suddenly smiled. His eyes were still full of surprise. Moxia, your performance today has really surprised the third uncle. Junxia touched his nose and smiled. What does the third uncle think? He did not ask anything, but Jun Wui knew what he meant. Junxia said solemnly. I originally wanted to pick out a few of your flaws, but I really can't find any. If everyone in my army can go through this kind of training, we won't have to worry about sweeping the world. Sweeping the world? A black line appeared on Junxia's forehead. Third uncle is overpraising me. It's just that on this point my starting point is different from yours. Your army is training for the sake of Tianxiang Kingdom, but I'm training for the sake of our Jun family. It's purely for the sake of the family's safety. From this point of view, there is a fundamental difference. For the sake of the country? For the sake of the Jun family? Jun Wui was originally a great general who was loyal to the country, but after such a tragedy he had been idling at home for 10 years, and this thought slowly faded away. Jun Wui knew that his family had worked hard for Tianxiang Kingdom, but 2 of his brothers and nephews had died in the battlefield, and his life had been ruined. If these were losses to the enemy on the battlefield, then Jun Wui would have nothing to say. But these few matters were clearly suspicious, but the kingdom had never cared. His father, Jun Zhantian, had been investigating openly and secretly all these years, and had found several clues, but they were all coincidentally cut off. If there was no mastermind behind these things, Jun Wui would not believe it. But the kingdom was indifferent to this matter, and this had made Jun Wui thoroughly disappointed. If he had heard someone say that the training was for the sake of the family, and not for the safety of the country 10 years ago, the hot-blooded Jun Wui would have been the first to jump out and arrest him, and charge him with the crime of treason. But now he no longer had that kind of thought, and in its place was infinite confusion. Was it worth it? Was it really worth it? The Jun family is a big tree that attracts the wind, and the undercurrents of the kingdom are surging. The Jun family could be consigned to eternal damnation at any time. Otherwise, is it really not good to be an idle debauchee waiting for death? Junxia sighed. Is this the reason why you revealed your true colors? Jun Wui's hawk-like eyes quietly stared at Junxia. If not for the fact that the family is in such a dangerous situation, would you continue to be a debauchee? I really wonder at such a young age where did you get such deep schemes? Thank you brothers and sisters for your support. We are temporarily number 1 for the new books. But the threat behind us is very big. Brothers, please protect the fruits of victory of our evil monarch. Please recommend. Chapter 31. Junxia was a little speechless. If he hadn't transmigrated, Jun Moxie would have continued to be a debauchee. How could he have been so scheming? Even if the Jun family was still prosperous, he would have continued to play the role of a debauchee. At most, he would have killed a few damn people when his hands were itchy. Even if that's the case, I'll still choose to continue to be a debauchee. Junxia looked at Jun Wui and smiled. As long as I'm the third uncle with third uncle supporting me, I'll still be the original Jun Moxie. Who would dare to mess with me? Jun Wui smiled. Up to you. In any case, I've seen through you, you kid, you'll never be at a disadvantage. At this time, the 2 teams had completed the tasks given by Junxia. Their respective team leaders, platoon leaders, and squad leaders stood in front of their teams. Junxia turned around and walked over. From now on, your 2 teams will be each other's biggest opponents. For the time being, I don't know much about your specific situation, so I won't give you a new training plan for the time being. For the next 10 days, all the training tasks will be carried out according to the original plan. However, Junxia's tone became heavier. Every training task will be increased by 3 times. Do you understand? There was a gasp. 3 days later, there will be a competition between the teams. Each platoon will select a team to participate in the competition. 5 days later, each platoon will select the champion to participate in the competition. 7 days later, the 2 teams will have a showdown. In the competition between the 2 teams, whichever team loses, the team leader will go to the arena and slap himself in front of the 300 people of the 2 teams. Do you understand? There was silence. I will ask you one more time, do you understand? Junxia asked coldly. Understood. The entire audience roared. The 2 captains will be in charge of the training. I don't care how you plan the training. I just want to see the results of the competition in 7 days. I want to see who is the loser who slaps his own face in front of 300 people. This kind of competition will be held once a month in the future. Captains who fail for 3 months in a row will be slapped naked in the arena and bark like dogs. When the time comes, I will let everyone in the mansion come and watch this performance. I'm not interested in knowing any of your names right now. We'll wait until half a year from now. I've come up with 2 names for your 2 brigades. 1 large group of heaven destroyers, 2 large groups of soul devourers. However, those who could join had to be experts. You don't deserve this name yet. Everything depends on whether you can meet my requirements in half a year. If I do, I will remember each and every one of your names. If he couldn't, he would have already become a pile of bones by then. Of course it's invalid. After you return, you must set a time limit for eating or going to the toilet. If you don't return after the time limit, you will be severely punished. No matter what happened, a timetable had to be drawn up. Every team had to come up with their own punishment plan. Then leave it to me. Now listen to my command, everyone is dismissed. The 2 new captains had yet to experience the joy of being promoted and were immediately sent to hell. Wrinkling their faces like bitter gourds, they fiercely led the team away. Everyone had already made up their minds. Not only would they not slap their own faces, they would also watch the other side slap their own faces. It would be best if they could watch the other side slap their own faces naked and bark like a dog. That would be a little more satisfying. As for the competition, who's afraid of who? It's just a matter of increasing the amount of training for these kids. If 3 times is not enough, then 5 times. If 5 times is not enough, then 10 times. From this moment on, the 300 bodyguards of the Jun family had officially entered a life of purgatory. Outside the training ground, Grandpa Jun let out a long sigh and gently waved his hand. Then he quietly left with old Pang. Master, should we call the young master over for questioning? What else is there to ask? Let him be. Grandpa Jun's tone was very relaxed and his mood was very good. Old master, why did young master only mention the leader of the punishment team when he proposed the punishment? Don't tell me the others need not be punished? Ha, old Pang, if you were the brigade leader and your soldiers were defeated, and you were forced to slap your own face in front of everyone's eyes, or even with your buttocks naked, what would you think? Would you spare your platoon leader? Similarly, after the platoon leader had received a torrent of punishment from the brigade leader, do you think he would treat the platoon leaders well? So on and so forth, everyone would have to bear a heavy burden, 1 level heavier than the previous one. When it comes to the ordinary soldiers, it would create an unprecedented pressure. This was called using soldiers to control soldiers. It was an unheard of yet excellent way to train soldiers. For Wuxia to be able to come up with such an idea, he would certainly become a great general. Grandpa Jun was very pleased. So that's how it is. Old Pang carefully thought about it. This move of the young master is really vicious. Vicious? No. Grandpa Jun appeared to be thinking about something, his mind somewhat distracted. This is the only way to make the best use of resources and talents. Only by doing so would the person in power be able to free up his hands to do other things. This is also the only way to save manpower. It is also the most effective way. Be it the military, the state, or the business, this is an excellent way to do it. At least for now, I have not thought of a more ideal method. Good boy. Wuxia, ha ha ha. Junjian Tian squinted his eyes, his old face smiling like a flower. Fortunately, His Majesty the Emperor did not agree to the marriage, otherwise, this old man would have delayed him. Jun Wui immediately arranged for his trusted subordinates to be in charge of one of the 5 types of herbs. Originally, the Jun family's stockpile of herbs was quite large. However, the herbs that Wuxia wanted were all relatively rare and needed to be purchased from a pharmacy. Wuxia hurriedly returned to his room, not even bothering to check his spoils of war. He closed the door and sat down cross-legged. Today, when Wuxia was walking on the street, he felt that the white mist in his mind was acting strangely several times. However, when he returned home, this feeling disappeared. This made Wuxia very surprised. But when he calmed down and carefully circulated his qi, he did not find any abnormalities. He could not help but be puzzled. Could it be due to external factors? Another thing that puzzled Wuxia was that when he was not circulating his qi, the white mist in his mind would unconsciously rush out and circulate around Wuxia's meridians before returning. This was also the time when the white mist came out the most, and the benefits to Wuxia's body were greater. But when Wuxia wholeheartedly circulated his qi, the white mist in his mind would only appear strand by strand, accompanying the flow of energy that Wuxia had cultivated in his meridians. The effect was not as good as when the white mist came out on its own. The third thing that Junxia did not understand was the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Based on its name and its strange origin, this qi technique was naturally very amazing. But ever since he had cultivated his qi sense, the flow of energy in his meridians had always been strand by strand. No matter how hard Junxia tried, he could not strengthen it even a little bit. Although this little bit was indeed extremely tough, it was easier to use and the quality was sufficient, but the quantity was still lacking. In comparison, if the internal energy in his previous life was as thick as a finger in his meridians, then the current flow of energy was only as thick as a strand of hair. The difference was undoubtedly huge, almost incomparable. But in terms of quality, if the internal energy in his previous life was like hemp rope, then the current flow of energy was at least the legendary heavenly silk that no sword or saber could damage. And this was still the most conservative estimate, the two could not be compared. Chapter 32. Although this stream of qi was thin, it could be said to be tenacious and indomitable. However, Junxia was still not satisfied. This was because he had only just grasped the basics of this qi flow. He was simply unable to bring out its full potential. If he were to use it for gambling or cheating, he might be able to pull out a few tricks without anyone noticing. However, if he were to use it to fight with his life on the line, it was simply not enough. Even if it was sky worm silk, a single strand of sky worm silk could indeed support a weight of 200 pounds, which was quite rare, but Junxia still wanted to have 100 or even 1,000 or 10,000 strands of sky worm silk to use as his internal energy. Therefore, if he wanted this stream of qi to completely strengthen and fill his meridians, instead of just an empty strand of it, Junxia felt that he still had a long way to go. But now there was also an advantage, and that was if he used it to plot against someone, it could really be done without anyone noticing. Junxia closed his eyes, carefully thinking about the use of this special stream of qi in his body, and slowly entered into a state of oblivion. The Li family, old Master Tang Wanli's aggressive arrival was like a fist punching into a pile of cotton. The eldest grandson of the Li family, Li Yuran, received him warmly, courteously, and affectionately. This made old Master Tang feel a little uncomfortable, and he really could not find any fault with it. Even though he wanted to get angry under Li Yuran's kind and calm smile, he could not let it out. But holding it in his heart made him uncomfortable. He drank a mouthful of tea and slammed the teacup on the table, breaking it into 8 pieces. Li Yuran's smile was still leisurely and gentle as he said, "Someone quickly serve another cup of tea to the old Marquis." Speaking to hear, his tone suddenly became a little heavier. "Why were you so negligent before? Quickly bring the best quality cold smoked tea from my grandfather's room. I remember my grandfather said that the old Marquis Tang's favorite drink is this best quality cold smoked tea." As he spoke, he once again lowered his posture and looked apologetically at Master Tang Wanli. "Old Marquis, this junior decided on your behalf without permission. Please do not take it to heart. If there is any oversight in what this junior said, please point it out immediately and I will immediately have the servants change it." Old Master Tang's eyes widened and his mouth opened, but like a dog biting a hedgehog, he did not know where to bite. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, "Call Li Feng, Li Zhen and the other 3 little bastards out for me, I have something to ask them." Li Yuran's face showed a difficult expression. The old Master Tang wants to instruct this junior, it is their good fortune. It is just that the old master has come at the wrong time. These 3 people have committed a mistake and are currently being punished by the family law. Could the old master please step aside and wait for the 3 of them to receive the family law before listening to the old master's teachings? When the Tang family heard this, they were immediately startled. A group of people filed into the Li family's discipline hall. Seeing Li Feng and the other 2 who were beaten into a bloody mess, old Master Tang's anger immediately dissipated by half. He only asked a few questions, but when he heard that this matter was instigated by the Meng family, and that Meng Haizhou had long coveted Tang Yuan's fiancée, and that the reason Li Zhen and the other 2 were punished was probably because of this matter, old Master Tang's resentment towards the Li family instantly dissipated by half, but his anger towards the Meng family burned fiercely, and he became even more furious. After a hurried greeting, old Master Tang immediately led his men and galloped towards the Meng family's residence. Li Yuran attentively personally sent them out of the residence, repeatedly apologizing for the poor reception, bowing to the ground and earnestly bidding farewell. She watched as old Master Tang's cavalry rolled away. Straightening up, Li Yuran's face revealed a fleeting and elegant smile, but a trace of strange coldness quickly flitted across her eyes, and then disappeared. Lifting up her white robe, Li Yuran still leisurely entered the residence, her movements free and easy, without the slightest trace of anger. The sky suddenly darkened, and suddenly there was a muffled sound of thunder, and it began to rain. The rain became heavier and heavier, and gradually the sky and earth became one. Li Yuren's footsteps suddenly stopped, and she looked up at the curtain of rain for a while. She softly laughed, shook her head and said in a low voice, "It seems that old Marquis Tang will have to stay in the Meng family for a while." Ku'er sat in front of the window, holding her fragrant cheeks and stared blankly at the pouring rain outside, her eyes already somewhat misty. Junxia ended his own practice, stood up and came behind her. He softly asked, "Ku'er, what are you thinking about?" Ku'er cried out in alarm and turned her head. She stood up bewilderedly and bowed her head. "Young master. What are you thinking about?" Junxia walked to the chair at the side and sat down, crossing his legs out of habit. Junxia looked at the little loli before him. The little loli's appearance was delicate and adorable. Every time Junxia could not help but tease her a little. Because of that, he could not help but show some concern when he saw how troubled this little girl was. I was thinking in a few days, it will be the Golden Autumn Festival." Ku'er's eyes were a little weak. "I remember 3 years ago on the Golden Autumn Festival I was 9 years old and I was still with my father and mother. At that time, I was very happy, father, mother." 2 big drops of tears rolled down her face and fell to the ground. She could not continue the rest of her words. "Then where is your father now?" As soon as Junxia asked this question, he recalled this matter from his memory. Ku'er's father was a squad leader under the Jun family, and he followed Jun Moxi's elder brother, Jun Moyo, to battle and never returned. Ku'er's mother, because she missed her late husband, became ill and finally fell ill. Before she died, she sent Ku'er to the Jun residence, and begged the Jun family to take care of her. Now Ku'er was an orphan. Thinking of how Jun Moxi used to scold and beat Ku'er, and how this poor girl had been silently enduring it, Junxia could not help but feel an inexplicable sense of pity in his heart. He lightly sighed and reached out to stroke her hair, but did not say anything. Hearing the words Golden Autumn Festival, he calculated the date, and realized that it was almost the Mid-Autumn Festival. Junxia suddenly felt a sour feeling in his heart. It seemed that he would have to spend this traditional Chinese festival alone in this world. Ku'er felt that Junxia was gently stroking her hair. It was surprisingly soft and she did not make a sound. In her heart, she could feel Junxia's pity and sincere apology towards her. Suddenly she felt a burst of warmth, like a little sister who had suddenly met her big brother, and her heart was filled with a burst of softness and a burst of warmth. Suddenly she felt that this foppish young master who used to beat and scold her, was now like the person closest to her. This change was very abrupt and also very strange. She could not help but lean her small body against Junxia's, and feel the warmth of Junxia's body. Suddenly she felt that the rain outside the window had nothing to do with her. After a long time Junxia stroked Ku'er's hair and said, "Have a good rest and it would be best if you sleep. I'll go out for a while." "Young master, it's raining so heavily, where are you going?" Ku'er was a little puzzled and asked with concern, "What if you get sick from the rain? I'll prepare an umbrella for you." "I'll be fine." Junxia smiled faintly and his face was still indifferent. He casually grabbed a bamboo hat and put it on his head. Then he pushed open the door and his tall figure disappeared into the rain. Ku'er, who was behind him, had a face full of worry. She could feel that her young master's heart was filled with pain and an unspeakable depression. The Hongjun Pagoda in Junxia's mind could also feel the restlessness in Junxia's heart. The white qi of the Hongjun Pagoda in his mind surged and started to spin at a high speed. The white qi followed Junxia's surging blood, and quickly flowed through his meridians. It seemed as if it wanted to soothe the unhappiness and depression in Junxia's heart. Chapter 33. Raindrops pattered against the bamboo hat. Junxia quickly left the Jun family's residence through the side door, strolling along the main street. The originally bustling pedestrians had now completely disappeared due to the sudden arrival of the downpour. The shops on both sides of the street were filled with people seeking shelter from the rain. From time to time, bursts of laughter and curses could be heard. The clamor of the surroundings and the heavy rain seemed to blend into one. Junxia strolled alone among the fish, watching the raindrops form a huge curtain from the sky to the earth, and then patter against the bamboo hat. From the bottom of his heart, Junxia sincerely felt his own insignificance and loneliness. Even if he was the world's strongest assassin in his previous life, so what? Even if he had a great opportunity to transcend death and transmigrate to another world, so what? Even if he obtained the mysterious treasure Hongjun Pagoda, and had the opportunity to cultivate the mysterious art of unlocking heaven's fortune, so what? In the end, he was just a grain of sand in the vast ocean between heaven and earth, insignificant, lonely and lonely. I have never seen the ancients before and never seen the successors after. Thinking of the long and drawn-out world, I alone shed tears of sorrow. Junxie smiled bitterly as he shook his head, thinking that this poem should really be written by himself. Living in a different world, it really was unprecedented. The true descendants of Yan and Huang, in this different world there was only him. The rain became increasingly heavy, splashing water on the ground in all directions, and a hazy mist rose up. At this moment the entire world suddenly became unreal, hazy, and even the pouring rain seemed to suddenly become silent. Junxie suddenly felt that everything around him was like a dream, everyone and everything no longer existed, and in the entire vast world he was the only one walking in the wind and rain. Junxie suddenly felt like he was a ghost, or perhaps he was simply sleepwalking. His heavy footsteps in the rain, and the sound of his footsteps seemed incomparably far away. This feeling of rootless duckweed made Junxie, who was once a cold-blooded assassin, feel his own weakness and powerlessness. The front suddenly darkened, and only then did he realize that he had unknowingly walked out of the main street and into a narrow alley. In the curtain of rain, a rod of wine like a dead salted fish, was picked out by a bamboo pole and hung vertically. The fragrance of wine wafted from within. Du Kong was the only one who could solve this problem. Wine was the only way to drown one's sorrows. Junxie hesitated for a moment before walking into the hotel. There were very few people in the store. There were only 4 or 5 tables, but all of them were empty. In such a heavy rain, the business of the hotel was naturally sluggish, let alone such a remote store. However, in the corner of the store there was another person wearing a bamboo hat that covered his face. He sat there quietly, pouring himself a cup of wine. He seemed to be enjoying himself, but it also seemed more like he was lonely. Junxie casually ordered 2 side dishes and a jar of wine. Then, he silently sat in the corner and drank by himself as if there was no one else around. In the heavy rain in the small restaurant, alone. This cup is for the people I killed in my previous life. I'm sorry, but you won't have the chance to take revenge. He drank it all in one gulp. This cup is for the people I will kill in this life. I'm sorry, but you are destined to die in my hands. Cheers. This cup is for Master and Junior Sisters. I wish you a smooth killing, an early end, and a peaceful and happy life for the rest of your lives. This cup is for... Junxie acted as if there was no one else around him as he drank cup after cup. Even though he did not make a single sound, all his emotions, all his sighs, all his loneliness, were all poured into cup after cup of wine. Along with the boiling hot wine, it fell into his stomach. From today onwards in this world I am Jun Moxie. Junxie was only the #1 assassin in his previous life, a distant memory. The wine in the small restaurant was naturally not outstanding. It was even bland like water. As someone who was used to drinking fine wine, it was a little hard for Junxie to swallow. However, at this moment, Junxie did not feel that the wine was good. In fact, even if he was given the Jade Pool Celestial Brew, he would not be able to taste much of it. The only taste he could taste was bitterness, sourness and melancholy. In this strange world, weakness, indulgence, this was the only time. From today onwards, the path of the evil monarch, the path of iron and blood. From today onwards, I will use the mountains of bones and seafood blood of this different world to build the evil monarch's unparalleled reputation. The evil monarch of this different world, only I, am Wuxia. Another cup went down his stomach, but Junxie still did not feel the slightest bit drunk. He continued to pour cup after cup. What Junxie did not know was that this strange behavior of his was strangely incompatible with everything around him. It was as if he had become a separate entity within the boundless heaven and earth, completely isolated from the heavens, the earth, and the wind and rain. The kind of solitude that separated him from the rest of the world, the carefreeness of looking at the wind and clouds, and the transcendence of solitude, all perfectly merged into one with his body. Only at this moment, Junxie was still Junxie, the mysterious #1 assassin, and not the Wuxia of this world. The only customer in the corner had only glanced at Junxie from the corner of his eye when he came in. Now he was staring at Junxie without blinking. Seeing Junxie drinking to his heart's content as if there was no one else around him, he could not help but be curious about Junxie's extraordinary demeanor. Junxie did not know how many cups of wine he had drunk. He almost mechanically raised his cup again. When he was about to drink this cup, he suddenly heard a voice from the side. "Brother, you have a good capacity for wine. It is raining and the wind is strong and there are only the 2 of us here. It is rare for us to meet, why don't we drink together?" Junxia raised his head and saw that the customer beside him had already taken off his bamboo hat, revealing a square and dignified face. He was not angry, but his eyes were as gentle as water, looking at Junxia with a smile. Junxia laughed out. He reached out to take off the bamboo hat on his head and casually hung it on his back. He laughed and said, "The autumn wind and rain can kill a person's soul. To be able to meet in this little shop is a form of fate. Please." The customer did not expect Junxia to be so young. He could not help but be startled and said with a smile, "If that is so, I will accept your invitation." He ordered the waiter to serve a few more dishes and 2 jars of wine. Then he walked over with a cup of wine and sat opposite Junxia. He asked with a smile, "In the capital, such a handsome young man is really rare. I wonder which famous family are you from, little brother?" "Famous family?" Junxia sneered and said with disdain, "The duckweed floating in the world is nameless, and the gentleman who plays games in the world does not ask. Could it be that in brother's eyes, only the descendants of famous families can have the so-called outstanding elegance?" As expected, I misspoke. I will punish myself with a cup of wine." The middle-aged man raised his cup and drank it in one gulp, his movements free and easy. Looking at his face, Junxia already knew that this person was certainly not an ordinary person. Just by looking at the oppressive aura of wealth between his brows, and the natural and unrestrained nature of each and every movement, he could see that they were this person's guards and bodyguards. He knew that this person was a person who had been in a high position for a long time. Seeing him admit his mistake to a complete stranger, and even punish himself with a smile, he could not help but slightly change his opinion of him. He felt that it was not a disgrace to drink with such a person at the same table. "May I ask for little brother's great name?" The person drank a cup of wine and asked while looking at Junxia. Junxia's indifferent and unrestrained manner made this person very interested in Junxia's identity. "Sorry, I said I would update at midnight. I did not expect to lie on the keyboard and fall asleep. I only realized it was already this time when I woke up from the cold. Sorry. When the snot and sneeze come, I will go make the ginger soup first." Chapter 34. Wanderer to the ends of the earth, why must we meet before knowing each other? We only need to drink to our heart's content, that is why we came here. After drinking, we will go our separate ways and we may not miss each other. Names are just a mark, what good is it to remember, what harm is it to lose? Junxia was still immersed in his melancholy, so he would not say Junxia's real name. But if he said the 3 words Jun Moxie, who knows if this man would run away in the rain? After all, the name of a playboy in the capital was quite lethal. The world is nameless, the Lord who plays games in the world does not ask. Wanderer to the ends of the earth, why must we meet before knowing each other? The middle-aged man recited and couldn't help but be moved. Good words, really good words. I didn't expect little brother to speak so eloquently at such a young age. Even a learned scholar may not be able to compare. I have been impolite. He looked at Junxia and laughed heartily. "Little brother's words are reasonable, I was too worldly, I am willing to drink another cup as punishment." Junxia hurriedly stopped him. "You drink left and right, I haven't even drunk a cup yet, are you looking for an excuse to drink more of my wine?" The man was startled and then laughed heartily, draining his cup in one gulp and wiped his mouth. "Although this wine is nameless, it is considered a good wine. Strong, spicy, this is the wine a man should drink. Not bad for this wine, even if I have to find an excuse I will drink another cup." "This wine? Is it considered good wine?" Junxia snorted. "I say brother, I'm afraid you haven't drunk any good wine before. This kind of wine is only occasionally encountered, and there is no other wine to choose from, so I only drink a little. If this wine is considered good wine, then wouldn't there be too many good wines in the world?" The man's eyes lit up. "Old song. Although this inn is not big, the wine is very famous in the capital and all wine lovers are fascinated. If it wasn't for the rain today, this place would already be full of friends. Because of this, we can drink to our heart's content today. It is our luck." One had to know that Old Song only sold 20 jars of wine a day. 10 jars in the afternoon and 10 jars in the evening. He wouldn't sell any more than that. If Old Song were to hear little brother's words, I'm afraid he wouldn't let you go. "Ah, you're not bad. You can actually make me laugh when I'm so depressed." Junxia didn't want to laugh, but at this moment he felt that he couldn't suppress it. "This is too funny. Such a light wine is actually limited? I'm afraid the worst wine I've ever tasted is 100 times stronger than this wine." This was not an exaggeration. This wine was at most less than 20% white wine, and its quality was a little turbid. To Junxia, who was used to drinking the best wine in the world, it was indeed a bad wine. In fact, any modern person might not drink it. After all, the wine looked a little turbid and seemed to be a little dirty. The middle-aged man's face turned ugly. "Little brother, I see that you're a refined scholar. How can you spout nonsense? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Even if it's the wine of the imperial palace, I've also tasted it before. Compared to this wine, it's just a little more luxurious but a little less spicy. It's even harder to stir the blood in a man's heart. In my opinion, this wine is already a very rare wine. Little brother, you said that the worst wine you've ever tasted was 100 times stronger than this wine. Isn't that too hurtful?" "Oh, you don't believe me?" Junxie squinted at him. "It's fine if you don't believe me. I'm not forcing you to believe me. But drink. Old friend, do you know what drinking wine is? Do you know what drinking wine is?" The middle-aged man frowned and didn't say anything. In his heart he was already regretting coming over. This kid was too evil. He came to make friends with good intentions, but he didn't appreciate it at all. And he spoke so rudely. Even if he had some talent, he was just a proud and arrogant young man. It would be difficult for him to become someone great. Junxie snorted and said in a low voice, "The real drinking wine is drinking the mood, or the state of mind. It doesn't mean that pouring the wine into the stomach is considered drinking wine. It can only be said that the food used to brew wine is wasted. Wine. I didn't expect that in this world not only is there no good wine, but there is also no one who understands wine. There is no one who knows how to drink, let alone taste or appreciate wine. Since ancient times the sages have been lonely. Only the drinkers leave their names. Unfortunately, in this vast world there is not a single drinker. For such a sorrowful matter, I will make a great white." After drinking a cup of wine to his heart's content, Junxie stood up, raised his head towards the sky and laughed. "Looking up into the vast expanse of the sea of people, there is actually not a single person worthy of sharing a table with me, and not a single wine worthy of entering my throat. This world is really sad. 1,000 cups is too little when drinking with a bosom friend, but half a sentence is too much when there is no agreement. The wine is not good and the people are even more boring. There is no meaning in drinking like this. Let's go. This kind of trash wine is actually sold in limited quantities and there are people who oppose it. Damn it." Junxie's heart was filled with anger. He suddenly felt like he was playing the lute to a cow. He felt that this world was simply made up of a bunch of country bumpkins. How can such a person be worthy of drinking with me, the evil monarch? With a pa sound, an ingot of silver fell on the table. Junxie arrogantly laughed and walked out the door. He ran into the rain and disappeared in the blink of an eye. No matter how good the self-restraint of the middle-aged man was, he was still fuming with anger. This person is so young but so arrogant. No matter what, I am a person with a high status. The wine that I like the most, is worse than trash in his mouth? Doesn't that mean that I am really, but in his heart, he was a little envious of Junxie's carefree, unrestrained, arrogant, and almost evil personality. When will I be able to live freely like this? The capital city was like a gigantic cage. Although a little arrogant but being straightforward, can be counted as a true temperament. Since ancient times, all sages have been lonely, only the drinker leaves his name. What a good sentence. The middle-aged man silently thought to himself. He raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. He did not know whether it was a psychological effect or some other reason, but he felt that the wine that he had not drunk enough in the past was actually not going down his throat today. It is said that the ancients wrote poems in 7 steps. I thought that they were just flattering the ancients. But seeing this gentleman, it is not an exaggeration to say that he wrote a poem in 7 steps. Especially the last 2 sentences, it is really amazing. As he said this, he lightly recited, 1,000 cups is too little when drinking with a bosom friend, but half a sentence is too much when there is no agreement. Not bad. This sour student really has some real skills. At this point, the middle-aged man suddenly froze and laughed involuntarily. This fellow actually dared to say that I am not his bosom friend, and that there is no agreement between us. Before leaving he even scolded me in a sour tone. Really a sour student. But in the entire Qinxiang kingdom, there is not a single person who dares to scold me to my face, including my royal brother. This brat has really given me a taste of something new. In Junxie's life he had all kinds of evaluations such as a homicidal maniac, a blood demon, and so on. But only the 2 words sour student had never fallen on him. Naturally, Junxia himself would never have expected that the few incoherent verses that he had uttered out from the scene would be turned into sour life by someone else. Moreover, it was a crazy student who scolded people in a roundabout way. If he knew, he would definitely not know whether to laugh or cry. If the evil monarch wanted to scold someone, he would definitely scold them in the nose. Why would he scold them in a roundabout way? He felt that scolding someone to their face was not enough. The middle-aged man laughed for a while. Suddenly he felt that something was wrong. He turned around and saw a skinny and withered old man staring at the direction that Junxia had left in. The old man was motionless and his expression was actually full of regret. Chapter 35. Old Song, what's wrong with you? Did you become muddle-headed because of that brat? The middle-aged man leisurely picked up the wine pot and poured himself a cup. He smiled and said, "It's just a young and inexperienced man spouting nonsense. You've always been a magnanimous person, so you shouldn't be so petty. He doesn't approve of your wine, but I do. Your Highness, there is nothing you don't know. I, Old Song, am most proud of being able to brew such a good wine. Everything else, to me, is but a passing cloud. If a mere brat looks down on my wine, this old man will just laugh it off and ignore him." Old Song looked in the direction that Junxia had left. It's a pity that when I heard his last words he was already gone. To not have the chance to meet a Wine Nation soulmate is truly a pity. Wine Nation soulmate? Pity? The middle-aged man, who was addressed as Your Highness, was somewhat surprised. That's right, it's a pity. Old Song nodded his head in affirmation. For this young man to be able to say such words, he really is a person who understands wine. He muttered to himself, the real thing about drinking wine is the mood. It's the state of mind. It's not that pouring the wine into one's stomach means that one has drunk the wine, it's just a waste of the food used to brew the wine. To know how to drink wine, to taste wine, to appreciate wine, to miss out on such a Wine Nation soulmate is truly the greatest regret of my life. Squinting his eyes, he noticed that the bamboo hat that Junxia had placed behind him had disappeared. Old Song's expression changed. His eyes suddenly flashed and a faint blue color flashed in his pupils. It was also a pity that the Your Highness was right behind him, but he did not notice the strange look in Old Song's eyes. Earth-grade yellow, heaven-grade blue. This sloppy Old Song, who only knew how to brew wine, was actually a Sky Shen expert who had been hiding his strength all this while. Under the Supreme Shen Xian, a Tian Shen expert could be considered to stand at the pinnacle of the Xian Shen continent's pyramid. Such a character was actually living in such a small and secluded tavern. Unfortunately, if Junxia had not left with his unique senses, he would have been able to discover that this Old Song was not an ordinary person. He would have also used this Old Song's love for wine to make a big deal out of it. Unfortunately, Junxia had already disappeared without a trace. Junxia walked out of the tavern and walked slowly. His heart and mind gradually became clear. He was freed from the previous mystical state. The previous state could almost represent the evil monarch Junxia. That moment of madness was the true nature of the evil monarch in his previous life. He was not afraid of offending people. If he wanted to say it, he would say it. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. Even if he was condemned by thousands of people, the evil prince would still arrogantly face them head-on and face thousands of soldiers alone. He did whatever he wanted without any scruples. He didn't care about anyone's feelings at all. The world praises me to the heavens, and I accept it calmly with a clear conscience. The world denigrates me, curses me, and despises me, that is also a matter of course. This evil nature was also the origin of the name Evil Monarch. But now that he had vented his anger, Junxia, who had regained his senses, naturally wouldn't continue to maintain his evil monarch temperament. He restrained his aura and walked in the direction of his home. There was nowhere to go in the heavy rain. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to turn around the corner, Junxia's expression suddenly froze and his footsteps slowed down. This was because a low voice came from behind the corner, mixed in with the heavy rain. If it wasn't for the fact that Junxia's hearing was far more sensitive than the average person, he wouldn't have been able to hear it. The voice was, "It's finally done. If it wasn't for this heavy rain, I wouldn't have allowed myself to touch that old Tang family's things. It's really a blessing from the heavens, Tang family?" Junxia's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of Tang Yuan's family. After thinking for a while, his body flashed like lightning. Using the cover of the rain, he hid his body behind a protruding mud wall at the corner of the wall. This mud wall wasn't very high normally, so it wouldn't be able to hide a person. But in this torrential rain, everything was hazy and he couldn't see anyone on the other side, so it was an excellent cover. He slowly took off the bamboo hat on his head and let the rain pour on him. In an instant he was completely drenched from head to toe. Because the sound of the rain hitting the bamboo hat was completely different from hitting the mud wall, Wuxia had to be careful. Originally, the sound of the rain hitting a person's body was also slightly different from hitting a wall, but compared to the bamboo hat, it couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Amidst the panting sounds, 5 or 6 people walked over as if it was very strenuous. They didn't have the slightest suspicion that there could be other people on such a rainy street. One of them carried a parcel and turned around the corner. One of them said, "We've been planning this for a long time but we couldn't succeed. This time we brothers finally succeeded. If the first master knew, he would definitely be very happy." Another person panted and said, "We succeeded, but the price we paid was not small. We didn't expect that 4 of the 6 masters from the Tang family would leave, and the remaining people would still be able to discover the abnormality and our secret infiltration. If it wasn't for that mysterious person who lured away the remaining 2 masters from the Tang family, and the 14 brothers who risked their lives to bring up the rear, I'm afraid we would also, cough cough cough." At this point he started coughing violently. "But this thing is really important, we can't afford to lose it. We should hurry back and hand it over to the first master as soon as possible. If we quickly settle this matter we can also be more at ease. Sai, we've really had enough of these days. We shouldn't delay any longer lest a long night brings trouble. Let's hurry and hurry." Yes. "But, Brother Wolf, when we went to the Tang family your brother-in-law brought us in. If the Tang family were to investigate afterwards, I'm afraid your brother-in-law would not be able to escape, right? What's there to be afraid of? By the time they really investigate us, we brothers will have taken the reward, flown far away and have fun everywhere. The world is so big, how could the Tang family find us? As for my brother-in-law, I'm afraid he's long gone. Do we still have to wait for the Tang family to catch him? That kid is very slippery. If we have time to worry about him we should worry about ourselves." That's true. The 6 of them hurriedly moved forward, getting closer and closer to Wuxia. Wuxia was watching from the side and he could see that among the 6 people 4 of them were actually seriously injured, and the other 2 were not lightly injured either. As they walked, blood flowed non-stop and 2 of them coughed non-stop. Every time they coughed, the ground would have an additional trace of red, but that trace of red was immediately washed away by the rain. What exactly did they take from the Tang family? Why was it so important? Out of the 20 people who went in, 14 were left behind and only 6 escaped. Out of these 6, 4 were seriously injured, and yet they still looked very satisfied and proud? If the Tang family had something good, how could Tang Yuan not flaunt it to him? Suddenly the person who was the most seriously injured suddenly trembled and stopped coughing. He shouted sternly, "Who is it? Come out." His eyes swept towards Wuxia like lightning. His whole body suddenly shone with silver light, and he had already gathered all the Shen Qi in his body, ready to strike at any time. This person who was so seriously injured was actually a silver Shen level expert, and he actually found traces of Wuxia. Next midnight rush to the new book rankings. Brothers and sisters, get the recommendation tickets ready. Wah! Chapter 36. Silver Shen Qi begins and Gold Shen Qi begins. It means that when Shen Qi breaks through the 9th level and reaches the silver level, it is the true beginning of the road of the strong. On the Shen continent, the cultivation of Shen Qi can be said to be quite widespread. Even the ordinary soldiers in the military camps have Shen Qi cultivation. However, the vast majority of people stop at the 9th level, unable to advance any further in their lives. This is also the main reason why no one refuted Junxia's rebuke of the Jun family's guards. More than 80% of the 300 guards have reached the 8th level, and many of them are at the peak of the 8th level, but none of them can reach the higher realm of the 9th level. It's only one level of difference, but it's almost like the difference between heaven and earth. However, the gap between the 9th grade and the silver grade was like a huge watershed, completely separating the people on both sides with a distance as great as the heavens and the earth. All under the 9th level are ants. This sentence is enough to explain everything. And the real high-level cultivation of Shen Qi starts from the silver level. There is a huge difference. Apart from the silver Shen expert, the other 5 had also stopped in their tracks. 6 sharp gazes pierced through the curtain of rain. The bodies of the other 5 were covered in a thick black aura. These 5 people were actually at the peak of the 9th level. Although the leader is seriously injured, his whole body is still dazzling with silver light, obviously already at the peak of the silver level, about to enter the ranks of the gold level. It was also him who discovered Junxia. No wonder he was able to steal from the Tang family. He chose the time when the Tang family's strength was at its weakest, and suddenly sent in 20 experts. Moreover, he had planned well in advance and even had an insider. If he couldn't come up with something, then the strength of the Tang family would be almost terrifying. But in fact, only 6 of the 20 people came out, and if the remaining 14 people were all 9th level, then the strength of the Tang family is still not to be underestimated. The heavy rain was still pouring down crazily. The dense raindrops and the rising mist made it difficult for people to see clearly. Moreover, it was an autumn dusk. Wuxia was a little depressed. His current strength was still too weak. Although he had tried his best to hide his aura, he couldn't hide it flawlessly like in his previous life. It looked like there was bound to be a fierce battle today. However, with his current strength, would he be able to defeat these 6 experts? This was something that he had no confidence in at all. Even if he were to face one of them with Wuxia's current strength, he would not be able to match it. Unfortunately, he had already seen the other party's dirty deeds, and even if he wanted to get away, he couldn't. The other party would definitely kill him to silence him, so in order to preserve his life, he could only think of another way. He was the dignified king of assassins, but today he had fallen into such a bad situation. What a great irony. As he was thinking gloomily, Wuxia suddenly realized something, a very important thing. This made his extremely gloomy mood instantly turn into joy, and even inexplicably excited. He almost laughed out loud. Although he was facing 6 experts who were stronger than him, in his heart at this moment Wuxia already had the confidence to win. Wuxia's body was faintly discernible in the rain and mist. Although the 6 people on the opposite side felt that there were people in front of them, they weren't sure how many people there were, and they couldn't see Wuxia's appearance clearly. Therefore, each of them was very careful and didn't dare to act rashly. After all, after the battle, their strength was greatly reduced and many of them were seriously injured. A little carelessness could easily lead to a fatal disaster. However, for Wuxia, the same situation was really no different from the daytime. In fact, it was even more obvious than in the daytime. Although the art of unlocking heaven's fortune was extremely mysterious, and had its own profound mysteries, but Wuxia had after all only cultivated for slightly more than a month. His cultivation was still shallow, and naturally, it was difficult for him to understand its mysteries, and was far from reaching the stage of night vision. However, the 6 people on the opposite side seemed to be afraid that others wouldn't be able to see them, and each of them operated the Xian Qi in their bodies to the extreme. The silver light and black Qi were incomparably dazzling in the rain and mist. In Wuxia's eyes, they were simply 6 excellent targets, and they were incomparably clear targets. It was like a big ship that had lost its course in the vast sea, and suddenly a lighthouse appeared in front of it. This was what Wuxia was feeling right now. This kind of brightness, even a missile could hit it. Wuxia truly discovered the biggest flaw of this world's Xian Qi. It was too dazzling and there was no way to conceal one's tracks. If one wanted to fight, one must first gather the Xian Qi in one's body, but once one gathered Xian Qi, one's body would emit light. In particular, in front of a super assassin like Wuxia, these 6 people were like 6 naked fat pigs, dignified and imposing, waiting to be slaughtered. No wonder when Wuxia had cheated in the dice, no one had suspected anything. In this world, as long as one had cultivated Xian Qi and surpassed level 4 or 5, they could do it by remote control of the dice. But the problem was, doing so would inevitably cause their body to flash strangely. Unless it was Supreme Xin Xian, but would Supreme Xin Xian need to cheat in gambling? The person who created this Xian Qi cultivation method is simply a genius. How did he know that I would transmigrate here and encounter such a situation? This is simply an excellent cultivation method tailor-made for an assassin like me to kill people. If these 6 people were 6 pigs, then Xian Qi in the eyes of Wuxia was now fodder. Only after eating a lot of fodder could pigs grow so fat. Moreover, they would take the initiative to run in front of the butcher, show off their fat and proudly say, "Look how fat I am. Let's start the slaughter. If you like it, then cut it from there." And the role that Wuxia was playing at this moment was this butcher. Of course, to kill a pig one must also have skills. Because these pigs in front of him did not seem to be easy to kill. If one was not careful, they might even nudge him. After all, the small body of the butcher was too weak and could not withstand a nudge. Under the movement of his muscles, the 18 gold coin darts that were originally hidden under his ribs quietly fell into the palm of Wuxia's hand. Wuxia's body was motionless, and his eyes flashed with a long-lost bloodthirsty color. The art of unlocking heaven's fortune was operating at full force, and from his meridians, all of it was injected into the gold coin darts. In this autumn afternoon of torrential rain, when the world was dusky, the king of assassins from another world revealed his fangs for the first time in this strange world. For the first time he displayed his colorful and artistic killing techniques. Peng peng, the sound of footsteps slowly sounded, and the 6 people slowly separated, stepping on the rainwater under their feet. They maintained the same distance between each other and carefully outflanked Junxie. They could all feel that the person opposite them was still there and had not left. This person must not be allowed to live. No matter who he was, he must be eradicated. The hearts of the 6 people were all thinking the same thing. In the misty rain, the person opposite them seemed to move a little, and then they saw 6 dazzling yellow lights rapidly piercing through the rain as fast as lightning. Their target was the throats of the 6 people. Junxie's unique internal energy caused the gold coin darts to emit a dazzling light after being infused with his internal energy. The moment the yellow light flashed, the hearts of the 6 people simultaneously felt a chill. The 6 people simultaneously felt their bodies stiffen, and they were extremely shocked. One of them widened his eyes in horror, and with a voice that was on the verge of crying, he shouted half a sentence, "Earth Xian. What kind of person could emit such a dazzling yellow light? Such speed and strength?" Apart from Earth Xian experts, it was simply impossible for other ranks to emit such Xian Qi and such brilliance. Above the silver grade was the gold grade, above the gold grade was the jade grade, and above the jade grade was the earth grade. Such a gap was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. How were they supposed to fight this war? Silence them? They must have been silenced. Even if the opponent was just an ordinary gold-leveled expert, the 6 of them might not be able to match up to an Earth Xian expert even if they were in their peak condition. What's more, they had actually encountered an Earth Xian expert when all of them were heavily injured. A new week has begun, and the list of new books is filled with experts. Brothers and sisters of the evil monarch, let us fight. Throw the recommendation votes at me. Chapter 37. The heavens want me dead. The 6 of them had the urge to cry at the same time. Despair. They had only seen the 6 dazzling yellow lights and had neglected the fact that the person in front of them was unable to give them the pressure of an Earth Xian expert. However, the despair and fear that had spontaneously arisen in their hearts had caused the 6 of them to be absent-minded for a moment. And it was precisely this moment of absent-mindedness that had completely determined the fate of these 6 people. The reason why Junxie had used the dazzling light from the gold coin darts was precisely because he had calculated this point. An outstanding assassin was most adept at seeing through the opponent's state of mind. He had calculated that when these 6 people were faced with an unrivaled expert, they would inevitably be at a loss whether to advance or retreat. And what Junxie wanted was precisely this moment when they were at a loss. A few heavily injured silver-leveled Xian experts were suddenly faced with a peak Earth Xian expert. The fear and bewilderment in their hearts was enormous. It was almost as if they were waiting to be slaughtered. These people were currently being chased. Of course, this feeling of utter despair would be born even faster. What Junxie wanted was this little bit of time. If they had directly launched a surprise attack earlier, at least 3 of these 6 people would have been able to avoid Junxie's gold coin darts. Because the darts had been split into 6 parts, the accuracy would certainly not be as good as a single dart. And as long as only one of them was left alive, Junxie would be in big trouble. Although they were injured, any one of them was still not someone that the current Junxie could deal with. The reason why the little flying dagger had never missed its target was because there was only one at a time. Junxie's focus was naturally on that silver-leveled Xian expert. Although he was seriously injured, he was still the one who had given Junxie the most pressure. It was also him who had keenly discovered his tracks. After the 6 dazzling gold coin darts, another 12 black lights flew out. However, the first 6 darts had already attracted their full attention. Moreover, the overwhelming rain had blocked their line of sight. Each and every one of them was still in a state of shock. In fact, they had barely managed to dodge the darts at the very last moment. They didn't even dare to use their weapons to block the darts. They were afraid that the Earth Xian expert in front of them would injure their internal organs. In actual fact, if the one who shot the concealed weapons was really an Earth Xian expert, they wouldn't even have the chance to see the yellow light before they would have already lost their lives. Even the strongest among them, the silver-leveled Xian expert, wouldn't be an exception. Unfortunately, in their state of shock, they had completely overlooked this. Even though they dodged quickly, 2 of them still let out blood-curdling screams. They weren't able to dodge in time, and the trembling coin darts pierced into their collarbones. Blood spurted out and they also fell down. Even those who had fallen thought that they were already dead. After being struck by an Earth Xian expert's thunderous blow, what else could they do but close their eyes and wait for death? Moreover, the darts had pierced into their throats. But they didn't notice that the darts had actually only pierced into their collarbones and didn't sever their trachea. 4 muffled screams sounded almost at the same time. Following that, the 12 flying daggers either pierced their throats or their foreheads. Each of the 4 people who were standing had at least 2 daggers on their bodies, and all of them had been injured in vital areas. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they tightly clutched the hilt of the daggers in their throats and fell straight into the rain. The silver-leveled expert who had been taken care of by Wuxia was injured and couldn't dodge easily. His situation was even more miserable. His head and body had been pierced by 4 flying daggers. They had pierced so deeply into their bodies that even the hilt could not be seen. Even in death, they couldn't understand why they were still hit by the flying daggers when they had clearly dodged the most terrifying fatal blow. When an Earth-Xian expert faced an ant-like existence like them, he should have respected his status and not made a move. Why did he make another move? Why? Against an opponent who was 2 levels lower than him, he actually launched a sneak attack. Moreover, the first time didn't count as a second. Could it be that the Earth-Xian experts these days were also shameless? The Earth-Xian experts of this world were all people who respected their status. When did they become so shameless? The Earth-Xian expert Wuxia didn't hesitate at all. With lightning speed, he pulled out the flying dagger from the forehead of one of the corpses. His footsteps didn't stop as he took 2 steps at a time. He flew to the side of the 2 people who had fallen earlier. With a twist of his wrist, he lifted the dagger and ruthlessly pierced it into their hearts. Although these 2 people had also suffered some injuries, it wasn't enough to instantly kill them. Although they were currently in a state of shock and absent-mindedness, they still had a certain amount of combat power left. An enemy with combat power must not be let off, even if he was already on the verge of death. The last moment of his previous life was the best lesson for Wuxia. The enemy that posed no threat to him was only the dead. The murderous intent in Wuxia's heart surged crazily. His face was grim. The flying dagger in Wuxia's hand had yet to be inserted. The tip of his foot was already pointing outwards. At the same time that the dagger was inserted, his feet had already begun to move. After the dagger was inserted, he immediately let go and turned towards another person. Twisting his waist, he quickly pounced down. Using his hand as a knife, he slashed at the throat of another person. This series of movements was like a hare descending from a falcon. It was too much for the eyes to take in. Wuxia's fleeting figure followed almost immediately after the yellow coin dart had left his hand. At the same time, 4 blood-curdling screams were heard. Wuxia had already pulled out the flying dagger from the head of one of the people. The 4 corpses had yet to make a sound as they fell to the ground. The flying dagger had already been inserted into the heart of the survivor. His other hand had already chopped at the throat of the last survivor. The person who had been stabbed in the heart didn't even have the chance to make a sound before he died. At this moment, the sound of the last person's throat breaking and the sound of 4 corpses falling to the ground resounded at the same time. Wuxia was gasping for breath after everything was completed. With the current physical quality of his body, it was a little difficult to complete such a difficult movement. Jun Moxie had almost hollowed out this body. If he hadn't been reborn and trained for a month, it would have been impossible for him to complete the series of battles just now. Even so, the time was too short. He was completely overdrawn. When his spirit relaxed, he was no longer able to withstand the backlash of such a violent movement. He only felt pain all over his body. His muscles and bones felt as if they were about to break. It was a kind of pain that penetrated deep into his heart and lungs. The last person let out a wah sound as he spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood sprayed directly onto Wuxia's face. His body was like a gold ingot. His eyes were filled with remorse as he looked at Wuxia. He then said in a hoarse voice, You're not Earth. He finally came to his senses as he was about to die. This person in front of him was definitely not an Earth-Xian expert. What a pig's brain. Wuxia sighed. He then looked at him and said regretfully, if he really was an Earth-Xian expert, why would he need to mount a sneak attack to deal with trash like you? A strange gurgling sound came from that person's throat. His eyes suddenly bulged out in anger. His face was filled with unwillingness and anger. His body arched up. He didn't know where he got the strength from. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at Wuxia. He wanted to say something but didn't say anything. He only stared at Wuxia for a long time. Then he fell to the ground with a pa sound. He twitched for a while and then stopped breathing. His eyes were still wide open. He had died with a remaining grievance. He had originally still been breathing. He knew that he would die without a doubt. But he could still hold on for a while. He wouldn't die like this. How could he have known that Wuxia's words would directly anger him to death? He quickly circled around, retrieving the money darts and flying daggers one by one. Then he conveniently searched the bodies of the 6 men. Junxia's expression was relaxed and his movements were natural. It was as though he was merely going through his own pockets, not caring about the 6 bloody corpses at all. His life as an assassin in his past life had trained him to the point where he would remain calm even if MT Tai were to collapse before him. Junxia had also seen much more bloody scenes. Finally, he found a small bag in the arms of the silver-level expert. Weighing it in his hand, Junxia reached out to pick up the bamboo hat that had fallen to the side. He casually tucked it under his ribs and took a few big strides. He had already turned the corner. The heavy rain fell behind Junxia like a huge curtain from the sky to the ground. Suddenly, Junxia and the bloody scene became 2 different worlds. Temporarily first in the list of new books, in imminent danger. Brothers and sisters, it's all up to you. Feng Ling shamelessly asked Zhou Dian and Zhou Tue, brothers and sisters, can you take another step? Chapter 38. At the end of the street, the rain was pouring and the strands of red gradually faded away, leaving only 6 corpses lying there quietly. One of the corpses had its eyes wide open, glaring angrily at the sky, its face full of unwillingness. After a few detours, Junxia carefully turned to the road back to the Jun family's residence. Rainwater poured down from above, but Junxia leisurely walked forward. He did not bother to cover himself. The blood stains on his body and face had been washed away, leaving nothing behind. Even if he were to wash them clean now, he would only be able to see a dark brown patch. He would not be able to tell that it was the blood of 6 men. Furthermore, with Junxia's current level of strength, he would not be a match for even one of them. This was the blood of a silver-level expert and 5 9th-level Shen practitioners. Just as Junxia was about to step through the gates of the Jun residence, a tall figure pierced through the heavy curtain of rain, piercing through the sky like a rocket. In a flash, the figure arrived at the intersection of the street. Seeing the 6 people lying on the ground in disarray, the figure was caught off guard. The figure swept forward and lightly patted the bodies of the 6 people, but found nothing. He suddenly stood up and his eyes were extremely gloomy. This person wore a strange mask on his face, and it was impossible to see what he looked like, but his every move was extremely calm, as if he was doing something heavy with ease. With a swoosh, he flew directly to a big tree that was 50 feet away, and with another leap he was already standing on the treetop looking around. 2 leaps without the slightest bit of smoke and fire, as if it did not take any effort. The golden light flickered slightly, and it was a gold-level expert. His lightning-like gaze pierced through the curtain of rain and carefully scanned the vast surroundings. Suddenly, he leaped down from the tree and circled around the 6 corpses in the pouring rain. Then he followed the direction where the blood wisps dispersed and moved forward step by step. Even though he was moving forward step by step, his speed was actually faster than an ordinary expert running at full speed. That direction was the direction that Junxia had left from here. This person was actually so meticulous, under the washing of the rain, he could actually find the right direction at a glance. The man followed the trail, circled around a few times, then suddenly stopped and cursed in a low voice. It turned out that the few detours that Junxia had taken were actually a full circle. This mysterious gold-leveled expert had followed the detour and found himself back at the starting point. Who is it? Who could it be? What a profound thought. This person said to himself in a low voice. He raised his head towards the sky and began to ponder. Who was it that disrupted my plan? Who could have grasped this opportunity so perfectly? Who was it that could see through his plan? He knows my plan. The timing of this operation was completely impromptu. Even he did not know about it beforehand. Even the heavy rain was unexpected. So it wasn't a problem on his side, but where did the problem lie? Could it be? The mysterious man thought hard, combing through every bit of information, even investigating the people around him one by one. This person had always been a schemer. Everything was within his grasp, and he would only take action after planning. His thoughts could be said to be extremely meticulous. Just like today's incident, even if he was beaten to death, he would never believe that there was such a coincidence in this world. That was why he had formed a fixed line of thought from the beginning. He believed that this was definitely a conspiracy by a person or an organization or a family against him or his own family. From this starting point, of course, it was 108,000 miles away from the truth. This person would never have thought that this matter was actually a coincidence from the start. A very interesting coincidence. If that silver-leveled expert did not expose Junxia's whereabouts, with Junxia's character, he would definitely not rashly incur enmity with others before his strength was fully displayed. If the person discovered by the silver-leveled expert was not so coincidentally Junxia, but an ordinary person, he could have safely brought the item back. Even if that person had arrived a little earlier with Junxia's current strength, he would definitely not be this person's match. All these were coincidences. Only this kind of coincidence was the inevitable development of events. How could everything in the world go according to one's wishes? Although Junxia had coincidentally taken away the item that he urgently needed, Junxia himself did not even know what it was or what use it had. It was a coincidence that Junxia had come out this time. It was nearing the Mid-Autumn Festival in his previous life, and an autumn rain had evoked the lingering nostalgia in Junxia's heart. However, there was no one in this world that he could confide in. Even if he wanted to find a place like the bar in his previous life, he could not find it. It was obviously not suitable for him to be depressed at home. Moreover, Junxia did not wish to let others see his weak side, so he came out to drink to drown his sorrows. He did not expect that the middle-aged man's words would ruin his state of mind. The more he drank, the worse it tasted. In the end, he could not even swallow it and finally left after a few words of disdain. Feeling vexed, Junxia wandered around the streets, as if drenched in the heavy rain would make his heart feel better. Then he, coincidentally, encountered the scene in front of him. Under all kinds of coincidences, Junxia finally encountered the few people who had stolen something from the Tang family and had escaped with great difficulty. Coincidentally, he overheard their conversation. Junxia's current strength was not good enough, so he originally planned to just let it go. After all, Junxia, who had traveled to this world, did not have a good impression of the Tang family. If the Tang family's things were lost, then so be it. He did not care about it and it had nothing to do with him. However, he did not expect that the few fellows who were like stray dogs would actually discover him. This made it impossible for Junxia to retreat, especially since the strength of these fellows was higher than the current Junxia. Even if he wanted to flee, he could not. With no other way, Junxia had to use his hidden weapon skills, taking advantage of the timing to help himself, and then cast a trick to kill these people in one fell swoop. Since they were all dead, Junxia naturally did not mind taking something conveniently. Therefore, this thing that was extremely important to this mysterious person fell into the hands of Junxia in this seemingly infinite coincidence, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. There were so many things and any one of them was not eye-catching. But when put together, it was so coincidental that it was shocking. Those who took advantage of it did not know what was going on, and those who had their plans ruined were even more confused. There were so many coincidences, it was simply the work of ghosts and gods. Even God had sent a heavy rain to liven things up. This really could not be said to be God's will, or a coincidence facilitated by God. Seeing that things had come to this point, the mysterious person was about to leave when he suddenly heard the noise of people surrounding him in a mess. The guards of the Tang family were mobilized in large numbers, and they were searching this place. He could not help but let out a long sigh. Golden light flashed and 6 sounds rang out in succession. The heads of the 6 people on the ground exploded one by one, and their original faces could no longer be seen clearly. With a flick of his sleeve, he leaped into the curtain of rain with a swoosh and instantly disappeared. When the people of the Tang family came to this street corner, they only saw 6 corpses with their brains burst out, and the thing that needed to be recovered had already disappeared without a trace. Junxia did not have the slightest idea that he had unintentionally destroyed an important plan by the biggest enemy of the Jun family, and he had casually taken back the thing that the person regarded as a treasure, like picking up trash. He even felt very wronged. Originally, I only wanted to be drenched in the rain, miss home, and enjoy the loneliness of homesickness, but the atmosphere was completely destroyed by these damn things. How depressing. Everything really goes wrong. I tried to drown my sorrows in alcohol, but met someone who did not know what was good for him, and treated that kind of inferior distilled wine as the best wine in the world. How pitiful and ridiculous. I came out to be drenched in the rain, but I got drenched and killed someone. My luck is really bad. Junxia looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. Touching the small bag in his arms, he stepped into the Jun family's front door. Sorry it's too late. Something really happened that made me dumbfounded. Our legend of Ling Tian was plagiarized, changed the appearance, changed the name, and the story plot and text were the same, and published on another website under the name of original work. This kind of thing also happened. Chapter 39. The torrential downpour had finally lessened, but the rain was still heavy. Junxia walked at a leisurely pace, causing the servants who saw him through the doors and windows to be greatly surprised. They all asked each other, only God knows what kind of madness this young master is up to this time? However, compared to his craziness of causing trouble, the madness in front of them was still acceptable, but it was still somewhat abnormal. Why is he running out in such a heavy rain? When he walked to the garden, Suddenly a whimpering sound of a flute came through the rain. The sound was full of sorrow that could not be dispersed. Just by listening to this sound, one could imagine the deep sorrow and resentment in the heart of the person playing the flute. But at this moment, when Junxie heard it, it coincided with his mood, and he couldn't help but follow the sound. In a pavilion in the middle of the garden, a woman dressed in snow-white clothes sat alone on a stone bench with her back facing Junxie. Her shoulders were slender, her hair was tied up high like dark clouds, and her slender waist was slender. Just by looking at her back, one could already feel that this woman was so cold and refined. But in this bleak autumn rain, accompanied by the sad and melodious sound of the flute, it made the woman look even more lonely. Junxie stood quietly in the rain outside the pavilion, slightly closed his eyes, listening to the melodious sound of the flute. His mind was in a trance, as if he was listening to his favorite song from the dream of the Red Chamber in his previous life, the song Frowning Eyebrows, the same sorrow, the same sorrow. Junxie felt even more intoxicated. In such a storm and such an autumn, for whom was she sad, for whom was she suffering? At this moment, Junxie suddenly felt that the mood of the woman in front of him was as lonely and desolate as he was. But compared to himself, there was more of a sense of helplessness. The autumn rain was endless. In this mournful sound of the flute, even the sound of the wind seemed to become sobbing. The sound of the flute gradually became low, like a thin thread swaying in the wind, and finally disappeared. The woman in white sat still, gently put down the jade flute in her hand and faintly sighed. The sigh disappeared in the wind and rain, appearing so powerless. Junxie could not help but sigh softly. Although the voice was soft, the woman was shocked. She quickly turned around and looked at Junxie with her beautiful eyes. Surprise appeared on her face, which turned into a hint of disgust and contempt. "It's you. The sound of the flute is not bad, very beautiful." Junxie smiled faintly and leisurely walked into the pavilion. The rainwater on his body instantly soaked a large area on the ground. "Sister-in-law, why are you in such a good mood today?" This woman had a cold expression on her face. Her facial features were picturesque, and she had a graceful bearing. But she had a cold and quiet temperament. She was Jun Moxi's sister-in-law, and also his wife, Guan Qinghan. She was the daughter of the illustrious Guan family, and was also famous for being a talented woman in Tianxiang. In fact, it was not appropriate to call her his wife. The two had been engaged since childhood. 3 years ago, when Jun Moyo was 22 and Guan Qinghan was 18, the two families had been preparing for their marriage. But the war with the Xinxi Empire had coincidentally broken out. Jun Moyo and his younger brother Jun Macho had been appointed as the vanguard. Therefore, the two families had agreed that when Jun Moyo returned from victory, the two would be married. And this marriage would be finished. Before the war, they had already gone through the procedures of the betrothal gifts. So, it could be said that Guan Qinghan was already a member of the Jun family. Once Jun Moyo returned, the wedding date would be held. Even the wedding date had been set. But they had never expected that Jun Moyo would never return, and that he would be buried in the battlefield. This had caused this pair of childhood sweethearts to be separated from each other in the world of heaven and earth. The pitiful bones of the Wuding River were still in their dreams. When the grievous news came, Guan Qinghan fainted on the spot. After that, she disregarded her family's advice and resolutely moved into the Jun family. She took on the identity of the Jun family's eldest grandchild and took care of the elderly. Grandpa Jun had repeatedly suggested that there was no need for this. In any case, they were not officially married. Moreover, with Guan Qinghan's appearance and family background, there was no need for her to worry about not having a good marriage. He even suggested that the Jun family should write the divorce papers and annul the marriage papers. Then Guan Qinghan would return her freedom. Guan Qinghan was adamant in her refusal. The elders of the two families were afraid that she would take things too hard and get into trouble again. So they could only acquiesce. They were waiting for her to change her mind. Then they would send her back to the Guan family. Everyone in the Jun family, from Grandpa Jun and Jun Wui to the servants, treated this young mistress with great respect. No one dared to neglect her. The only person in the Jun family who could make Guan Qinghan unhappy was her brother-in-law, Jun Moxi. That debauchee Jun Wuxia had been quite restless ever since this beautiful and generous sister-in-law had moved in. His words and actions had been frivolous and frivolous. This had made Guan Qinghan extremely disgusted. She couldn't bear it any longer. So she had ruthlessly taught him a lesson. This Miss Guan wasn't just a talented woman. She was also quite proficient in martial arts. Although she hadn't reached the silver level, she was already at the peak of the 9th level. So, dealing with Jun Wuxia was a very easy task. However, this debauchee did not change his lecherous nature. He also knew that his beautiful sister-in-law would not be too harsh on him. So he secretly spied on her. When Guan Qinghan saw such a troublemaker, she had no other choice but to stay in her room for a long time. Today, when she saw the heavy rain, her heart was filled with sorrow. Suddenly she could not help but feel sad. So, she came to the pavilion and used the flute to express her sorrow. Unexpectedly, this debauchee braved the rain to come here. You are really lustful. Don't you know that my 9th level Shenqi cultivation is far higher than yours? If I wanted to teach you a lesson, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. I did not teach you a lesson because I did not want to alarm the Jun family. I also did not want to hurt the elders. Do you really think I am afraid of you? Oh, I had nothing to do, so I casually played the flute. Could it be that third young master is also an expert in this field? Hearing Junxia's words, Guan Qinghan's heart was filled with disgust. What is a debauchee like you know about the flute? You are just taking the opportunity to strike up a conversation with me. She looked at him coldly. She wanted to see what new tricks he had up his sleeves today. Naturally, her reply was also filled with hidden meaning. With Junxia's intelligence, how could he not understand? However, he also admired the woman in front of him. He also understood that Jun Moxie was unbearable in the past. It was no wonder that others looked down on him. Towards Guan Qinghan's deep love and persistence, he also had some admiration in his heart. The flute's sound is the heart of the heart. The past is the past. Sister-in-law, it is better for you to relax. Everything will pass. Junxia hesitated for a moment before advising. Guan Qinghan snorted. Her pretty face was as cold as ice. She turned her body and ignored him. Junxia felt very bored. With his personality, if you ignore me, I will ignore you. So what if I am a beautiful woman? Can a beautiful woman give me a cold face? He reluctantly said, I have been presumptuous and disturbed sister-in-law. I will take my leave. He smiled and turned to leave without hesitation. You are ignoring me. Good. I will go back to sleep. Guan Qinghan was surprised. She thought that this brat was going to pester her again and try to get close to her, but she never expected that he would actually say something sensible this time. He did not pester her and turned to leave, not even caring about the heavy rain outside. Looking at Junxia's back in the rain, Guan Qinghan opened her mouth. She wanted to say something but stopped. However, her beautiful eyes flashed. She suddenly realized that today's brother-in-law was really different from the past. In the past, this guy always had a naughty smile on his face. His eyes were not honest at all. He would look everywhere. When he saw her, he would often drool. However, when she recalled his expression and actions just now, there was not the slightest bit of frivolity. He was actually very solemn and very calm. Moreover, his gaze did not wander over to her. Also, looking at his back view as he walked away, his back was straight and he seemed very calm as he walked in the rain. Has he really changed? Guan Qinghan laughed coldly in her heart. It must be because his pestering didn't work, so he changed to a gentleman to approach her. Jun Moxie, how can I fall for your trick? Even if you change your face 1,000 times in my heart, you will always be that shameless wastrel. Will never change. It's raining so heavily, and you came here just to say a few words to me? Only a ghost would believe you. The more you act like this, the more guilty you are. How can you be a gentleman? Would anyone believe you? Guan Qinghan's pretty face instantly turned as cold as ice. But this guy did not show the slightest bit of surprise when he saw me today. Begging for votes at midnight. Protect ****. Chapter 40. Along the way, Junxia's heart was filled with regret. This sister-in-law of his, Guan Qinghan, was only 21 years old, the most beautiful age of her life. She was also a stunning beauty, yet she was willing to become a widow in the Jun family, a widow. If this was in his previous life, it would be an inconceivable thing. But here, it was so natural and it was indeed a great sorrow. It was simply a waste of resources. If I could, Junxia suddenly had such a thought and he was suddenly shocked. This is not like my style of speaking and acting. I may sympathize, but how can I have such a dirty thought? This is not something I can think of. Could it be that hateful Jun Moxie? His soul has already flown away, but there is still such a residual effect. Junxia cursed in his heart. Junxia walked into the room, and he didn't even have time to respond to the little girl's greeting. He sat down with a frown and thought about his every move since crossing over, and felt that something was wrong. Although there were times in his previous life when he was young and frivolous, it was basically a disguise to get close to his goal, and at best it was just an act. Junxia's character had always been cold and arrogant, close to callous. Sometimes it could even be said that he was cold-blooded. However, ever since he transmigrated here, he found that his character had unknowingly changed so much. Admittedly, with Jun Moxie's identity as a debauchee, this kind of behavior is more feasible, and it is also the best cover. But what exactly is in my heart? I need to know in my heart. I must absolutely not let the original character of this body of Jun Moxie prevail. But I still need to use this character as a camouflage. Maintain my original heart, conform to external things, but in the end I am still me, the evil monarch Junxia. Junxia's eyes shot out a bright light. The heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things as straw dogs. The evil monarch is heartless, trampling on a different world. After making up his mind, he felt his entire body relax. He also instantly thought of something else. He took out the bag that he had picked up along the way and his heart was moved. Inside this bundle was something that they had to obtain even at the cost of the lives of 20 experts. Although he didn't know who the mastermind was, Junxia knew that no one would dare to covet something that belonged to the Tang family. If it wasn't a top-grade item, no one would take such a huge risk to do such a thing. Thinking of this, Junxia's curiosity was aroused. He had planned to return it to the Tang family, but now he had a desire to open it and have a look. This was the demeanor of the evil monarch. Acting on his thoughts and going straight to his heart, Junxia reached out with his hand. With a chi sound, he tore open the bundle. Inside was a small square wooden box. A faint fragrance wafted out from the wooden box. The surface of the wooden box was engraved with faint golden lines. This wood was surprisingly the best quality golden sandalwood. Moreover, it was a whole piece of golden sandalwood and a hole was dug in it. Just this wooden box alone was worth a lot. Opening the wooden box, a cold air immediately came out. Inside the wooden box there was another white jade box. It was cold to the touch. It was actually a top-grade cold jade. Looking at the color and material, this piece of cold jade was an item that could topple cities. Junxia sucked in a breath of cold air. What on earth was this item that was so important? It needed to be stored in such a precious cold jade box. Carefully opening the jade box, Junxia saw a round object inside. The object was wrapped in a layer of colorful animal skin, exuding a strange luster. Junxia had no knowledge of this, nor did he know anything about it. Naturally, he did not find it strange. If someone who knew saw it, they would immediately be shocked. This was the fur of a 9th-level Shen beast. It was almost equivalent to the existence of the great master Shen Xian. Just the golden sandalwood box, the top-grade cold jade, and the fur of a 9th-level Shen beast, any one of them was already a priceless treasure. And these 3 items were actually just the outer packaging. Junxia held the item wrapped in the animal skin in his hand. Inside there seemed to be a round object the size of a ping-pong ball. Opening it, Junxia couldn't help but be disappointed. It was a strange dark red object that was close to black in color. The texture was like stone but not stone, like jade but not jade. When he squeezed it hard, it seemed to have a slight elasticity. Just looking at the appearance of this object, it was really ordinary. Suddenly Junxia's mind moved. His mind flashed and he blurted out, "Shen Dan?" Although he hadn't seen what Shen Dan looked like, Junxia knew that it was a good thing. Only 3rd-level Shen beasts could condense Shen Dan. Just like this Shen Dan, with the power and influence of the Tang family, they actually treated it like a treasure. Moreover, it even attracted people who didn't hesitate to kill a fly on a tiger's head to covet it. Thinking about it, it shouldn't be something simple. It should be at least 7th-level Shen Dan? Or even higher. Junxia didn't know that this Shen Dan was obtained by the Tang family's old master, Tang Wanli, at a great cost. The Shen Dan of the 9th-level Shen beast, the golden winged tiger, contained an extremely large amount of energy. This Shen Dan for low-level Shen Qi cultivators was almost useless because it couldn't be activated. However, when the Shen Qi cultivation reached Earth level and above, it could be activated under certain conditions. Then it could absorb the enormous energy contained in the Shen Dan for one's own use. As for how much energy could be absorbed, it depended on the individual's talent. However, when the Shen Qi cultivation reached the Earth Shen realm, every step forward was extremely difficult. But this Shen Dan could directly raise the Earth Shen realm to the Tian Shen realm. To a Shen Qi cultivator, this was simply a treasure that defied the natural order. As mentioned before, it was already extremely difficult to kill a 8th-level Shen beast, not to mention killing a 9th-level Shen beast to obtain the Shen Dan. Under normal circumstances, this was something that would never happen. A great master Shen expert could defeat a 9th-level Shen beast, but in terms of killing it, Perhaps even two great Master Shinshen experts working together might not be able to do it. The strength and speed of a 9th-level Shen beast could be described as terrifying. If it couldn't win and wanted to escape, no one could stop it. Not to mention the golden winged tiger, a Shen beast with the ability to fly. It was something that couldn't even be thought of. In the past, Tang Wanli had accidentally discovered a great Master Shinshen expert who was severely injured and discovered that the Shendan was on him. He paid the lives of dozens of Jade and Gold level experts and several Earth Shen experts to obtain the Shendan. Regardless of how the great Master Shinshen expert got his hands on the Shendan, it would be an exaggeration to say that this Shendan was unique in this world. However, it could be said that there were no more than 3 of them in this world. The reason why Li Yuran was so eager to obtain this Shendan was naturally because he had a very important use for it. However, he absolutely didn't expect that ever since he had received this information several years ago, he had begun to meticulously plan and bribe the people of the Tang residence. He had arranged for spies to infiltrate the Tang residence step by step, and had painstakingly and carefully investigated for information. It wasn't until 3 months ago that he found out where the Shendan was hidden. However, because old Master Tang basically didn't go out, and he was guarded by 4 top-notch experts, he hadn't had a chance to find it. This time he had finally obtained an excellent opportunity. Old Master Tang had gone out, and he had even brought 3 of the experts with him. Moreover, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. An unusually large rainstorm had fallen, and the timing, location, and manpower were all in place. He had sent out a top-notch expert to lead the remaining expert of the Tang residence away, and then sent another 20 people to infiltrate the Tang residence. They had finally succeeded by coordinating from both inside and outside, but they had also paid the price of 20 lives. It had been a great success up to this point. Using a mere 20 lives to obtain the Shendan was undoubtedly worth it. However, it was a pity that they had encountered Wuxia just before they succeeded. Several years of planning, thousands of plans and tens of thousands of calculations had all turned into fishing the moon out of the water. They had made wedding clothes for someone else. One could well imagine how depressed Li Yuran was right now. Recommend a good book. Famous Dr. Juju's Bugs Devour the World. Famous Dr. Juju got married in April. Let us all wish him a happy marriage and a healthy son soon.